This is a firm where ideas are cultivated and nurtured,
I request
where
all
innovations
our
in the
esteemed
steel
guests,
value
please
chain
settle
are
down.
recognized
We are about
before
to
it
start this
becomes the
beautiful
new
event
black.
in next few minutes.
Welcome to Metalogic Project Management Services Private Limited.
Metalogic promotes open communication channels where employees are encouraged to share their ideas, concerns, and feedback.
We value the contributions of our workforce and ensures that the comfort are recognized and appreciated.
Our leaders provide clear direction, set high expectations,
I request
and
all the
inspire
energetic,
confidence,
excited and happy
creating
people,
an
please settle
environment
down.
where employees feel motivated and empowered to succeed.
We empower clients to make informed decisions regarding market positioning, regulatory changes, emerging opportunities, and strategic planning.
All the happy, energetic and excited people, please settle down. We are about to start this beautiful event. I request our esteemed guest, most energetic people of the evening, I request everyone, let's settle down. We are about to start this beautiful event in next a few seconds. So I request everyone, let's settle down. Now I request our esteemed guest to visit exhibitor stalls. Now I would like to request our esteemed guest to visit exhibitor stalls. Now I would like to request all the VVIPs and VIPs, please visit exhibitor stalls.
रॉकेट से लेके पॉकेट तक, कभी माँ की दुआ के लॉकेट तक, हम शहर से लेके गांव तक, जल थल कभी हवाओं तक, आपकी सेवा में हमें सुख मिलता है। मेहनत से बदले हमने दिन रात, NMDC आपके साथ, हर पल आपके साथ, NMDC।
In a world driven by innovation and engineering excellence, there is a name that stands tall: Mecon. From groundbreaking infrastructure to cutting-edge technology, Mecon leads the way, shaping the future with expertise and passion. Join us in transforming possibilities into realities. Mecon, unlocking possibilities, shaping future.
This is a firm where ideas are cultivated and nurtured, where innovations in the steel value chain are recognized before it becomes the new black.
Welcome to Metalogic Project Management Services Private Limited.
Metalogic promotes open communication channels where employees are encouraged to share their ideas, concerns, and feedback.
We value the contributions of our workforce and ensures that their comfort are recognized and appreciated.
Our leaders provide clear direction, set high expectations, and inspire confidence, creating an environment where employees feel motivated and empowered to succeed.
We empower clients to make informed decisions regarding market positioning, regulatory changes, emerging opportunities, and strategic planning, enabling them to stay ahead of the curve.
We provide expert analysis and commentary from industry professionals, offering clients deeper insights and perspectives on market developments and trends. Our market reports, including Meta Daily, Meta Weekly, and Meta Annual, provide valuable insights that impact the industry.
In addition to our regular reports, we also produce special reports that delve deeper into specific topics affecting the market.
Through conferences and webinars, we establish ourselves as a thought leader in the steel and mining industry. By presenting innovative ideas, research findings, and market trends, Metalogic showcases its expertise and demonstrates its commitment to driving industry innovation and progress. It allows us to gain valuable market intelligence and insights into industry trends, competitor activities, regulatory developments, and customer preferences.
Our conferences and webinars provide platforms for the industry to engage, address needs, and showcase its products and services.
Whether you need a short promotional ad, a long-form documentary, or a corporate video highlighting your company's achievements, our team can create content in various formats to suit your needs and objectives.
We tailor our visual content to resonate with your target audience, whether they are consumers, stakeholders, or industry professionals.
Metalogic PMS was founded by Monica Bachchan, a young and dynamic entrepreneur with a vision for innovation. Her vision, leadership, and entrepreneurial spirit have laid the foundation for a dynamic and forward-thinking organization poised for continued growth and impact in the steel, mining industry, and related sectors.
With 7 years of successful operations, Metalogic PMS continues to lead the industry in India with excellence and dedication. We are well managed. We are Metalogic, where disruption is encouraged and desks are optional. We know our people are our greatest assets. We take pride in building leaders.
The future belongs to the bold, to the organization, to the nations that will harness the power of participation and ideas become the actions.
Check. Now I would like to request all the guests to settle down. We are about to start this beautiful event. We are about to start this beautiful event in the next few seconds. So I request everyone, let's settle down. Everyone, please settle down. I request all the handsome hunks and beautiful ladies, please settle down. I can see here the most energetic people still standing. I request everyone, let's settle down. Okay. May I start? Okay, are you all ready? I just need your attention. Can we have a good round of applause? So I can confirm that you all are? Yes, thank you. Hi, hello, namaste, Shat Shri Akal, Adab. How are you all? Hope you all are doing great. My name is R.J. Rohit. I'm today's MC, and it's my honor to host this a beautiful event. I welcome to the NMDC Presents International Conference on Iron Ore, powered by Lloyds Metals and Energy and Lloyds Engineering, organized by Metalogic Projects Management Service Private Limited. Before I start this event, how many of you agree this? Alone, we can do so little. Together, we can do so much. Yes, together is very, very important. Yes, everyone. Thank you. I would like to extend warm welcome to our speakers, panelists, who have taken the time to share their knowledge and expertise with us. Your presence here is a testament to your commitment, advancing our industry and fostering a collaborative environment for a growth and innovation. We have a packed agenda over the next 8 hours, featuring keynote presentation, panel discussions, and interactive sessions on a range of topics including best practices in iron ore mining, beneficiation, slurry pipeline transportation, AI, and drones about the market. Our goal is to provide you with a valuable insights, a practical knowledge, and the latest trends that will empower you to stay ahead in your respective fields. And it's a very important information which I'm going to convey to you. Please ensure your mobile phones are silent mode because we don't want any disturbance. We have our designated breaks for networking, so make sure to take advantage of those opportunities to connect with your fellow attendees. If you have any questions during the session, please write them down or submit them through the conference app. We will address them during the question and answer segment. So, before we start this beautiful event, I would like to request all the VVIPs and VIPs, please join us for lightning lamp. I would like to request Mr. Atul Bhatt, CMD. Okay. Now I would like to request Mr. Vinay Kumar, Director Technical NMDC Limited. Please, sir, join us. Can we have a good round of applause? Mr. Amit Raj, Director Technical Mecon Limited. Mr. Sabyasachi Mohanty, Director Operations, Odisha Mining Corporation. Sir will join through online. Mr. M.V. Subbarao, Director Lloyds Metals and Energy, former CMD, Kaiko Limited. Mr. N.D. Rao, President of ATA Group. I request all the VIPs joining for the lightning lamp. That's a humble request. Can we have a great round of applause?
गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि गणाध्यक्षाय धीमहि गुणशरीराय गुणमण्डिताय गुणेशानाय धीमहि गुणातीताय गुणाधीशाय गुणप्रविष्टाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय वक्रतुण्डाय गौरीतनयाय धीमहि गजेशानाय भालचन्द्राय श्रीगणेशाय धीमहि एकदन्ताय
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I request Mr. Vinay Kumar, sir. I would like to request Monica Bachchan, founder and CEO, Metalogic Projects Management Service Private Limited, to hand over the bouquet to Mr. Vinay Kumar, Director Technical of NMDC Limited. I request Mr. Vinay Kumar, sir, Director of Technical NMDC Limited, please join us on the dais. Can we have a great round of applause? Now, I would like to request Mr. Amit Raj, Director Technical Mecon Limited. Sir, please join us on the dais. Can we have a great round of applause? I would like to request Monica Bachchan to hand over the bouquet to Amit Raj. Now, I would like to request Mr. Sabyasachi Mohanty, Director Operations, Odisha Mining Corporation. Sir will join through online. Yes. So now I would like to request Mr. M.V. Subbarao, Director Lloyds Metals and Energy, former CMD, Kaiko Limited. I request sir to join us on the dais. I would like to request Monica Madam to hand over the bouquet. Now, I would like to request Mr. N.D. Rao, President of Ata Group. Sir, please join us on the dais. Can we have a great round of applause? Now, I would like to request Monica Bachchan, founder and CEO of Metalogic Projects Management Service Private Limited, to give a welcome note to our wonderful esteemed guest. Can we have a great round of applause for Monica Bachchan, please?
So for me only, they have kept the stool because I won't be visible to you otherwise. So ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Andaraki namaskaram. It is a great honor to stand before you today at this prestigious international conference on iron ore held here in the beautiful city of Visakhapatnam. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Ministry of Steel for supporting this event, to NMDC Limited supporting the event, and NMDC Limited to presenting this. And the conference is powered by Lloyds Metal and Lloyds Engineering. And thanking Lloyds for powering this event. As the founder of Metalogic Projects Management Services, I have witnessed firsthand the transformative impact of innovation and technology in the iron ore industry. Today, I'm excited to share insight and engagement in meaningful discussions about the advancements and challenges we face in our sector. Our conference today covers several critical areas where technological advancements are reshaping our industry. One of the critical areas which we will be discussing is iron ore beneficiation. Innovative techniques in ore processing are enabling us to extract higher grade product while minimizing environmental impact. The second very critical area where we will be focusing today is the slurry pipeline transportation. The development of slurry pipeline offers a sustainable solution for transporting iron ore. This method reduces transportation cost, minimizes carbon footprint, and ensures safer, more efficient delivery of material. AI and drones in mining. That is another critical area because it is being happening in international countries. The use of AI and drones in exploration and mining. Artificial intelligence and drones are revolutionizing mining operations. AI-driven analytics improve decision-making and operational efficiency, while drone provide real-time data, enhancing safety and precision in exploration and extraction activities. The fourth critical area which we will be focusing today is iron ore and pellet markets. Understanding market dynamics is essential for strategic planning. The growing demand for iron ore and pellet in various regions necessitates a keen insight into market trends, pricing strategies, and supply chain management. So, before we dive deeper into these topics, I would like to take a moment to engage with you all. I would like to ask you, how many of you have implemented AI or drones in your mining operations? Please raise your hands. AI and drones in your mining operation, please raise your hands. Okay, you're from which company, sir? Adani. And sir, you? Lloyds. Okay. Anybody else who have engaged with drones and AI? Yes. JSW Steel. NMDC. Yes, NMDC. Correct. Okay, so, but then we are very handful, as in, I can literally count. So this means we still have to do a lot on AI and drones in our mining and exploration. I'd like to ask you another question. Regarding slurry pipeline transportation, how many of you believe it is a more sustainable method compared to traditional transportation method? Please raise your hands. Yes, almost everybody. Everybody believes that. That's great. So slurry pipeline has quite a potential. As we delve into these technical sessions, let us remember the importance of collaboration. The future of iron ore industry hinges on our ability to work together across sectors and borders. By sharing knowledge and best practices, we can drive innovation, sustainability, ensuring a prosperous future for all stakeholders. Sustainability should be at the core of our strategies. As we advance technologically, we must also prioritize environmental stewardship and social responsibility. The adoption of green technologies and sustainable practices will not only benefit our industry, but also contribute to the well-being of our planet and future generation. Just to inform you all, the 2.0 version of My Metalogic has been launched. Amarjit, can you please show? Yes. So please type mymetalogic.com on your phone to experience the offerings of news, analysis, statistics, graphs, and reports prepared by Metalogic team for steel and iron ore industry. This program is currently live on YouTube. So if you're carrying a YouTube app in your phone, just type Metalogic PMS and you will see the program is currently live, and do not miss to subscribe it. With this, I welcome our esteemed speakers, sponsors, and support association for making this event happen. Let us use this opportunity to learn, to network, and inspire each other. Together, we can overcome challenges, seize new opportunities, and build a resilient and innovative iron ore sector. Thank you, and I look forward to an engaging and fruitful conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Monica Butchan, for a wonderful welcome note. Now, I would like to request Please join us on the dais, Mr. Rajat Kaushik, Senior Business Analyst, Metalogic PMS. I request him to join us on the dais and his address the gathering about theme setting. Can we have a great round of applause?
Good morning to all of you. Myself, Rajat Kaushik, business analyst, and I am here representing Metalogic Project Management Services. Before I start, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to Ms. Monica Bachchan, who gave me another opportunity to present in front of such distinguished audience at this remarkable conference. Today, I have the privilege of setting the tone to this conference on iron ore. The mineral plays a vital role in the steel sector, as steel industry is among the best performing sector of our country and is the best performing sector globally, even after several challenges are being faced at global fronts. While the leading steel producing nations continue to struggle and report lower steel making numbers, we are here with robust figures every month, every year. That does require a round of applause for every participant included in the sector. The sector contributes 2% to the country's GDP, plays a vital role in generating employment opportunities with more than 18 lakh people indirectly involved, while around 6 lakh people directly. Coming to the production figures, the production of crude steel last fiscal year crossed 140 million ton mark, registering growth of more than 12% and consuming around 136 million tons of finished steel, registering 15% gains on yearly basis. While we are at 97 kgs per capita consumption and are under growing phase, we are now lag behind developed economies, which are consuming an average of around 220 per kg. The pace is expected to sustain till 2030 as the sector aims to achieve government's vision of 300 million tons of crude steel capacity. To cater the rising demand, Indian steel producers have already committed to invest in latest and best steel making technologies and are ready to increase their production capacities to cater the rising demand. In this ongoing fiscal, around 22 to 23 million tons of additional crude steel capacity is expected to come. It is obvious that rising steel production will require more raw material. To cater this demand, Indian iron ore producer produced 280 million tons of iron ore last fiscal year, registering around 10% increment on yearly basis. While the demand for ore was excess at 230 million tons last fiscal, which is higher by 11% on yearly basis. Merchant miners accounted for more than 60%, while rest was produced by captive miners. Merchant miners production boost was also driven by higher export orders for low-grade iron ore, which are often left unused in domestic steel market. PPT not changing. If we discuss the trade scenario in the iron ore sector, the country exported around 48 million tons of iron ore, with more than 90% of it being sold to China. Think of it like this: we are exporting raw material to China for processing it into finished steel and then importing it from them. Well, last fiscal, we also imported 5.3 million tons of iron ore, majorly from Australian market. Coincidentally, both exports and imports were up by 130% on yearly basis. Now, this seems odd that even after reaching record productions level, we have now started importing iron ore. This table here depicts surplus iron ore in domestic market is running very thin now. This requires immediate attention. Either mining activities has to be picked up or export should be brought down. We are constantly saying iron ore is abundantly available in India. We have reserves worth more than 33 billion tons. Then why are we importing? This is because mines are being overutilized for production of minerals, and now they have started producing low-grade iron ore. Therefore, Indian market is abundantly available with low-grade quality ore in the country, allowing traders to boost export. Domestic pellet players refrain from using low-grade iron ore because of the added cost factor, forcing them.
Shri Monica Bachchan. I am wishing all of you a great mental, physical, and social health, today being International Yoga Day. Highlighted. One is availability of iron ore. Pointed out by him that lot of low-grade iron ore is available in the market, which is not being consumed by steel industry. Second, less stress on beneficiation, reasons behind. And third, more innovations and latest technology required for exploration, production, and utilization of iron ore. As highlighted by him also, that our world iron ore production, I'm going to tell you that, last 2 years, it has been around 2,500 million tons. 22 and 23, it is stagnated. 21, it was 2,680 million tons. This decline, why it has been? Let's figure out. Major reason is usage in the steel industry because of our focus on improving environmental standards. China has produced around 1,019 million tons of crude steel in 2023. And similarly in 22 also it has produced around 1,018 million tons. Japan has reduced its production from 89 to 87 million tons in 2023. Other countries such as Russia, South Africa, South Korea, and Germany have also experienced similar trends. They have reduced. This production can be largely attributed to weakened demand and our production curves aimed at halting the whatever climate changes we are expecting, and we are focused towards improving the standard. Despite the global trend, India has shown significant growth as has been pointed out by our earlier speaker. We have grown by around 11 to 12% in crude steel production and around 10% in iron ore production. Our national steel policy says that we have to achieve, we have to have 300 million tons of crude steel capacity by 2030, and we should have a demand of around 255 million tons by 3031. To meet this growing demand, NMDC, largest iron ore producer, has an ambitious target of 100 million ton of iron ore by 2030. A step towards having Atmanirbhar Bharat. Apart from that, new steel plants are emerging in the MENA region, which are expected to create additional demand for high-grade iron ore. However, even with strong demand, the price outlook for iron ore is flattening. This is due to increased eruption of steel scrap in the steel making process, which is going to happen in near future. That will add up to our steel production. And also, steel making process are reducing emissions because of that. Which will require our iron and ore miners to have better efficiency and higher grade. Our industry's foundation lies in the discovery and identification of promising ore deposits, as has been pointed out earlier. The use of AI, Ms. Bachchan also pointed out, for exploration, such as remote sensing, geological mapping, and geophysical surveys. These are essential things now. This use of AI will also enhance our capacity to access high-grade availability of ore. Technology continues to revolutionize our industry, as earlier also pointed out, AI, drones. This will be the thing in near future for exploration, quality, stockpile, what we are going to add in our processes also. Once the ore is extracted, the focus shifts to enhancing its quality. What I pointed out, beneficiation. Why there is no stress on beneficiation? How many industries are using that? If we look into that, there are two things. One, area required for your tailings. And second is uses of tailings afterwards. You cannot stack it for long. You need to use it in the industry. And wherein once you go there for sale of slimes or tailings, you find out that you have to pay royalty for royalty of fine. And the prices of slimes are very low. Once you are paying the royalty of fine and you are not getting much return, that is a hitch there. We need support from state authorities to have a different pricing for slime, as had been pointed out by our earlier speaker. Second, uses of tailings further. We need to innovate and find out how that tailings can be utilized in the market as road making material or building material, which will be very useful in the real estate market. We have to innovate in that line. Third is logistics cost, transportation. all your mines are situated in remote areas. Steel industries are situated at different places. Once you need to supply ore to a steel making unit, you need to have logistics. 3-4 ways of transportation are there: road, rail, slurry pipeline, and waterways. We have to have slurry pipeline more, as NMDC is also going to have, and we have to think of in the lines how we can use waterways also for transportation of ore. That will reduce cost, which is highest in our country, the transportation. At the end, I want to say that with the use of high-end technology like AI, drone, we can add upon our resources, and that can be utilized for quality check. That can be helpful in production efficiency, improving production efficiency. I have pointed out some things which we need to look into for our future, for mining industry. As we need to jump from 280 million ton to 437 million ton by 2030. Big leap around. I am confident that the conference will serve as a platform for sharing knowledge, fostering collaborations, and inspiring further innovations to our field. Let us make the most of this opportunity to learn from each other and drive our industry forward for meeting the vision of Vision 2030. All the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vinay Kumar sir, for taking time and sharing experiences with us. Now, I would like to request Mr. Amit Raj, Director Technical, Mecon Limited. I request sir to address the gathering. Can we have a great round of applause for Amit Raj sir?
Good morning. Honorable Mr. Vinay Kumar, Director Technical, NMDC Limited. Mr. N.D. Rao, Director, Atha Group. Mr. M.B. Subbarao, Director, Lloyd Metal and Energy. And Madam Monica Bachchan, CEO and founder of Metalogical PMS, and dignitaries of the dais. I am highly thankful to the Ministry of Steel and the organizer of Metallurgical Group, particularly to Madam Bachchan for organizing this international conference on iron ore and the key raw material for the steel industry. I am also thankful to the organizer for inviting Mecon for such important conference covering the present day burning issue relating to the steel industry of the country. General, iron and steel sector is considered as backbone of the economy for any nation. Iron ore is the most important raw material for the steel sector and alone contributes over 40% of the total raw material requirement for the sector. India is blessed with large occurrence of iron ores, and we rank 5th in the world in the iron ore resource inventory. In India, iron ore occurs mainly in two different forms, hematite and magnetite. As per the latest inventory data, our country is having 35 billion tons of iron ore resources, hematite 24 billion ton, and magnetite 11 billion ton. Geographically, major iron ore occurrence in India are confined to 5 states such as Odisha, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, and Goa. Currently, India produces over 275 million ton per year iron ore from 245 reporting mines in the country. And we rank 4th in the world iron ore production. The principal producer of iron ore in the country are NMDC, SAIL, Tata Steel, JSW, Rungta Sons, OMC, ArcelorMittal, JSPL, etc. Opportunities. National Steel Policy NSP 2017 envisaged the crude steel capacity of 300 million ton in India by 2030-31, for which requirement of iron ore has been estimated to a tune of 447 million ton. Secondly, India estimated per capita steel consumption is about 87 kg against global average of 222 kg, and NSP 207 envisaged increase of per capita steel consumption of 160 kg by 2030-31. Therefore, there are enough opportunities in expansion of iron ore mining sector of the country to cater the iron ore requirement of domestic steel plant. In a key challenges towards raw material security of the country are: first, urgent need for augmentation of resource base through detailed exploration by the application of modern exploration technique. Second, use of advanced beneficiation technique for optimum utilization of low and lean grade iron ore through beneficiation. Third, intense R&D work need to be taken in the country for the beneficiation and economical use of low and lean grade iron ore, as phosphoric iron ore and ore associated with clay minerals. 4. Development of sustainable eco-friendly mining technique for mining of magnetite ore confined to Western Ghat. And last, strategic overseas acquisition of iron ore and coking coal mines. Major initiatives taken by Government of India are: first, National Mineral Exploration Trust; second, engagement of notified private exploration agency; and third, auction of mineral blocks. I just want to highlight some of the Mecon contribution in this area. Since last 6 decades, Mecon has been actively associated in the mining and iron making consultancy activities for many prestigious projects of the country. So far as mining industry is concerned, Mecon is constantly rendering its services right from exploration, planning and supervision, resource estimation, mine development, transaction advisory services, design and detail engineering of beneficiation plant, and so on. In addition to this, Mecon has a significant contribution towards pellet and sinter industries of the country. In 1970, Mecon was associated with KOICL for development of Kudarmek iron ore beneficiation plant, and subsequently Mecon has rendered its services for various projects such as 20 million ton per annum beneficiation plant at Torangalu for GSW, 4 million ton per annum beneficiation plant for BRPL, 6.6 million ton per annum beneficiation plant for Bhushan, 7 million ton per annum ore processing plant at Komar Swami and Kirandul for NMDC, 2 million ton per annum iron ore beneficiation plant at Bacheli, development of 13.25 million ton per annum Gandhamaran project at OMC Extra. Mecon is very much instrumental in installation of various sinter and pellet plants in India way back from 1968 and 1985 respectively. Present installed capacity of sinter plant in India is about 103 million ton per year, out of which Mecon has provided design engineering consultancy service for installation of nearly 50 million ton per year capacity for various clients such as SAIL, NMDC, JSW, JSPL, NINL, BPSL, BSL, etc. Similarly, installed capacity of pellet plant in India is about 113 million ton per year, out of which Mecon has provided DEC services for installation of nearly 45 million ton per year of various clients such as NMDC, KOICL, JSW, BPSL, BRPL, Monet, MSPL, etc. At the end, as we all know, iron ore industry of our country is undergoing a transformation phase, intensive mining with a eco-friendly manner, coupled with adoption of advanced beneficiation techniques, particularly for iron ore having Fe 45 to 55%, will play the vital role to ensure the raw material security for the steel sector of our country. Intense R&D works, particularly in the beneficiation sector, is the need of the hour. With all the all-round support from the central and state government, we are moving in a positive direction so far as iron ore mining industry is concerned. Hopefully, India could emerge as a potential player not only to fulfill the domestic raw material demand on long-term sustainable basis for the economic growth of our country, but also definitely contribute the global iron ore sector in its growth path. I once again thanks to the organizer for arranging this international conference on iron ore with support of MS. Thank you all.
Thank you, Amit Raj sir, for guiding us with your wisdom and sharing your light. Due to busy schedule, Vinay Kumar sir is leaving the venue. So I would like to request Monica Bachchan, founder and CEO of Metalogic Project Management, present the memento to Vinay Kumar sir. Yes. Thank you, Vinay Kumar sir, for your valuable time and presence. Now, I would like to request Mr. Sabyasachi Mohanty, Director Operations, Odisha Mining Corporation. Sir will join through online. Can we have a good round of applause for Sabyasachi Mohanty, sir?
Hello? Yes, sir, you're audible. You're audible. Sir, the slides are not moving? Yeah, okay.
There in our, we have, or there is a manless web bridges are there. No human interference. Truck will take the QR code, it will scan it, go to the concerned web bridge. Thereafter, it will go to the concerned stacks. Stacks numbers are there. Thereafter, take the load, come back to the web bridge. There is no manpower is there, and then come back. So this is one of the biggest digital interventions that we have done in our all big mines, and the small mines are under the process. Now, once you are a merchant miner, you are involved with your buyer. So you have to make your buyer more satisfied. There also there should be as less as possible the manual interference. Our complete vendor registration till the payment to the vendor is, there is no human interference. It's completely online. That is called customer interface management system, SIMS. Vendor registration will be done there. Thereafter, after vendor registration, vendor will participate in the e-auction, which is conducted through the MSTC. Thereafter, automatically the registration number, their contracts will be generated. All the sale order, delivery orders are online. Vendor will pay the money. They will take the material. Invoice, as on today, they are giving the invoice manually to our people and they upload it. But in due course of time, maybe within a month or two, vendor will be given ID password. They will upload the invoice from there. They did not come to any of our office. This is how it is called a vendor management system. And basically this increases the transparency and this increases reduce the timelines also. So their cash flow for the vendor is more. These are the different type. Now we are going for the contract litigation management system. We are going for your laboratory information management system, land management system. All these things are under process now. So this digitization will play and is being playing a major role for the improvement in the mining industry. This already we have spoken it. Customer management system, we have spoken. Logistic management system, we have spoken it. Litigations, beams, these are all digital interventions. Now in safety also, we have our own, we are using the OSAFE, that is safety management system, in which each and everything is logged. Even one simple incident is being done, even logged by the mobile, IoT based. And if it does not be sorted out in certain level, at certain time, it will go to the next level. That notifications will come within the scheduled time. It needs to be sorted out. Now coming to the drone. Although we are speaking a lot regarding the AI and drone survey and all, as far as in India now, drone survey is limited to the stock management. Drone survey is limited to the stock management. Even OMC also, organization also, my knowledge, can be used also real-time slope monitoring. And we have started using it for the real-time slope monitoring drone survey. Even drone survey can be used for the real-time mine planning, production planning, I'll say. Real-time production planning and production scheduling, which we are not yet using it, but all the mining industries should go for that use of drones so that the decision-making process may be faster with respect to the quality and with respect to the excavations. Probable solution, beneficiation, I'll not speak much. There are a lot of other panelists are there. Reduction roasting, it is still not in the commercial stage. Yes, low grade beneficiation required. There should be some policy for we are advocating that policy for the long back, maybe from 2004, 2005, the incentivization of the low grade producer. That should be there. Even I also feel that should be there. Otherwise, nobody will use it. And we have got the beneficiation plant, and only hardly 17% of the total fines production is used in the 58%, but 42% of the capacity utilization in the beneficiation only. So balance beneficiation plant, balance part of the beneficiation remain idle. By mean beneficiation, it is not the washing. Proper technology should be used so that the low grade fines can be used. At the same time, my earlier speaker what says that the use of tailings, and there also incentivization should be given for the use of tailings. It is a mineral waste, and it is the wealth from the waste. And rather, I will say that it's a zero discharge mining. So, policy should be there to incentivize the use of the, not only to use the low grade beneficiation, but also to use the tailings. So that it is an end-to-end solution will be there. People will be, industry will be more benefited, and industry will be more coming forward for this. Exploration. I will say the exploration. Exploration is the major part in any mining industry. Now, how the explore, there are a lot of techniques, how the digitization can change the life of the explorations. I mean, the digitization can change the lives, the timelines of the explorations. I'll give a case study for this. This is the value chain in the explorations. By ArcGIS, you can to use this value chain. What are the software or what are the digital interventions can be done? And first part, and second part, how to use those digital interventions for the decision making. By saying that, you may use some software for your remote sensing, some software for your geological mapping, data creation, something for the explorations, something for your resource modeling like SARPAC and other. But now how to collate those data, keep it in one warehouse, where I can, by clicking one, I can get the data for the each and every block wise. That will be helpful for state government for the auctioning purpose. The bidder can click it, pay the money, bidder can click it and get the complete data. And the operational mine owners, maybe captive, whether it's a captive or merchant, they can use those exploration data, their block wise, their deposit wise. For this line, I will say this is a typical case which is followed by OMC now. OMC has been entrusted by the state government for doing the explorations for the virgin area and other non-auction mine which are to be auctioned again second time or third time to find out the potential. For that purpose, we have engaged one company, overseas company called STC. STC is basically a JV between one African company and one Indian company. IDPX, African company is MSA. And then IDPX, that Nagpur-based Indian company, it is again consortium between one Canadian company and our Indian company. So, they have been given.
Yes. Sorry to interrupt. Request you to please conclude in 2 minutes.
Okay. I'll not take more than 3 to 4 minutes.
Sure, sir.
Here, the job has been given for the mineral resource mapping, QA/QC, strategic implementation, the G2 level, and execution of the G2 level. Now, what is the flow sheet for this? How they are doing it? Here, each and everywhere you will see that the technology interventions is there, and there is I'll say digital interventions is there. The team will study the legacy report which has been done by the DOMG and the GSI. From the legacy report, they will do the data interpretations. From that, they will go to the prospective blocks. From the prospective blocks, they will again filter it. They go to the auctionable blocks. Then auctionable blocks, then it will be presented to the TEC, Technical Evaluation Committee. Thereafter, it will be again heliborne survey and airborne survey, geophysical survey, geological survey, one by one by delineating that. Thereafter, they will go for the resource modeling, which will be used for the auction purpose. So, the state for which heliborne purpose and airborne purpose, here in the state of Odisha, there are around 55% of the mineralized area is still unexplored. There, this airborne and heliborne survey will give you the indications of the mineral, and then you can use this, including the legacy data, for identifying their potential and putting it in the auction and making it in the more operational, making available the iron ore in the market. This is the slope stability, what I spoke about the real-time monitoring system. Slurry pipeline, I'll not speak much. Although our in India 72% goes by the road only as on today. Rail is very less. We have to go for the slurry pipeline, and I think other panelists will speak about the slurry pipeline. Carbon footprint, yes, we are going for the, as on today, there are 10% of our energy is the carbon footprint, is the solar energy, but there is, for the all the benefit of the all the audience, I would say that there is a policy coming up that is called the green energy certifications. In the green energy certifications, in Odisha part I am telling you, Gridco will purchase the power from the different of Gridco for their total power. 33% of the power they will collect it from the different renewable energy producers. Now, and the distributor is the DISCOM, and supplier is the transmitter is the OPTCL. So the DISCOM, when he distributes it, if anybody wants to get 100% renewable energy, they will be issuing the green energy certificate. And for that 100% renewable energy, the premium will be 20 paisa additional per unit. So the 33% which Gridco as a bucket purchasing it from others, ultimately it is being distributed to the other parties, the user, for using it by paying the premium. So indirect way you are using the green energy, and you get the green energy certificates also. And this is one part we are going to implement it. I don't know whether it will be usable, whether it will be acceptable for the purpose of the SDF or not. I request if anybody from IBM is there, this must be acceptable for the SDF for the star rating also.
So,
then,
request to please conclude.
Yes. Common control system, I have told it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Check. Thank you, Sabyasachi sir, for enriching our minds. Now, I would like to request Mr. M.V. Subbarao, Director of Lloyds Metals and Energy, former CMD, Kaiso Limited. Can we have a great round of applause for sir, please?
Andariki Subodayam, respected dignitaries and as N.D. Rao garu and Mecon Director, Ramit, and founder and CEO, Monica Madam, dignitaries of the dais and my dear friends. First of all, I would like to congratulate all of you on the occasion of International Yoga Day. Now, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to Monica for conducting such a wonderful seminar, exclusively on iron ore in the city of Vizag. Because Vizag is having a separate identity for industry. Because Vizag was one time back biggest industrial city in South India. Now it is taken over by JSW. And Vizag, one more advantage, two ports, seaports located very near to city. Visakhapatnam Port Trust, hardly 5 kilometers, and Gangavaram Port, other side. Number two, road, rail, sea, and air, all linkages are there. So this city is going to become one of the biggest industrial cities in the coming days because the other advantages are there. Vizag is the best place to procure iron ore. If you see from Chhattisgarh, NMDC to here, hardly 1,200 rupees railway freight. And from Lloyds, around 1,300 to 1,400 rupees. And number two, Orissa, that was around 1,500 rupees comes from only logistics. So, lot of places available. And earlier, KOSL also planned to set up a 2 million ton pellet plant in Visakhapatnam port. Afterwards, you know that because of some reasons we have dropped. Now, NMDC is coming very big way to lay a slurry pipeline along with the pellet plant. Maybe next 4 or 5 years, they may start the job also. That is the big news in the NMDC now. So in the future, I expect that Vizag will become biggest industrial city. And by personal, I will link it to this place because first I joined my engineering in Vizag, Andhra University. But within 2 months, I left to NIT Varangal. My first job also joined in Vizag only. So that's why I like this place. So that's why my sincere thanks I can tell you to Monica Madam. And coming to iron ore industry, my experience more in iron ore pelletization. First pelletization plant in India started 1960s at Goa, capacity of 1.8 million ton. Pellet industry, those days considered only export-oriented industry, not for domestic consumption. After that, KOSL, where I spent most of the time, that came up a big way with 22 million tons mining and 7 million tons beneficiation. That KOSL formed in 1976. Started mining within 4 is at 81. That's the only plant in India of the public sector. without escalation of time and budget, plant started. That time they supply main concentrate to Iran. Afterwards, Iran, for political disturbance, developed market in Japan, Korea, and other countries. Again, 1996, again, severe drop in the global market. Then they commissioned pellet plant of 3 million ton. Of course, KOSL, that one crossed full capacity utilization of 3 million ton. Only export, no domestic sale. Third plant, up in Vizag only, that Yasashka commissioned the 6 million pellet plant. Most of the people, my own company, Kudurmi company only. So that's why that is the world story of the pellet industry. Maximum 10 million ton capacity before 2000. Today capacity 150 million tons. Of course, Orissa is the biggest epicenter for iron ore mining and also pellet industry. 50% of pellet capacity located in Orissa only, followed by other states like Karnataka and Maharashtra now. Coming to light steel, lights initially started with 2 million ton iron ore mining, but within 1 year, they hiked capacity to 10 million tons. And next 1 year, expecting to touch double the capacity, almost 18 million it will cross by December. So that is how, after NMDC, OMC, lights is going to become the biggest merchant iron ore supplier for the country. Advantage of lights is central located in Maharashtra. Now they supply from Maharashtra to Karnataka, of course Orissa, West Bengal, Gujarat, everywhere. Because location advantage lights. So in the coming days, lights also going to becoming a biggest supplier to Indian steel industry. So this pellet industry always a dependable industry. If you see globally, steel price drop means first they ask consumption on the pellet industry. Since beginning, pellet industry not given much support by the government of India. But 2010-11, government realized pellet industry is a value-added product, and they reduced import duty on the machinery from 7.5 to 2.5%. Afterwards, pellet capacity had increasing. Today, almost crossed 150 million tons. And as per our steel policy also, 2017, steel capacity is 300 million tons. That occur almost more than 600 million tons. In that, at least 25 to 50% going to become a pellet, become a main raw material. So pellet industry, those days, of course, no one in India. After 2010, only started using more in India. So for today, pellet industry without exports, it will not be very difficult to survey because awareness still not increased. Okay, bigger blast furnaces like JSW, JSPL, or they are using more than 50%. But smaller blast furnaces still using around 10% only. And otherwise, national market only sponge iron industry. Sponge iron also price sensitive. Because more price for the sponge produced through lump ore. Number two for pellet, there's always price difference is there. But in the coming days, because depletion of high-grade ore and the logistics issue, pellet is going to become a main raw material for entire steel industry. Now I am working for Welspun also as advisor. There we started using pellets. After using pellets, productivity has gone up, CO2 emissions has reduced, and also this productivity has increased and slag volume has reduced. So in the coming days, Indian industry depends only on the pellet industry, I feel that. Beneficiation also, that one of the important factor. Capacity today is more than 150 million ton, but capacity utilization is very less in India. But pellet capacity now increased 80% to earlier 50%, but beneficiation has improved first of all their capacity utilization. Number two, we have to increase more on the beneficiation because in the future, there is no availability of high-grade ore. For us, no other holes. The whole option is that beneficiate the low-grade ore. Sometime back, iron ore means 64 plus. Today, 62 we are calling as high-grade ore. Today, low-grade ore below 60. That is the status. In the future, we don't get 63, 64 also. One option is that we have to beneficiate low-grade ore up to 55, 54 also. Lights are now planning to beneficiate up to 35 Fe to the 67. Already work has started already. So next year, Lights starting this pellet plant. Next 2 to 3 years, beneficiation plant also. There are almost 45 million tons of beneficiation plant of the light steel. So I feel that future is only beneficiation. Number two, slurry pipeline and pelletization. These three are going to play a major role in India. And the national steel policy followed by the government of India, initial consumption in India. Today already we have capacity utilization gone up in steel industry. So I feel by 2030, against 250 million ton production, we may touch that capacity. If you see the project last 5 years improvement in the steel production. So with this, I complete my no presentation. And first of all, thank you very much for all of you for giving this opportunity to speak to you, for patiently hearing to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Subbarao sir, for taking time and sharing experiences with us. Now, last but not least in the panel, Mr. N.D. Rao, President of Ata Group. Can we have a great round of applause for N.D. Rao, sir?
I hope it is not good afternoon, good morning only. Good morning, everybody. And my dear guru and teacher, Professor D.D. Mishra sir is here. I was his student in IIT Kagapur, and the dignitaries on the dais and the other dais. My job is to give some assignments to some of the companies here, and of course to Metalogic also. The national steel policy is 500 million ton steel by 2047, which requires, I think Mr. Prasad can help me in this. For 1 ton of steel, the cargo logistics challenges, movement of cargo for 500 million tons steel by 2047, India requires around 1.8 billion tons of cargo movement. Today, Indian Railways, I think total cargo handling is around 1.8 billion tons. If entire thing is dedicated to only steel sector, then what about all of us, the rest of the country? Of course, there are technical solutions are also available. I'm here to suggest that. And thanks for the various companies, they have set up their stalls there. Like most of the minerals can be transported through slurry pipelines. All minerals, whether it is coal or iron ore, particularly our topic of discussions today is iron ore, it can be. And it will be, it has to be also. I'm coming to that point also, why it has to be. Monica ji, my request, please kindly organize one big conference of similar at Delhi with the secretaries, how the logistic challenge which the country will face. I think most of you are aware of it today. If you look at the national highways, number of accidents every year taking place on the roads, it's around 7 lakh accidents, and around, I think before last year in one calendar year, around 1.7 lakh people died, and around 5 lakh people injured. And this is the significance of, and the road, decongestion of the roads are also very essential, and also the railway traffic. The solution, only solution to this is transporting the minerals through slurry pipelines. It is technical solutions are there. Monica ji, logistics, please organize. I hope most of us from steel industry and iron ore, and why POSCO has left India, they didn't set up their plant. There is a big relevance here. Can anybody tell why POSCO did not set up? And they wanted to exchange our Indian iron ore, they want to give it to somewhere and bring some part of the iron ore to India. Why in international trade, Indian iron ore prices are less on the same grade comparing to say 62 grade or 60 or 58 grade comparing to Brazil or Australia and some other countries. God has gifted, blessed us a lot of resources, including very good iron ore resources, but also He has left some work for us, all of us to do. Monica ji, God has left a lot of work for you also, for all of us here, the steel industry to do also on this. The main reason why POSCO went out of India is alumina level in our iron ore. Because our iron ore, except NMDC Baladilla, you are blessed again that your alumina level is less. That's why you are exporting to Japan and other countries. That's why in Vizag that direct loading onto the ship conveyor system is also there, mechanical loading. So why it has to be removed is when I was doing an assessment for Vizag Steel Plant on behalf of CII for Rajiv Gandhi National Quality Award and EXIM Award also. In 2006, I did it. I asked the CMD, Mr. Shivashagar Rao was the CMD at that point of time in 2006. I was in Tata Steel. So I have asked him, what is your slag rate you are generating for ton of hot metal? He said it was 525 kgs. Appeared to me the world's highest slag rate generation, whereas the world's lowest slag generation at that point of time, even till today, is around 165 kgs per ton of hot metal. And whereas Vizag Steel Plant at that point of time. So I asked him, what is the reason? He said, NMDC. NMDC is sending muck to me. That's why. Actually, it was alumina. Why alumina is poison in steel making is, I was part of a task force in Tata Steel to reduce the slag rate in the Tata Steel blast furnaces from 280 kilos per ton of hot metal to 220 kilos per ton of hot metal in one stage. See, most of the steel making, particularly in India at that point of time, using iron ore agglomerates only through sinter. When alumina is more in iron ore, in order to increase the strength of the sinter, with high alumina is there, strength of the sinter is very low, and when you are charging it to the blast furnace, the reduction does not take place because of the cracking and the fines generation. So therefore, the alumina, therefore they were adding other flex minerals like limestone, dolomite, and other things. And that's why in a sinter, when you feed 63 grade Fe into sinter-mating iron ore, the iron ore in the form of sinter, it comes out at 57, 5% down because of the effect of alumina on that. That's why the beneficiation is required. It reduces the alumina. And what we found out as part of the task force was, for a 5 million ton steel plant, 1% reduction in alumina in iron ore, please don't increase the prices of iron ore. The cost reduction in the steel making was 250 crores for a 5 million ton steel plant. So this is what we have come out of that. NMDC. So please. So this was the challenge left to us. So rightly chosen topic by Metalogic, and the iron ore beneficiation has to happen, and the slurry pipelines, because when our mineralogy of iron ore is different from several other countries. Iron ore is available, I think, in the form of at least 18 minerals. Mostly we know hematite, magnetite, goethite, limonite, lamonite, and siderite, and jasperites, taconites, martite. There are a lot of other things are there. But particularly in Odisha, Jharkhand, and Karnataka, Goa, all these areas, you have goethitic, pure goethitic ore. Fe is around 62%, 100% pure. If it is limonitic, laterite, it is below 60. And only hematite and magnetite, they can go up to plus 65. Magnetite is 72, and hematite is 69.5, and all the things. Mineralogy has a major play, so therefore the beneficiation requires. And when we beneficiate, the size reduction has to take place. The particle size will be below, say, 100 microns or 50 microns. Then the transportation is a problem. There, the slurry pipelines have a major role, and they can very safely and smoothly transport. Those things are there. And the other, I will be discussing in my next topic on slurry pipelines, how it makes such a wonders to steel making process and other minerals also. There are technical solutions available to us, and of course, challenges are also there. And one more thing I would like to mention here. When I had a lot of discussions with the Minister Steel and the Secretary Steel in the year 2015 to come up with a national grid of slurry pipelines. And also here, I think Lloyds has started, and NMDC, my request, and OMC also I told, Monica ji, please note down, and as a part of policy making to the government, that like Amazon model, Amazon door delivery, whatever you want, they deliver at your door. Similarly, slurry pipelines of the major commercial mining companies, they can deliver iron ore in the form of a slurry at your plant site. They can do home delivery also. So like NMDC, OMDC can do it, and one pipeline can take care of that, like water delivering it to different customers, and slurry pipelines can also do that. Patterson Coke is there. I think that's the reason they are here, and they can provide the solutions, and the other pumps manufacturers are also here. They can provide these solutions. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you, Metalogic.
Thank you, N.D. Rao sir, for your energetic information about iron ore industry. Now, I would like to request Monica Bachchan to present the mementos to our special guest. Now, I would like to request Monica Bachchan to present memento to Amit Raj sir. Now, I would like to request, hand over the memento to Mr. Subbarao sir. And now I would like to request Monica madam to present one more memento to N.D. Rao sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your time. Dais, Mr. Pradeep Pandurangi, Senior Product Manager of Idea Force Technology Limited. Can we have a great round of applause for Pradeep Pandurangi? मैं जानता हूं कि बहुत देर से आप सब बैठे हैं, लेकिन थोड़ी बहुत एनर्जी तो बनती है. एक बार जोरदार तालियां तो होनी चाहिए. कम ऑन एवरीवन. Always बड़े बड़े शहरों में छोटी छोटी विलंब होते रहती है. So now this time I would like to request season 1 speakers, and they are none other than everyone's favorite, Mr. Priya Ranjan Prasad, Director Steel Making, Lloyds Metals and Energy Private Limited. Mr. Priya Ranjan Prasad, sir, please join us on the dais. Can we have a good round of applause for Priya Ranjan Prasad, sir? Director Steel Making, Lloyds Metals and Energy Limited. Thank you, sir. And now I would like to request Mr. Vishal Shukla, Senior Manager of Beneficiation, Tata Steel. I request him to join us on the dais, sir. Mr. Vishal Shukla ji. Yeah. Now I would like to request Mr. A.S. Prasad, Director and CEO of ISAR Minmet Limited. Sir, please join us on the dais. Priya Ranjan sir is in the dais. We are waiting for Vishal Shukla sir and A.S. Prasad sir. Sir, please join us on the dais. So now I would like to hand over this mic to Mr. Priya Ranjan Prasad sir. Meanwhile, I would like to call Vishal Shukla, sir, Senior Manager of Beneficiation, Tata Steel. Sir, please join us on the dais. Can we have a great round of applause for sir, please? Would like to request Priya Ranjan, sir, to continue.
Yeah, good morning. First of all, I would like to thank Monica ji and Metalogic team for inviting me here to talk to this August gathering. I am Priya Ranjan Prasad. I am from Lloyds Metals. Lloyds is a group of company which is from mines to metal. Also, we have EPC, which includes engineering to construction and manufacturing base. So that's the Lloyds group. Today I'm going to talk about beneficiation. I'm very thankful to the speakers who have spoken earlier. They have made my task easier, especially Mr. N.D. Rao, who is my ex-senior from Tata Steel, where I was for 34 years, and Sabyasachi Mohanty. Let me begin by saying that beneficiation is the need of our, the previous speakers also have said that beneficiation is the need of our. And the objective of that has been very well explained in the manner that the alumina load on the iron making has to be brought down to improve the efficiency of production of hot metal. As it was said, that 1% reduction in alumina has a huge impact on the cost, which is in terms of coke rate, particularly in the blast furnaces. I would also like to quote here one of the most renowned technologists that we have in the country. Of course, he is not here at the moment, but then I would like to take his name, Mr. Purohit, who was with Metso. And Mr. Purohit would say, ore is ore. And that is what the Almighty has given us. This high grade, low grade dump has been defined by us. And I'm talking about iron ore particularly. Entire lot of iron ore must be beneficiated, more so for bringing down the alumina. As a result, the Fe level goes up. And the load on the iron making comes down, or the steel making also comes down, because alumina and silica has to be removed. Better to invest in the earlier process to do that. So the basic aim of or objective of beneficiation is to improve the efficiency, bring down the cost, and have better profitability, better EBITDA, etc. This is the content of presentation, which I will go through as I go along. Earlier speakers also have talked about our reserves that we have worldwide in India and the requirement that we have in the country. It was said that we produced some 280 million tons of iron ore last year. But what is to be noted out that is, out of 280 million tons, some 48 million tons was exported, and some 5.5, 6 million ton was imported. Now this 48 million ton is what we call less than 58 or low grade was exported. But if that is beneficiated, we have so much more ore available, good grade ore available for our steel making process. And it would be definitely required when we aspire to make 260 or 300 million tons of steel in this country. Also, there is a lot of pressure, a lot of aspiration to go green in steel making, and that's why the DRI EF route is being preferred, because the CO2 emission is lower there. And that needs, especially the vertical shaft DRI process, that needs high purity pellets with high CCS, with the gas-based technology to do EF route. And there's a great demand going up in the world of DRI route. And we don't have iron ore and pellets to do that. So the only route is we beneficiate, take the Fe levels beyond 66, 67, and produce pellets that can be charged to DRI furnaces. And there will be more and more demand. And there is a gap. There is requirement is much more, the demand is much more than what is being produced right now. And of course, I talked about the coke rate and the carbon rate that would come down in the blast furnaces if we eliminate alumina and silica by beneficiation. Andy Ross talked about the various minerals that we have. It's just a depiction of different iron ore mineralogy that we have. I would like to stress upon the last one, that is the banded hematite quartzite and banded hematite jasper. That is not taken into account when we say 33 billion tons reserve is there. There's a huge, huge deposit of banded hematite, quartzite, BHQ and BHJ, also BMQ. And a lot of stress is required, a lot of investment is required, a lot of research is required to get that into valuable ore, valuable, let's say, concentrate. And there are research being done in the various universities and various research labs. Also, some of the leading industrial houses are doing it. But yes, much more needs to be done in that direction. Well, I would not touch upon the basic technology. It is known to all of us. Basically, it is a wet process. Of course, we also have dry process, but I'm talking of basically wet process. Sabyasachi mentioned that somewhere 150 million tons beneficiation plant capacity is available in the country, and only 42% is being utilized. One reason that is given is that we don't have tailing dams or place to tail. Yes, that's a fact. But together we have to find a solution along with government, along with research institute. But the fact is that if we want, we can do it. And the need is there, need of the hour is there. The government, the captive steel makers, the merchant miners, all have to put together their effort to go in this direction. And as it was mentioned, that 48 million ton of low-grade ore was exported, mostly to China. What do? They take that low-grade ore, beneficiate to 66, 67. In fact, China has primarily low Fe deposits in their country, and they are the third or second highest in mining right now in terms of million tons. They beneficiate everything that comes out from the mines, whether it's a 62 grade or a 48 grade or the BHQ, everything they beneficiate. They take it to beyond 64, 66. Some of them I have seen personally, and it is really an eye-opener for all of us to go and see that. Well, in the technology portion, a lot of us have the scrubbers and gravity separation and magnetic separation. A specific focus is the flotation. In coal washeries, of course, we have a lot of flotation equipment. In iron ore, our country has not put that effort to improve the grade or remove the impurities. That is one area which definitely needs a special focus in the years to come. Some of us have started doing that, but much more is needed there. So I thought I will just touch upon the flotation part. Of course, it has a requirement of chemical reagents, etc., which needs environment focus also. But then that is one area which needs a special focus. This is a small process flow sheet which is available in any of the beneficiation plants that we have. The process definitely needs crushing and grinding to a certain value where the liberation can take place. Unlike cement industry, where a lot of equipment in terms of grinding, you have HPGR available. In iron ore industry, it has not been so popular. But the output of grinding in HPGR compared to the conventional ball mill and rod mill, but the text says that the particle size that you need, the control is much better, and we can look at it as we do more and more beneficiaries in the country. So that is one area I want to touch upon. And there was a lot of focus on slurry pipeline for both in terms of cost and, again, green. And Indira touched upon the safety part of it, the accidents. So slurry pipeline is again the need of hour. And one of my colleagues will speak about it from Lloyd's on slurry pipeline. Now the slurry pipeline, we got only 3 or 4 at the moment existing in this country for transportation of iron ore. 2 is with ArcelorMittal and 1 is with BRPL. And all 3 of them are facing one problem, except for the Kirandul-Vizag pipeline, which has been operated upon as per the recommendation of the pipeline designer. The surface finish of the pipeline is very important, and we must maintain that surface finish. And this surface is as-rolled pipe, which is bent into making a pipe, as-rolled plate, which is made bent into the pipe. And there, the control of, let's say, plus 150 micron is very, very important. And I know the people in Kirandul-Vizag pipeline have done it very nicely, which some of us did not do in Odisha. And that's why the classification required to cut the right size, more and more ultra-fine screen would be needed rather than just cyclone. Cyclone could be used for a classification for feeding into the mills, but then the final, which goes into the pipeline, must have this ultra-fine screen of certain micron size to keep the pipeline as smooth and as clean as possible. Often it is said that what is the yield? I have just given one example here of a low grade for which we have billions of tons of dumps available all over the country, Odisha or Chhattisgarh or Goa. Goa itself has, I suppose, more than 500 million tons of dump because of our practice of selective mining, which I would say that is not a correct thing to do. And I would again repeat what Mr. Purohit said, ore is ore. So even if you take low-grade dumps, and here I would like to say that it can be enhanced to a very, very high grade. Government of India has given tailing less than 45, but very soon it will come down to maybe 35 or 25. I just put a figure less than 20. It could be less than 10 also. The technology is available. The steel makers who invest a lot of money, hot metal onwards, need to invest in the initial areas. Also, the merchant miners need to do that. And this is an empirical number that I have put. Please do not go by it. It can be better than that also. Especially in magnetic ore, of course, you get 7-8% also, but then even hematite ore, it is possible to do that. A particular GL is required, a particular well is required to do that. We all know about the technologies, and I've just listed down broadly what is to be applied again. And again, I have put at the bottom the froth flotation or the reverse flotation, whatever we call. And more effort is needed in that direction. These benefits have been enumerated, particularly in terms of alumina reduction, which leads to, I repeat again, reduction in carbon rate or the coke rate. And I spoke about the DRI requirement. Now, what are the issues and challenges? If it was simple, we would have done it. It is not that simple. So there are many challenges. One of the biggest challenges, the mineral blocks that earlier Sabyasachi talked about, some of the mineral blocks are as small as 1 million ton and 2 million ton. It cannot happen like that. You have to have mineral blocks in the country which is large enough. We feed 15 million, we feed 20 million through that. And then we look at beneficiation at a large scale. And of course, I have already spoken about the low grade and BHQ. One of the most important challenges is the tailing management. Ours is a country which has very large population and land availability is an issue. But if you look at the overall sustainability and overall efficiency, it makes sense. It needs a combined effort on the part of the industry, the mines, the government bodies, institutes, and people like Metalogic and Steel Mint to put together an effort to do that, because it is going to be cost effective, it is going to be beneficial for industry, beneficial for country, society, everything. Another big challenge is water. We talked about slurry pipeline. Slurry pipeline needs water. India, in general, has, and this is, let's say, surface water needed. And there is going to be a scarcity of water. But then this water has to be reused. And one such example, we found that the water which is carrying in the pipeline, we gave it to a nearby industry who were drawing water from some other place to reduce their water consumption. So this water can be used in these subsequent down processes in the steel making itself. But yes, water availability is a challenge. Any plant would need capital, and this also needs capital. But then it has to be done. There's no question about it. Thank you very much. I would also like to mention that Lloyds have a foundation, Lloyds Infinite Foundation, which has built a medical hospital in a very, very remote location where there was no such facility available. We have 30-bedded hospital near the mines. We also have built a unit where the local women are trained to learn stitching. And as a result, there is a small gift hamper, which is the shirt stitched there. It has been brought here by some of my colleagues for you to take it back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Priyaranjan sir, for your masterpiece information about this industry. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to request Mr. Vishal Shukla, G, Senior Manager, Beneficiation of Tata Steel. I request everyone, can we have a great round of applause for Mr. Vishal Shukla to address the gathering.
Good afternoon to everyone and seniors. First of all, I would like to thank you to PRP sir for giving a very insightful presentation on iron ore beneficiation and available technologies. My presentation topic is waste management. Presently, what others are doing in this area and what are the available technologies. To start with, I will mainly try to focus on what are the top major iron ore producer countries and how much tailing they are generating, sir. Normally, mainly we focus on what is the production quantity by each countries, but we also focus how much tailing they are generating. If you see in this year, tailing generation by each country is given below. In the last 2 decades, the tailing generation quantity has been increased significantly because due to depletion of the ore grade. As the ore grade is depleted, we are generating more waste and the tailing in the mines and stacking in the mines. So how the tailing is being generated at the mines? They are, during the excavation, there are different types of ore grade is being produced. First one, like the high grade ore, that is the more than 63%. It is only required dry processing, and we have to process this ore and produce lump and fines. Now after that, we have to get greater than 58%. This required washing to achieve the desired grade for downstream process. This process generates some quantity of fines. Now this is a third type of grade, that is a 55 to 58%. That is we consider as a low grade ore. It required complete beneficiation route to achieve desired grade, and it also generate the tailing, and which we stack in the mines. Now the main concern which we produce the sub-grade ore, that is considered 45 to 55% actually. Presently, in the maximum plant across the world, we are stacking this type of grade in the mines for the future purpose. And the last one, and the less than 45% Fe, this is below than threshold value, which we are stacking as a reject. So mainly, if you see, as the ore grade is depleted, the increasing difficulty level to beneficiate, and increasing the operating cost also. So overall the picture you can see, presently we are utilizing maximum 65% of ore what we are excavating, and 35% in the form of subgrade, low grade and tailing we are stacking in the mines. So how the iron ore is happening in India, and for what are the challenges for the waste management, and what are the difference is there. So if you see, there are mainly 4 types of zone in India. That Odisha Jharkhand belt, Durg Bastar belt, Bellary belt, and the Maharashtra Goa belt. These 3 belts belong to ferrogenous nature, and this one is belong to iron ore siliceous nature. So what are the difference in this zone have? Odisha Jharkhand belt, that is high Fe, contains high alumina and moderate to low silica. This is very fine liberation required for this process, and it is very less for the beneficiation, low amenable for beneficiation route. And it generates very less yield if you are going for the beneficiation, that is around 40% and 45%. Now coming to Bastar belt, it is a high Fe, medium alumina, and moderate to high silica, moderate beneficiality for this type of ore. Whereas the Bellary, this is moderate to high Fe, low alumina, this is very amenable for beneficiation route. And the last one is the Goa belt, this is siliceous iron ore. This is low to medium Fe, low alumina, and amenable for beneficiation route. And if you go for the beneficiation, this type of, you will get good yield. Now you will see what are the difference between this ore and what are the challenges there. So if you divide Indian iron ore in 2 parts, western region and eastern region, Odisha, Jharkhand and the Durg Bastar come in the eastern part, and the rest 2 in the western part. So in the first impression, if we see Odisha, Jharkhand has a high Fe, whereas the western region has a low Fe. But the main challenge is that even in spite of high Fe, it is a high alumina also. And the association of gangue is very fine inclusion. Compared to the western region, it has a wide filling. And the deportment of alumina in this region is in the mainly form of the goethite, that is 65%. And that 35% is coming from the clay and kaolinite. So as the alumina is deported mainly along with the iron bearing particles, so it is very difficult to beneficiate this type of ore. This is the main challenge for the waste generation in the eastern part. So why the waste management is required? There is a main 2 objectives. The first one is it contains high iron value. So we need to establish techno-economical process to make it desirable for the downstream process, and for the self-sustainability for iron ore for organic growth of any organization. And second one, environment and safety. If you see in the last 40 to 50 years, there are a lot of incidents which were slime dam failure case was observed. And it also required a significant area for slime disposal and the high water loss. These are major 2 objectives for required the waste management. So what should be the approach for the waste management? Increase existing resource utilization, that is in the form of subgrade and slime, by increasing the beneficiation effectiveness. Second one, efficient dewatering technology to dispose that existing tailing for the potential resource for the future. And third one, we should also focus on the technology development to upgrade the ore, which has a less than 45% Fe. This is the practice across the world, what others are doing to, to enhance the resource utilization. If you see, start with the Australia, Australia is mainly working on the media suppression along with the dense media suppression. If you go to China, media suppression, flotation, or also they are working on the reduction technology. It is an emerging technology in China presently. And if you India, mainly spiral, media suppression, and some plant is the flotation is also in the one plant is there. And if you go to South Africa mainly is, they are focusing on dense media cyclone along with the media suppression. In the Brazil, they are working mainly flotation, media suppression, and combination of these two technologies. And the USA is the flotation process is there. So if you see across the globe, 51% plant using the flotation along with the media suppression. And the 41% plant is using only the media suppression process. 7% is the flotation, and 1% is using gravity concentration and dense media suppression. So overall conclusion of this line, the combination of two distinct processes also was most appropriate option to ensure the less iron loss and reduce the waste generation. So how can we increase the existing process beneficiation effectiveness? If you see, as the ore grade is depleting, we are increasing the fineness of the tailing. So if earlier the existing process was the gravity concentration to increase the desired grade and yield. So as the fineness is increasing, we have to switch to magnetic suppression. And further, if the fineness is increasing, we have to work on the surface property like flotation, selective flotation to achieve the desired grade. This may vary as per the geological deposit of the ore, geological complexity, to maximize the economic gain. So what is the roadmap for increasing resource utilization and waste management? As mentioned in the initial slide, presently we are utilizing only 65% of ore. So we need to work on this is slime briquetting, slime beneficiation to recover iron value, total beneficiation to beneficiate 55 to 58% ore, beneficiation of minus 10 micron. As the ore is depleting, the percentage of minus 10 micron is also increasing the day by day. The response of the media suppression is also not good. So also work on the surface properties technology like flotation. And the flow-sheet development for the BHJ utilization, also the main gray area, the 45 to 55%, we also work on to develop the technology for this. So overall, this is by this way, we can achieve to 80% of resource utilization in place of 65%. So what are the waste management practices in Tata Steel? Presently, we are working on the slime beneficiation as we are generating the huge quantity of slime. Now we are planning to set up the slime beneficiation plant to recover iron-bearing particles and reduce the slime loss. Along with the slime, we are also working on the subgrade. That is, I'm talking about the 45 to 55% ore. We have an exhaustive workout in last 2 Indian iron ore. Now we are planning to set up the subgrade plant to upgrade the dense subgrade plant to upgrade the up to desired level, that is around from the 52 to 53% Fe to 60 to 63% Fe. And this will give us the benefit in terms of reduction in slime loss and waste generation, reduction in dam footprint and stacked area, and mine sustainability. Now the second point, what is the approach for the waste management? Second one is efficient dewatering technology. So presently the disposal of slime is also the main concern. There are several plants which are not able to operate because of the not space in the tailing pond. So this is the slime disposal technology, evolving of dewatering practice. If you see, mainly it is objective is to increase the solid percent before discharging to tailing pond. If you see in the initial, the conventional thickener we are mainly used, which were discharging around 20-30% solid. Then we shifted to high rate thickener, that is 30 to 55% solid. As the solid percent will increase, water loss will decrease and disposal here will also come down. But presently across the world, there are main two technology, which is our paste thickener and pressure filter. Both technology has some positive and negative points. The paste thickener mainly contains 60% solids. It required low capex and opex. And this is good for the minus 45 micron particles. This is already established in Kumani, Batoy Steel, and Tata Steel, and Bajrang Ispat. Whereas the pressure filter, it contains 80% solid. It required high capex and opex. This is good for the plus 45 micron particles. And filtration rate decreases when the fineness is increasing and the clay content is increasing. This is already established in the Carrara in Australia and some other plants across the world. So this is the evolving of the dewatering technologies across the world. So what should be the efficient slime disposal process? So what observation we have, if you cut the slime at 45 micron, plus 45 micron, that is the coarser fraction, we should operate through a pressure filter, and the minus 45 micron, we should operate through a paste thickener. Combination of these technology can be effective solution. This will help to reduce the slime space by 70% and specific water consumption reduction by 50%. Now come to the summary and way forward part. Effective utilization of captive iron ore resources is need of the hour to remain the cost competitive in the steel market. Physical beneficiation is already established. We also focused on the flotation, dense media. These are commercially used in some plants across the world. And the reduction roasting is one of the emerging technology in the China for the complex type of ore. Utilize existing resource effectively to recover maximum iron bearing particles. Also focused on the efficient dewatering technologies. Combination of paste thickener and pressure filter may be one of the solution. Also work on technology established to upgrade the slime less than 45 and subgrade that is 45 to 55% Fe. That's bring me to end of my presentation. I would like to thank you for the attention. If there is any question, I would be more happy to answer them.
Can we have a very good round of applause for Vishal Shukla? Now I would like to call Mr. A.S. Prasad, Director and CEO of Isar Minmet Limited. I request sir to join us and address the gathering.
First, I appreciate the organizers for making a theme on all three together. Many of the conferences we speak is either on mining or on beneficiation technologies or processing low-grade ores and are the only pelletization. Now the neglected process is agglomeration, that is beneficiation and pellet plant between mining and steel making. So bringing all three together is going to be a grand success for the entire industry and the process industry. Thank you very much. Which key is working, boss? Okay. See, so I also tried to cover the topics, what of the theme of this conference, starting from mining and what all the economical operations exist today and the market for the process and all others, and at the last it is net zero approach, which is going to be the main transformation point for this mineral industry. I tried to put only my experience on the last 36 years of processing iron ore, and I started my career in Vizag, so again I feel very happy to address the gathering on mineral processing from the same dais. So, see the resource, as far as mining is concerned, resource estimation, where we say that we have 5 billion, 6 billion, 10 billions and all, a revalidation from time to time, the quality and quantity and the amenability to the subsequent processes is still to erupt. We all value the mine, we all value the resources that we have 5 billion tons of good grade, medium grade, low grade like that. It is not going to help anymore in the future days to come. Then the mine planning, many of the mines, if you look at even the developed countries, US and Canada, they have mined the good ore and kept the medium grade or the low grade or the fines or not processed earlier as a reserve, and they classify it as a secondary mine, and they started processing today, and they are making good business out of it. And third is the advanced techniques like artificial intelligence and use of drones. In one of the mines I was reading that they want to do the image analysis of the surface mine, whatever available, and not only the terrain, not only the area of mining, what the day-to-day operations, they are going into the image analysis of the pictures coming out of the mine to assay what they predicted over 10 years back and what are they doing today. So this is the type of challenges coming on the mining. And processing different grades separately to blend. Now this focus is now getting shifted to the mining rather to the upstream processes or the agglomeration processes. Because in the mining itself, people have to think how do we mix and blend the ore and supply a constant ore to the next processing team. Otherwise, it's going to be a big challenge. So, and third is every mine now looking at how do we extend the life of mine. What is it, 10 years, 15 years, or 25 years, 30 years? How do we extend? By optimizing the use of resources, not optimizing the resources, it is by using an optimal way how the next process industry will benefit out of it. So the mine planning is getting a shift towards the extending the life of mine. And the economical is sustainable operations. So there were many mines which were closed in Canada and they are getting opened up now. There are many mines in Europe closed for want of process challenges. They are getting opened up now with this. So at that point of time, how do we run this on a sustainable basis was not thought of. They thought we extract much as the blast furnace feed and we'll reserve this for the next generations. Now that next generations was not very far and they all started opening up the new mines and processes are getting developed. They are moving more and more towards the sustainable operations for over a period of range. And then the market will have to, especially for Indian operations, we'll have to optimize between domestic and international supplies because domestic has a different need and the international market has a different specifications to accept. So we'll have to exploit the mineral in such a way that we balance our reserves and reserve for our next generations also. And logistics, we are all talking about the multimodal logistics for the movement of minerals. Those slurry pipeline we have been talking from 90 onwards. Hardly there is only 1/10 of the ore is moved through slurry pipeline in India. Even the most developed country like Brazil or where their reserves are more, they have just moved from 15% to 24% as of now by the slurry transport. They are balanced still on the rail. And Australia, if you look at it, they are moving almost 1 billion ton of reserves all through by rail. So the technology needs to be deployed for a better use. And as Mr. Indira said today, if we start moving 1.5 billion only for iron ore, there is no space left for the other commodities. So we'll have to start going from 10%, 15% to maybe 50%. This infrastructure status, we have been fighting with the government of India from 2010 onwards or 2007 onwards, and we are little successful in getting a positive approach towards the slurry transportation through pipeline. Then the net zero approach, replace all the fossil fuel with the H2. That is the theme today. And our raw materials, as far as the iron ore is concerned, should be susceptible or acceptable for the iron making units to process through hydrogen reduction or carbon reduction. So there is a big challenge. The availability of raw material, the performance of the raw material towards hydrogen reduction, the technology is available. If you look at, there are only two predominant players in the world. One is the Midrex and the other is HOL. HOL has started way back in 1990s with the hydrogen reduction, maximum hydrogen reduction. So today they are saying that we are more forward in thinking in hydrogen reduction than the other processes people. So maybe it is possible. And to counter that, we need to develop our own technologies because we do not have the capability of making high quality DR grade pellets in India today. Our raw materials are more difficult to make towards that. So the requirement is another challenging. So development of a new reduction process using hydrogen or the other reductions or a plasma reduction is going to take the very difficult step and transformation in the years to come. So we know that these are the three products which come out of an iron ore mine. I'm not stressing on that. See, in mining operation, we are doing selective mining to get the good ore and leave the low grade or lean ore for the next generations. And it is happening for the last 100 years. This is not the only practice here. It is all over the world. So this is taking a big transformation today. Now they are saying that no, we'll have to use simultaneously both the ores. So that's a good thinking. Due to this above, many deposits today contain lean ores. All the high grade ore is more or less depleted or it is coming towards an end. So what is left is over only the lean ores to process, which are difficult to process because all our process technologies are based on using a good ore as of now. And the changeover from equipment, whether it will accept the lean ores or the medium grade ores is still a big question mark. That is not taken care in any of the beneficiation process all over the world. Only the new plants which are coming up, they are thinking, yes, we need to process a good ore to some extent and also process the medium ore or a lean ore and blend it and use it over a period of time of, say, if we plan for 20-25 years, so that should be the blending technology. The mine waste generation over a period of Second World War has increased exponentially. So if you look at any mine, there are mines which are, they are not able to produce because the waste has become so much. They are not able to approach the main mineral in many of the areas. So they have stopped mining also. The waste mineral dumped has become a big hindrance to process the current production of minerals and also a big threat to the environment. This has led to develop a careful mine plan using all latest technologies and digital platforms, AI-based exploration techniques and conserve the mineral for the next generation. This is the theme of the day. Everywhere you talk, they say that how do we keep this mineral? People are planning their stockpile management more than the actual process and equipment operations. So the life of mine in many cases has come down drastically due to the difficulties of processing within the existing plants. There are plants which are designed on 64 or 65% grade to make pellets or whatever the process, and the availability of ore has come down. Either they are closed down or they are not able to operate the plants. So many countries are encouraging the secondary technologies of extracting minerals from the waste generated over many years. So recently I was talking to some people in US. They have dumped almost 1 billion tons of jig tails in one of those stockpiles, which is having around 40% of iron ore because it is not magnetite. And their entire process is designed based on the magnetite circuit, and they cannot handle this top ore, which is oxidized. And now they are looking at various technologies how to process. So now the small plants are mushrooming to process this ore and selling it as a high-grade quality ore and all that. And similarly, in another country, I was reading recently that they were just with minimum technology, they are producing high-grade ore, but the silica levels are around 6-7%. So they cannot get classified as the DR grade, though Fe content is very high. So they are setting up a secondary process to process these ores. So the challenges are becoming more and more in the processing side. So the beneficiation circuits to recover from such dumps, lean ores has taken a new dimension, and a necessity of blending products such as lean ores and dumps with high grade ores processing has started to preserve the natural resources for the next generation. So they are extending their mine life for next 100 years. One mine I was reading recently, which was say 25, 30 years of life, only if you extract the correct, originally plant mineral, and now you blend the outcrop or the top mineral up to say 100 feet or whatever it is, their mine life has gone from 30 years to almost 75 years. So imagine the thinking process, how it is coming now. And on the technical side, we have a lot of ultrafines in centering. It's really difficult to do that. There is a limitation of using this kind of ultrafines up to a maximum of 25-30%. Beyond that, the processes are not accepting. So that is one reason why Finex process has failed in India, and they have moved back after seeing the quality of the ore and the challenges in processing that ultrafines from our iron ores actually. So this is something. Then it's clear that the iron ores and consequently their behavior in mining and metallurgical process is also playing a big role in our beneficiation and pelletization technologies. If you provide a good ore, a good concentrate of right quality, converting into pellets is not a big challenge. You can always make it. But today the focus is shifted from making a good quality pellets to making a good quality concentrate, which you can convert into a good quality pellets. So there is no perfect iron ore, as Mr. Prasad was telling. Somebody has thought that every ore is different in its own. Ore. So the another one is the pelletization of high LOI pellets, high LOI concentrate to convert into pellet feed is a big challenge, and the processing technology, pelletization technology is suffering because of this high LOI, not able to make a good quality pellets. So something differently we'll have to process this ore. Then pellet technology, we all know that. I have added some no time to do that. Process flow sheets for conventionally and high responsive to gravity, and they're all designed for this gravity and magnetic separations only, and that too in blast furnace grade. The same equipment are used in Indian context, adding additional equipment either in gravity or magnetic separation, but this has resulted in producing concentrate suitable for blast furnace grade pellets. The iron ore reserves, especially other than NMDC Baladila range, to convert them into a real international grade DR pellets is going to be a big challenge. Once we are break that, then we have a good potential to export good quality DR grade pellets also. And coal gasification plants to produce syngas for using DRI needs to be thought of, because hydrogen is going to be very expensive and natural gas is not available. DRI EAF route is going to take a predominant route for making steel in the years to come. And the transformation from coal to hydrogen is going to be a challenge in terms of cost of production and transportation for raw material suppliers. And in view of all these things, recently I was going through one Bill Gates Foundation that they are funding a bio beneficiation or for producing bio iron in one of the universities of USA, and that's successful. Then there will be a small units everywhere, wherever there is a 20-30% even lean ore also, you'll be able to leach that and produce iron from that. So bio beneficiation, dry beneficiation, selective processing of each size according to the liberation kinetics of the ore. Then microwave technology, because we face a lot of problem in filtration of the dewatering of these concentrates after grinding and slurry transport. So we need to develop a microwave technology for drying this cake before converting into pellets. Then developing these suitable flotation circuits. All over the world, that's if you look at South America, North America, Canada, or Sweden, they use very extensively this flotation technology to selectively take out the gangue material from the mineral at different liberation sizes and produce a high quality ore. So our approach is still not there towards that, so we need to adopt such technologies. Then improving the grinding iron ore, everybody is facing this problem. So once we address the above, we will come out of this. Dewatering. Then the experiments in advanced stage, DR grade pellets. DRA is being produced from a goethite material, 100% goethite product using hydrogen reduction, and it has performed very well in the laboratory stage, and the people are waiting to make it a commercial module out of it. It is directly converting ore to DRI, not even converting into pellets or beneficiating or anything. If that is successful, then the technology will be available for making a green steel at a lower rates. So the mine waste management, we know that almost 7 billion tons of tailings are accumulated all over the world. So there is an opportunity for the innovators, scientists to develop new technologies to reuse, recycle. So we always say that prevent, and then as much as possible reuse at that after prevention. If prevention is not a successful story, reuse. Because once you dump it, bringing back to the process again is very cost forbidding technologies. So do the reuse at the right stage. So in algorithm, then this is what I was telling. They are using iron ore film, and then it's called a Gesti reactor. They are using hydrogen, this water electrolysis for making the hydrogen, and also power generation. It's going to be very, very innovative reactor as compared to the HYL or Midrex process. So the conclusion is the use of pellets in upcoming years is going to be to the manifold of almost 1 billion tons from all over the world. So there is a good potential. Also, we need to develop the technologies to make good pellets. Then research and development programs on the behavior of pellets using hydrogen, reducing or comply with the advancements of new iron making technology. This is one of the challenges that will be, if that happens. So we are really at a much advanced stage because all our ores are very high in alumina. So that may help our process industry to survive. So I was going through one of the mines in Uzbekistan. The ROM is only just 10.5% Fe, and their recovery is hardly 14%, and they are making DR grade pellets, and they are making a 6 million ton DR grade pellet plant and another 2.5, 2 modules of sponge iron to make their steel. So everyone wants to avoid logistics of the finished product, consume their own made steel in their own country. So these are some of the examples I have this one. And recently the Canada, what makes 66% Fe with 7% silica, they are adding a flotation circuit to bring it down to 1.2, 1.3, and they have booked for the next 10, 20 years their product with just an investment of about $20, $25 million. And Iran, what they have done, their ores are both magnetite and hematite exist together. So they have developed a circuit for magnetite processing and a circuit for hematite processing, and they are blending it and they are feeding it to their furnaces and making their steel. So their availability of ore has gone up by another 20%. They have become a net exporter of pellets in the last 2-3 years of steel operations. So thank you very much. I took a little more time.
Thank you, Prashad sir. Your insights and expertise made a significant impact of today's event. Now we have a wonderful speakers in the panel. Priyaranjan Prasad sir, Vishal Shukla sir, E.S. Prasad sir. If anyone wants to ask questions to this panel, you can. Okay. Please. Yes, come in.
Hello, good morning. I'm Mr. Henrich from FIFA, representing FIFA Germany and also Nextdoor in Australia. When we talk about beneficiation, you made a very good overview about possibilities, especially on the magnet resonance use of the run-of-mine material. Is this a consideration already here in India? So instead of magnetic, the magnet resonance like you have in the medicine technology.
Can you, sir, please repeat the question?
Yeah, I'm Rahul Sharda. I'm the colleague of him. He's just asking regarding separation. There is a technology that based on magnetic resonance. Are we considering or we are in thoughts of that technology to be introduced in Indian mining industry?
So presently, if you see, we are planning for the magnetic separation for the tailing and to upgrade the waste. And there are other processes which we are look after. But in India, mainly, if you across the India, there are 90% plant mainly focusing on the magnetic separation, as per the ore characteristics, and the finance is almost matching with the magnetic separation process. So we are planning for magnetic separation presently in India.
Yeah, but there are technologies like we are partnered with Nextdoor Australia company, who is the technology is based on magnetic resonance. So you can have the ROM after that, like Prasad sir were telling now, the Iran has hematite and magnetite. So they are separation the material. So in that case, if it is from ROM, then you have some layout is there. We can install that equipment. So you can even easily separate it from the ROM on itself so that you cannot waste any further energy on that parts. So that is what we have a product.
Yeah, the point is valid.
Yeah.
It has to be done at ROM.
Yeah, yes. So we are using such type of technology in India?
I just put up a slide on the flow sheet. It has to be a combination of that.
Yes.
You do your research and...
No, we have already the product. Yeah.
Yeah, I understood your question. See, the ROM, what we say is beneficiation or pelletization is basically a waste treatment. Okay. We are using the waste from the mines, converting into a useful product. That was concept number one. Yeah. Now we will have to improve upon that concept, that how do we make it a better utilization. So one is the utilization, what we have got gravity or magnetic separation and making pellets and using it as a raw material for iron making. But better utilization is analyze the waste at every fraction, because waste is from 0 to 10 mm. So it's a wide spectrum. Now, if you consider the earlier concept and today's concept, so 0 to maybe 3 mm has a one liberation analysis, 3 to 6 has another liberation, and 6 to 10 another liberation. Okay. So when you do that, maybe a coarser fractions will give 80-90% of the recovery through magnetization or gravity and magnetic separation. It responds only 10%. Whereas you go down on the other side of the spectrum, it responds more towards a chemical treatment or a flotation treatment, less towards the gravity or magnetic separation. So this is a shift taking place based on the waste generated at every mine. It is a guideline, but every mine has to do its own analysis, liberation, and how it responds to various technologies. Maybe some particular ores are very porous bodies. Okay, so the gang was sitting inside the porous this one. So one one kind of, they did just a vibratory ultrasonic cleaning. You will not believe the alumina level has come down in the original conceptual study of beneficiation from 4%, it has come down to 1.2 or 0.8%. So it means the entire clay locked in those pores has gone just by washing or by liberating and taking out. Whereas if you process that as it is, it goes into the product. Once it goes to the final product, separation becomes very difficult. So these are the techniques we'll have to apply now within this band of say waste, what is available from the mines, and process it selectively. Then you are there at the helm of good products. So
Thanks.
Any other questions for this panel? Anyone? Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for Priyaranjan Prasad sir, Vishal Shukla sir, A.S. Prasad sir. You all given so much information about iron ore, waste management. But before you leave this stage, I would like to request Monica Bachchan madam, please join us on the dais and present the mementos to this wonderful speakers. First, I would like to request Priyaranjan sir, please come forward. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to request Mr. Vishal Shukla sir. Can we have a good round of applause? मैं जानता हूँ आप सब ब्रेक के लिए इंतजार कर रहे हो, बस कुछ ही मिनटों की बात है. Now I would like to request A.S. Prasad sir, please come forward. Thank you, sir. Thank you for the time. Now, I would like to request Pradeep Pandurangi, Senior Product Manager, Idea Force Technology Limited. I request, sir, please join us on the dais. Can we have a great round of applause?
All right, thank you. Thanks everyone for, I'm back on stage after a small technical glitch, but I promise to make it interesting. Thanks for giving us this stage. There are only drones now between now and lunchtime, so I will try to keep it as interesting as possible. So I'm from Idea Forge. I will keep the introduction very, very quick. My name is Pradeep Pandurangi and I'm part of the product team at Idea Forge. How can we basically make an end-to-end solution using drones? A lot of people are using drones now. It has already been spoken about earlier. So I will be very fast and I will skip to the interesting part immediately. 2 lines about IdeaForge. IdeaForge is India's largest drone manufacturer. Globally, we are ranked number 5 for dual-use drones. And last year, we have just IPO'd. We are the only drone manufacturer, pure play drone manufacturer listed on the stock exchanges. And we do a lot of flights. So the company is not new. We are 15 years old. We are one of the pioneers in the world. And that has given a lot of experience about what is the potential of drones, but also what are the pitfalls, right? So we bring that knowledge now to the mining industry, and I'll dive into that immediately. So quick thing about our philosophy, right? When we started off at the bottom of the pyramid, building drones. So we are very good at building high performance, very reliable drones, right? On top of that comes our software. So you need to have, how do you increase the usability of drones? By making them very autonomous, right? Making the flying autonomous. Because when somebody is flying an expensive equipment, they are always a little bit fearful of what happens if it crashes. So we have a control software that makes it seamless to control, and it has all the autonomy features and safety features that if something goes wrong, it brings back the drone in a safe environment, right? So this is what we have been doing, and we have been doing this very well in the survey grade mapping and surveillance and security part of the business or in industries. But that's not enough in today's world. In today's world, there are so many different applications with drones, right? So we have now opened up our platform. So now today the drone is a platform, right? On top of that, you can put special kind of payloads, like LiDAR payloads, multispectral payloads, that can help us do advanced analytics. And I will show some examples of that in the next slides, right? But we don't stop there. The drone is just a data collection platform today, right? What is important is that what is the outcome from that data and how do we use that for decision making? And I think that was one of the topics touched upon today. And I will focus my presentation today on that layer, where it's not just about using drone as an equipment, but focusing on the outcomes and solutions that we can deliver, right? And that is a focus for IdeaForge as well, because although we have sold some numbers to the mining industry, but I feel like the real unlocking will come only when we provide the end outcome and decision-making capability, right? So with our experiences, I will just show what they are and how we are looking to mitigate and unlock the next level for drone-based analytics. So since the base is the drone, just quickly showcase our flagship drone, which is a Q6. DGCA has now made elaborate type certification plan to ensure that all drones flying in the country are type certified. So our drones are type certified, and we have a variety of payloads, right? So this is another, let's say, facet of drone where you have so many different kinds of drones. So we have one platform that can do everything. It can be used for security, for surveillance in day and night. So you see the different payloads for that. And that has been our forte. So our drones are used by Indian Army, CRPF, all police forces across the country. And in the mines, security is one major aspect that can be catered to. So here the data is essentially video, right? And how do we enhance the security operations of the drone? How do we make it seamless? How do we incorporate AI in that to do object detection? And I have some examples of that as well. So that's something that we are working on. And then you have the survey and mapping side of things where you want to do mapping of the mines. This is not just the basic mining, basic mapping that has to be done, but also advanced analytics, right? Tree counting, you could do vegetation cover management. So all of that can be done using the mapping camera. LiDAR can be used on the same platform if you are interested in the terrain model. And multispectral again can give you a tree health. So this is our type certified platform which solves all different use cases with just one hardware platform. Some details about the payloads that we have, but I want to spend 2 minutes when we talk about drones. What are the important characteristics to look for on a drone hardware platform? So the first important thing is the VTOL, which is vertical takeoff and landing. Now that helps the that can help with takeoff and landing in very small area. So you just need about 5 meters by 5 meters of area, and you know that kind of having a flat open area is a premium in a mine. So that is very important. Some drones, they need a large area, so their deployment can be quite difficult. The second is the terrain following. So if you want to maintain ground resolution during mapping, it is very important to have the terrain following feature. Given our vast software experience, our control software has the ability to import a custom elevation model. So if we'll create an elevation model of the mine, and in the second flight, we will use that custom model to do the terrain following, because the mining is a ever-changing environment, right? So what terrain you have today, next month that will be very different. So this is an important feature. And then obviously I mentioned the fail-safe. So when you have all the fail-safe and autonomy built in, there is no fear of flying. And when you buy a drone, it will be utilized to its maximum extent. So essentially it's an asset, right? The more you fly it, the more you use it, the more productivity you get out of it. Some differentiators of our software. I think I'll go to the most interesting parts of. Now what happens? Let's talk about for the security application. You have the drone flying in a remote area, right? But the command and control center or the headquarters is somewhere far away. How do you manage that operation? So we have something called as Bluefire Live. Bluefire Live live streams the video to any part of the world via internet, and it requires only 2 Mbps. So very low latency, very low bandwidth operation can happen. And not only the drone video, but you can also control the payload, right? So any blasting operation is happening, important that you want to monitor from remotely. This is enabled via Bluefire Live, and it can integrate directly into your VMS system that you will already have, Milestone, Genetic, all the standard ones. But you can also have an app. So if you're on the go, on the mobile phone, on iPad, you can monitor what's happening. Right? So this is really revolutionary in terms of surveillance applications. So the security aspect of mines can be really enhanced using this feature. Let me show some of so whatever AI image analytics features are developed, we incorporate them directly into our ground control station. So you will see some of the things that we are working on over here in this video. Let me quickly play it. Context here is, if you're doing security operations for a long time, just staring at the screen, you can get distracted. So the moving target indicator will highlight when there's a target moving. If you want to follow a truck, if your logistics operation you want to monitor, you can follow that. So these are just enhancements that help, again, the security operation, they should happen in a proper way, and you don't miss anything, right? Some other key features I want to show is license plate identification, right? So you see our drones are different from consumer drones in the sense that they are purpose built for long range surveillance. So you can have 27x zoom. So here you see you can be almost half a kilometer away and see things, and you can be, from 120 meter is the legal height for flying from DGCA. From there you can read a number plate of a vehicle as well, right? So you want to monitor trucks coming in and out, you can automate the whole process of reading the number plates. And one other one is the nighttime people detection. So if at night with a thermal camera you're doing surveillance, it can, and our drones fly for a long time, an hour, more than an hour. So you can't keep staring at a screen. So here, this algorithm just highlights people in the thermal video. So if you know that, okay, at this point of time, there should be no people in this area, if this bubble pops up, immediately the security person knows that, okay, I have to go and check this area because this is a place where people should not be moving around at this time, right? So this was all about the security use case of how drones can be used. And IdeaForge is very strong in this. Historically, we have been selling to the security forces in large numbers. And we have also sold, but to the mapping and survey side. So Survey of India is one of the largest users of our drones. They are being used for the Swamitwa scheme for mapping villages. But that is mostly about creating orthomosaics and digital elevation models. Some of our partners, in this case Sathi Planners, they have already been using our Q6 drone for mining survey. So there also we have gained experiences, we keep in touch with them and they keep coming back to us. And these are the standard outputs that this is what is happening today, right? So we have gathered all the information of how the drones are being used, what kind of outputs are being produced. I'm sure most of you will have an idea about what's happening today. And you use a on-prem software to do whatever analytics that has to be done on these outputs, right? But there are several problems. So first of all, the point is there is a huge turnaround time. So it takes almost a week, 10 days to get the data from the field, analyze it, and then the information that you're getting for the analytics might be a week or two old, right? So how do we increase the turnaround time for these operations? There are many different analytics. And what we have seen is generally the drone survey is done by an external service provider, right? So today you have one service provider, tomorrow you might have someone else. How do you standardize the outputs from there, right? And they'll be giving out data, not necessarily in the right format, in the same resolution. How do you standardize these outcomes that are coming from the different service providers, right? Sometimes there are errors in data processing. So how do you automate the data collection? Right? Data storage. The amount of data is huge. If you do a lot of drone survey, it can become terabytes and even petabytes in some cases. How do you manage that? So all of that solution, all of these problems we have understood and we have come out with a solution called Flight Cloud. So what Flight Cloud does is essentially automates everything from after flying. You just collect the data from the images. The images are geotagged, sent to the cloud, and you have to create one time a pipeline that this is what I want to do with my data once it comes into the cloud platform. And the analytics will happen automatically with our different partners. So we have tied up with variety of software partners who do analytics, right from Esri, Deep Matrix, and host of international partners as well, who do analysis of stockpile, howl road, bench height, contour maps, right? So all of this workflow we are automating. So what was happening essentially, step by step at different places, it can all be done in one place. And finally, what you are interested in is in the final report, right? So once the pilot flies, uploads the images, the management will directly get a report of whatever is set up. So if you want a stockpile report, you set up that whole workflow. And once the pilot uploads it, in the morning he will fly, by evening you will have the report, right? This is what we are working towards, an entire end-to-end solution with Flight Cloud. So essentially this is what it solves. It enables quick deployment of standardized and automated workflows that result in the lowest TCO for your drone-based application. Right. I won't go deep here, but I'll show you some of the outputs. So when we talk about mining, stockpile, and the actual mining operations is one part of it. You have to also, you can also use it for detecting encroachments, for doing land analysis. So prior to the site, if people have to be compensated, you can do that. You can do flood analytics. You can do area measurements. This is the standard stockpile report. You can do tree counting and afforestation programs. Those also have to be managed. So there are AI-based deep learning algorithms that do tree counting. So those reports, vegetation cover reports that can be generated as well. And finally, what are the benefits? You will get very fast turnaround times. I think this is important for decision making. You don't want to be taking decisions on data that is a week, a month old, right? That is very important. And all of these analytics that you have an asset of a drone, how do you maximize that? That's the biggest, benefit with Flight Cloud for the mining companies. And also for the service providers, they are looking not to make upfront investment in expensive PCs. So if they want to give a fast turnaround time, they have to invest in a lot of computational power. With Flight Cloud, they wouldn't have to do that. They are always unsure about what kind of analytics to do, so we will have pre-selected analytics for them to select from, and they can deliver faster and get payments faster, right? So this is essentially about all the different use cases with Flight Cloud. Let me quickly see if I can show you guys the platform. Right, so this is the Flight Cloud platform where you can see, so I would like to first start with this, where you can see all the different workflows. You can explore all the different workflows from various companies that will have their analytics listed over here, and you can directly choose from here. So if I want to do stockpile from this company, I can directly go in here. I can see what workflow will happen, what are the tools that will be used. I can also see what will be the resolution requirements from the data, and I can download whatever collaterals I want to see and submit, right? Once you select the right workflow, it shows up in the workflow library. So this library will have all the workflows, automated workflows that are available to you. And you will have to create a workflow using this. Once you create this workflow, you just tell the pilot that I have this project name, please upload the data to this project folder, and they will upload it from the field, and all the analytics from then all will be automated, right? So let us look at this stockpile map that is created. So I will directly show what is available here. So you can zoom in, and this is the analytics selected over here. If you want to view the map, you can come and view the map on the platform, but that's totally up to the person. So what will be generally people will be interested in the report, right? And we can automate such that this report is directly available. Once it's created, it can be sent to the email of the relevant person. And finally, you essentially get this in an email, right? By the morning the flight is done, before evening, end of day, you will get this report. If there is a data analyst who wants to go in the nitty-gritties, they can go on the platform. But we don't want you guys to come on the platform and see these maps. These are only for data analysts. For the decision makers, what matters is the report, right? I'm just showing here what all is possible, but essentially we can automate the whole chain over there. Also, if you want to compare different times, so the same map can be checked at different times. You see here, every month the map can be updated. And all the standard analytics, you want elevation data or ortho data, and you can see the resolution. You will be able to count vehicles, see trucks. Contour map with whatever, so you just have to pre-decide what is the output you want, right? All of these analytics, elevation model, contour can be digitized in an automated way and submitted as a report, right? So this ensures that all your data is in one place, wherever you want from different sources, it can come into one place and you can maintain that over time. Your data management becomes seamless, and you can actually focus on making decisions rather than solving the problems related to data management, security, and trying to refly, and all of that vendor management can be automated by bringing them all on Flight Cloud. So thank you very much for your attention. We have a stall there. I can give a more in-depth demo of the platform to you personally. Please come and talk to us. We also have a free trial for this platform available. So you can collect some trial coupons from there. So you can actually log in and experience this yourself. We have demo data we can share with you and give a more in-depth presentation. Thank you so much. I'm available there for any further questions. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Pradeep, sir. Your energetic vibes and enthusiasm made added spark to this beautiful event. So now I would like to request Monica Bachchan, ma'am, please present the memento to Pradeep Pandurangi. Can we have a good round of applause for Pradeep ji? Thank you. To feel more energized, मैं आपको बता दूं, this is the last speech before the lunch. So, can we have a great round of applause for Mr. G Mutual GM Automation Lotus Wireless, and he's going to give demonstration a speech. I request Mr. G Mutual GM Automation or Lotus Wireless. I request sir to join us on the dais. Can we have a good round of applause? G Mutyalu Garu, GM Automation, Lotus Wireless, and he is on the dais.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Metalogics, for giving us the opportunity to display our solution over here in this platform. So we are Lotus Wireless Technologies India Private Limited. Basically, we are a special solution provider for steel, cement, defense, and railways. So before going into the presentation, let me introduce about our journey. So these are our journey. We have different milestones over here. So we are basically, for mines, we have developed a CCRT development system that is specially designed for stacker reclaimer machines in the year of 2006. And after that, we have developed a solution for 3D stockpile and volumetric measurement system for yard machines, raw material handling plants in the year of 2018. And in the year of 2013, we have successfully commissioned a manless machine, that is a manless control of stacker reclaimer machine that recently it was commissioned. That is again for mining applications. So coming to our infrastructure, this is about our company. So this is our R&D center over in Vizag, and manufacturing facility again in our Vizag. We have a SMT line, all this kind of infrastructure we have. And these are different equipments we have in our factory for manufacturing of automation equipment, like SMT line, cable cutting, crimping machines. We are using a special equipments for this cable crimping and cutting, all these kind of activities we are doing for automation projects. So in overall, we are into different areas, like here in energy and health, government, manufacturing, and defense sectors. We are there. Our presence is there. So coming to our solution, Eagle Yard. So it is basically a yard management system designed for stockpile raw material handling plants. It combines both stockpile volumetric information as well as unmanned control of yard machines. So coming to brief about the application. So Eagle Yard gives a better visibility of the raw material handling plant to the user about stacking and reclaiming, about the yard utilization information. And its solution is specifically designed for managing and monitoring the complete yard management operations and optimum utilization of the all associated assets. The platform tracks, monitors, and digitally recreates the yard status in real time and provides input for better decision making. Provides online information of total in and outflow of the raw materials in the yard. This is a small video about our solution. Excuse me. Audio is not getting it. Audio नहीं आ रहा है. Audio नहीं आ रहा है.
Globally, operation managers at raw material handling yards are often concerned due to unavailability of real-time and inconsistent information on quantity, quality, and location of various raw materials in their material yard. With over 2 decades of experience in complex industrial automations, Lotus Wireless presents Eagle Yard, a digitally mapped platform for raw material handling yards. Eagle Yard brings better visibility of the raw material handling yard to the user about the stacking, reclaiming, and the yard utilization. The platform tracks, monitors, and digitally recreates the yard status in real time to provide inputs for better decision making and further facilitates the unmanned operations of total yard stacker reclaimer operations. Eagle Yard is offered as a turnkey solution with selectable modules of manless operation of yard equipment like stacker, reclaimer from CCR, online 3D visualization of stockpile and yard machine, automatic stacking, reclaiming of yard machines, depth of cut and constant rate control system for bucket reclaimers, wagon tippler to bunker silos optimization, including all conveyor management with diversion gates, etc. Finally, providing a turnkey solution for real-time visibility of yard and manless operations of yard equipment from the central control room. Eagle Yard
So that's about our solution. So coming to our solutions for mines, these are different areas where we are looking into. So first thing is yard management system that is completely for tracking the material in and outflow of the complete yard or stockpiles. The second one is manless or remote operation of yard machines or equipment like stacker reclaimers, paddle feeders, shuttle conveyors, etc. And remote monitoring of all the machines remotely by using CCTV, by using a wireless communication systems at control room by using CCTV cameras. We have a VoIP solutions for communicating with remote machines wirelessly. We have a vehicle real-time position tracking, just like, for example, JCBs, trucks, and moving equipment within the yard. We are also giving a condition monitoring system for machine health, like JCB health monitoring, whatever equipments present in the yard. So we can track those machines, health conditions, and status information of those kind of equipments. And we are giving a wireless communication system for all these kind of equipments for yard solutions. So coming to our Eagle Yard, we are having different modules. Here is 3D volumetric. It provides a complete yard volumetric information in the form of 3D profiling. And second one is scheduling. Scheduling is nothing but for if you want to assign any schedule to a machine, so you can generate a schedule for automatic movement of machines and all. And collision avoidance system we have, for example, if machine is moving within the track, like stacker reclaimers or any other equipment, so we want to, we have to avoid a collision system, means avoid collisions. So for that we have a special safety and collision avoidance module is there. And we have an operational and control module for assigning different tasks for machines and the stockpile. And we have an asset management system module is there. That is used to track complete equipment status health information that is present in the machines or whatever yard equipment machines. The automatic stacking, automatic reclaiming, and unmanned operation are the modules for specifically designed for unmanned operation of the stacker reclaimer machines. So coming to our system architecture, we have different modules over here. So this is a machine part. So in which we are having scanners. It is a combination of laser scanners as well as radars. So we are using both lidars as well as radars for capturing the data. And based on that, we are generating the 3D profile image for generating the volumetric information of the yard. So we are using both radar as well as lidars for calculating the volumetric information. And for long travel measurement also, we are using again radars we are using. And we have different solutions like wireless solutions for transferring the data from machine to control room. And we can interface with any kind of machine PLC or standard industrial communication protocols. We have a CCTV camera system that can be monitored from the control room or wireless networks. And apart from that, we can also provide solutions for silo level monitoring, on-track weighment measurements, and tripper car auto positioning. And we have on-belt weighing measurements. All these kind of solutions are there along with this Eagle Yard solution. So like wagon volume measurement also it is there in our solution. So we can provide a complete turnkey solution like this, like from wagon in position to up to the end user positions like silos or bunkers. So up to that, we can track complete material flow, in and outflow, and based on that, we can generate complete material information, flow information. So this is what we are trying to demonstrate over here. And collision safety, basically we are using radars for avoiding collision between machines, like boom-to-boom collisions, boom-to-pile collisions and all. So we are using number of radars on these kind of weights like trolley and on the boom itself to avoid collision between any machines or machine-to-machine or machine-to-pile collisions. So this is our software application provides information like this. So in this, based on the scanner data, like radar and LiDAR data, we are generating a 3D map based on which we are calculating the volumetric information and what is the occupancy of the complete profile and what is the total volume over there. So this information we are capturing and we are displaying our application like this. And also this is a real-time measurement based on the machine movement. Whenever there is a movement of the machine while operating itself, so we are collecting the complete data. So immediately the data will get updated within a fraction of seconds. So we are getting the data at, means this complete yard information will get updated in less than 1 minute. So we can generate 3D map along with the profile information in less than 1 minute. And we can create zone information and volumetric information like this. So these are different reports we can generate from our software. This is a 3D representation of complete stockpile information. And this is a zone-wise inventory report. And this is means we can track complete zone-wise information report, means we have to create some zones to calculate the volumetric information. And we can track the complete zone-wise information based on your material flow. And this can be month-wise or day-wise or shift-wise or year-wise. So we can generate and we can track complete information throughout the year about that particular material or zone. And we can generate reports as per your requirement, as per customer requirements, we can generate different reports. And we can also generate, we can track the operation-wise report, like how many hours the machine is into stacking mode, how many hours it is in reclaiming mode, all these kind of activities we can track, and all the faults also, fault alarms we can generate, and we can track and we can monitor all those kind of alarms. So this is about our screen for automatic operation of stacker reclaimer, where we can assign the job, and based on that machine will automatically travel to the targeted position, and it will take the operation like automatic stacking or reclaiming operation will be carried out based on the schedule given by the operator. So here for operating the machine in auto mode, just operator has to simply generate a schedule, and after that he can assign the job to the machine. Based on that, machine will go to the particular area and it will automatically adjust its positions like slew, luff, all positions it will get updated automatically, and based on that it will carry out the operations. So this is about stacking operations. So we can automate our complete system to utilize the yard completely based on the user requirements. So we can create different algorithms for stacking. Based on different stacking methods, we can generate these kind of activities. And automatic reclaiming operation also, we have an automatic bench detection and bench changeover based on the profile pile information. So as we have a complete information of the stock pile, so we can automatically estimate the bench, what is the bench that I'm going to reclaim, and what is the bench weight, and what is the bench length. All this kind of information we are calculating automatically based on the profile information that we are getting while operating a machine. And based on that, we are estimating all these kind of activities. And we have automatic pile detection, edge detection, to avoid over travel and air digging during the reclaiming operation. We have a module for uniform automatic travel depth estimation also, that is called a depth of cut. Using that, we are exactly maintaining the machine throughput. So whatever we want to achieve the rated TPH, so we can achieve that by using our depth of cut module. And obviously, you'll get a uniform bench cutting by including all these features. So these are some different site installations, some references. So this is our operator cabin. Presently, operator is not sitting in the cabin. So here you can see. So operator is not sitting in the cabin at present. It is locked. It is in locked condition now. So single operator is controlling both the machines remotely by using our control desk. It is consisting of stockpile information as well as manless control mode as well as CCTV information of the machines. So operator is having all the information in front of him so that he can take decisions at any point of time. He is having all the alarms, status signal feedbacks and all. So we have a profile scanner installations. We have different passive radars installations for avoiding the collision and all. We have like lidars, and these are the radars that we are using for scanning as well as depth of cut control and all. So these are our references. Like we have in Tata Steel, we have implemented 3D stockpile information. We have a TS Zenco where we have implemented 3D stockpile volumetric information modules. And recently in Tata Steel Meramandali, we have completed unmanned operation of complete 2 missions. That is again bucket wheel stacker cum reclaimer missions. There are 2 missions over there. So that was commissioned recently. And so that is about our complete solution. So if you have any questions.
Thank you, G. Mutyala Garu, for all the knowledgeable information. Now I'd like to request Monica Bachchan Madam to present the memento to G. Mutyala Garu. And thank you everyone, thank you so much. And it's a lunchtime and networking break also. Meanwhile, we would like to thank all the sponsors supported by Ministry of Steel, title sponsors NMDC, powered by Lloyd Metals, Lloyd Infrastructure and Construction, gold sponsors SGSPL, JSW Steel, and bronze sponsors Baldota and Minera, co-sponsors Fomento Resources and Mecon, exhibitors Patterson and Cookie, Felwa, InSmart Systems India Private Limited, associate sponsors Zibber Pfeiffer, supports association Goa Mineral Ore, exporters minerals ASPA, WBSIMA, Corsma, IBC. Thank you all the sponsors. Thank you so much. It's a lunch break. And we all will meet at 2 p.m.
and customer preferences.
Our conferences and webinars provide platforms for the industry to engage,
hope you all had a
address
great
needs,
lunch.
and showcase
I
its
request everyone,
products
let's
and
settle down.
services.
We are
Whether
about
you
to
need a short
resume
promotional ad, a
this
long-form
beautiful event
documentary,
again.
or a corporate video highlighting your company's achievements, our team can create content in various formats to suit your needs
running
and
a bit late.
objectives.
We
So I
tailor
request
our
all
visual
the
content to
esteemed
resonate
guests,
with your target
please settle
audience,
down.
whether they are
We are about
consumers,
to resume this
stakeholders,
event again.
or industry professionals.
Metalogic PMS was founded by Monica Bachchan, a young and dynamic entrepreneur with a vision for innovation. Her vision, leadership.
Stop.
रॉकेट से लेके पॉकेट तक, कभी माँ की दुआ के लॉकेट तक, हम शहर से लेके गांव तक, जल थल कभी हवाओं तक, आपकी सेवा में हमें सुख मिलता है। मेहनत से बदले हमने दिन रात, MMDC आपके साथ हर पल, आपके साथ MMDC।
I request everyone, let's settle down. I know that it is a bit hard. लंच करके आने के बाद तुरंत अगर बोले कि आपको फिर से सुनना है, तो we'll resume again. Can we have a 2 snap and 1 clap together कि हमें समझ में आ जाए कि we are ready. Can we have a 2 snap and 1 clap? Come on, do it. 1, 2, 3 together. Come on, do it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Louder. Superb. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite on the dais Krimpen Fort Hain, and he's going to talk about pump slurry pipeline. So, can we have a very good round of applause for Mr. Krimpen Fort Hain?
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. Actually, my name is Hein Krimpenvoort. Regardless. First of all, I'd like to thank Monica for inviting us to this conference and for giving us the opportunity to present our company to you. And I also would like to thank you for your interest in this presentation, of which the topic is iron ore transportation by slurry pipeline, which has been mentioned a number of times before this morning. So it was also mentioned that the reason why we're here is the increasing demand, the booming demand in iron ore and steel worldwide, in particular in India. Around 8% of the world's total iron ore deposits can be found in India, mainly in Karnataka, Orissa, Chhattisgarh, Goa, and Jharkhand. So enormous quantities of iron ore need to be transported from the mine to the processing plants. There are a number of options to do this. At the moment, approximately 30% of the iron ore is transported by road. This has a very high environmental impact. You can imagine the exhaust and the dust and especially accidents which take place on the road are frequent. And in addition, the operating costs per ton per kilometer are quite high, 7.5 rupees per ton. So an alternative is the train, and 60 to 70% of the iron ore is transported by rail, which has a medium environmental impact at lower operating cost. The pipeline is becoming more and more popular. At the moment, 5 to 10% of the iron ore is transported as a slurry, which has a very low environmental impact. And in addition, more importantly, the operation costs per ton per kilometer are only 0.35 rupees. So pipelines are the cheapest way of transporting iron ore, and they have the lowest environmental impact. So they should be the preferred transportation method. And fortunately, concentrate pipelines have a long history. It's proven technology. Thousands of kilometers of pipelines are in operation for this application, and hundreds of pumps are in service as prime mover. The type of pump is always a piston diaphragm. In India, there are 3 operating pipelines at the moment for iron ore slurry. The number of pipelines under construction in various stages is 5, and there are 15 to 20 pipelines, so to speak, in the pipeline. They will be commissioned or going to be built in the near future. You may wonder, what is this magic machine, a piston diaphragm pump? Well, a piston diaphragm pump is a positive displacement pump in which the main moving parts run in a hydraulic oil and are separated from the slurry by means of a diaphragm, hence piston diaphragm pumps. So the only wearing parts in a piston diaphragm pump are the suction valves. They are in contact with the slurry. So that guarantees low wear parts costs. In addition, the power requirements are very, very low because the efficiency of these pumps is 95%. So very low operating costs, and hence the cost per kilometer per ton of 0.35 rupees. This is the operating principle of a piston diaphragm pump. You can see a crankshaft mechanism is driving a piston back and forth. The hydraulic oil is being pumped into a diaphragm chamber, which is equipped with in this case, a double hose. So we have redundant diaphragms. So you can see the main moving parts are running in a clean oil. And the only parts in contact with the slurry are the suction and the discharge valves. So this is the pump range of our company, at least. We go from 1,000 cubic meters an hour at 80 to 90 bar, all the way up to 400 bar, which for mining applications is not very practical. But you can see that concentrate transfer take place in this region as far as pressure and capacity is concerned. Tailings pumps usually have a much higher capacity and a lower discharge pressure. So this is a piston diaphragm pump. Actually, it's the largest piston diaphragm pump in the world. It's got 5 cylinders, weighs 150 tons, and if it would be used at full capacity and full pressure, it requires a driving power of 3 megawatts. But then you have 1,000 cubic meters at 80 bar. That gets you somewhere. So the design of slurry pipes is extremely important and should be left over to specialized pipeline engineering companies. Based on the number of variables, engineering companies will define the pump specifications, of which the most important ones are capacity and pressure. So a piston pump, or a pump in general, is a misconception, does not create or make pressure. It merely overcomes a back pressure. And in the pipeline, this pressure is a function of the static head, meaning the difference in elevation between the start and the end of the pipeline, and the friction losses. And the friction losses are created by the slurry in the pipeline, expressed in kilopascals per meter of pipeline. So in order to transfer the slurry from the beginning of the pipeline to the end, the pump needs to overcome the total back pressure created by the pipeline, meaning static head plus friction losses. Static head is easy to calculate. Even we can do that. It's the difference between the start of the pipeline and the end of the pipeline. In this case, let's say 300 meters. And we multiply that by the specific gravity of the slurry. So in this example, if the slurry is 1.6, easy, the static head will be 300 times 1.6 is 48 bar. Friction losses, again, needs to be determined by a specialized slurry pipeline engineering company. They will use criteria such as the SG of the solids and the solids concentration, which result into the specific gravity of the slurry. The capacity and pipeline diameter play an important role because that determines the slurry velocity through that pipeline. And there are a number of other factors such as yield stress, viscosity, roughness, number of bends, many more. Just ask Patterson & Cook, for instance. All those criteria together determine the friction loss per meter of pipeline. You note that the type of slurry, concentrate or tailings, is not a criteria. For friction loss calculation, slurry is slurry. And for a piston diaphragm pump, slurry is slurry. When we select a piston diaphragm pump at our company, we look at capacity, pressure. There are a few more things, such as the SG of the slurry, which results into, which is of influence to the net positive suction head, the altitude for motor derating, and the ambient temperature also for motor derating and cooling. Type of slurry, concentrate or tailings, is not a selection criteria. Slurry is slurry. A typical example of a tailings pipeline, we've supplied 4 5-cylinder pumps to a project in Mexico, 750 cubics an hour per pump. SG of the solids is 1.7, length pipeline 6 kilometers, static head 200 meters, slurry velocity 1.8. Well, as we mentioned before, very easy to calculate. The static head is 200 times 1.7, results into 34 bar. The pipeline engineering company determined the friction losses to be 11 bar. So the design pumping pressure is 45 bar. The other extreme, where we're pumping a concentrate, in this case heavy minerals concentrate, in Mozambique, we have 3 pumps in operation there, 68 cubic meters an hour each. The SG of the solids is 5.2. Length of the pipeline is only 15 kilometers, and it's on the beach. Its static head is 0, it's all flat. But the slurry velocity needs to be 5 meters per second, which is extremely fast, because normally slurry is transported at 1.5 to 2 meters per second. But we need 5 meters per second in order to prevent heavy solids particles for settling in the pipeline. So you'll see here, the static head is 0, it's flat. Friction losses, however, due to the very high slurry velocity, are 270 bar. So this particular pump installation, the design pump pressure needs to be 270 bar. So pipeline length is converted into pressure. And for a piston diaphragm pump, the length of the pipeline is irrelevant. So look at this example. We're looking at the mine dewatering application. The pump is down there in the mine shaft. The vertical pipeline is 1.8 kilometers. The horizontal is 0. Let's say we're pumping at an SG of 1.1. 1.8 times 1.1 results in a discharge pressure of 200 bar. If you look at a flat horizontal pipeline, only friction losses apply. The length is 200 kilometers, but the pressure is the same, 200 bar. So length of the pipeline is irrelevant. So we're talking about the differences between tailings and concentrate slurry. A concentrate slurry is a valuable product. Its destination is the refinery. So because it's so valuable, the slurry needs to be very much controlled. The solids concentration is controlled, the particle sizes are controlled, the pipelines are usually relatively long, resulting in high pressures, but lower capacities. Tailings is the other way around. It's a waste product. It's got no value. You need to pump it to the tailings storage facility. So nobody cares really about the properties of a waste product. So the varying solids concentrations, varying particle sizes. Pipelines usually are short because it's a waste product, so you want to dump it as close to the refinery as possible. So that goes with low pressures and high capacities. So concentrate slurry has controlled properties, and tailings slurry less controlled properties. Conclusion is, tailings slurry is much more demanding and challenging on pumps than concentrate slurry. So just an example, we have, or we're going to supply in the course of this year, 2 iron ore tailings slurry pumps to AMNS in Dabuna for a 25 kilometer long, which is irrelevant, but it's a 25 kilometer long tailings pipeline to Sankari. Each pump has a capacity of 636 cubic meters an hour, discharge pressure 63 bar, and the pumps are currently in the factory for their FAT. Another example, Nelco, red mud, also waste product, very high friction losses for a relatively short pipeline in Damagnori, 250 cubic meters an hour at 130 bar discharge pressure. Pumps are going to be installed later this year. So, conclusion of this presentation, iron ore transportation by slurry pipeline is the most feasible and environmentally friendly. Transportation of such slurry is proven technology. There is enormous potential for slurry pipelines for iron ore in India, and specialized engineering companies should design iron ore slurry or any slurry pipeline, but especially iron ore. So piston diaphragm pumps are the prime mover for such applications, and the pipeline length is irrelevant. For the selection of piston diaphragm pumps, type of slurry is not a criteria. Slurry is slurry. And I'd like to quote the guru of the Indian steel industry, Mr. Andy Rao. For a piston diaphragm pump, it doesn't matter if it handles concentrates or tailings. Slurry is slurry. Any questions? If you have any questions, we're available at stall number 1. We hope to be able to answer all your questions satisfactorily. This is where you can find us online. Are there any opportunities? Is there an opportunity to, Monica? Is there an opportunity to ask questions now? Okay. So if there are any questions, shoot.
Anyone? Any questions? Anyone wants to ask? Anything?
Fine. Yeah, it's not that easy. It's not that complicated. Slurry is slurry. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. We all enjoyed your enthusiastic speech. Sir wanted to talk, ask.
Mr. Prasad.
How good your pumps are for coarse material pumping?
Don't understand your question.
How good your pumps are for coarse material pumping?
For post material?
Coarse. Very coarse size.
Oh,
what is the top size you can handle?
That depends. That's always the standard answer. You mean maximum particle size, right?
Particle size.
Right. That depends.
1 millimeter size concentrate.
Up to, I would say, for the larger pumps, 10 millimeters. But it also depends on the stroke rate. If at full capacity, pump is running 50 strokes per minute, the valves open to their maximum width. If they're running at 50% capacity, so half the capacity, the valves don't open as wide. So capacity plays an important role. Also the type of valve, ball valve, cone valve, it depends on many factors. But as a 10 millimeters is probably the best answer for this kind of application.
Okay. In such case, what is the concentration you prefer? Can you go for 60% solid, 65%?
Right. Well, I don't like to repeat myself very much, but slurry is slurry. Solids concentration is incorporated in the discharge pressure calculation.
Why my question is, see, in India today we look slurry pipelines as the logistic or infrastructure. So any material we want to pump through a pipeline, without understanding what is the size required or pre-treatment before pumping or what we do. So as we increase the size, handling will be easier for us to handle any type of work.
Yeah.
Tailings or concentrate. So the top size makes a game changer for Indian operations, and also the percent solids. If you ask me, pump at 30% solids is uneconomical because we have to get back the water back.
Right.
For a long distance. There are no such references where you return water at such a high pressure back to the system. So these are the challenges. Suppose you pump high concentration, coarser material, we can use.
But again, source concentration, I think you need to talk to Ignacio about that, because solid concentration translates into pressure. And if Professor Cook specifies this pump needs to be capable of delivering 200 bar, the back pressure will be 200 bar, we'll comply with that.
Thank you.
Sir, you must be knowing that our government of India is promoting Make in India initiative. So do you have any plan to manufacture this type of product in India?
I know India has the capabilities to do that for sure. You're sending rockets to the moon, so what can I say? No, we don't, because this is a niche market. There are only 3 players supplying these pumps, all Holland, Germany. The market demand is too small for pumps to be manufactured here. The motor and the VFD, we can buy them from India, or the end user buys them from India and supplies it to the pump station. We can do that, but the pumps are made in this case, Germany.
Thank you, Hein. We all enjoyed your enthusiastic speech. Can we have a great round of applause for him, please?
Thank you.
So now I would like to request Monica Bachchan, ma'am, please present the memento to Hein. Thank you, Hein, for your time. And it's a time for session 2. Session 1, we learn best practices in mining, beneficiation technologies, and waste management. In session 2, we are going to learn slurry pipeline, scope, challenges, and economics. For this, I would like to invite first speaker, Mr. N.D. Rao, President of ATA Group. I request, sir, please join us on the dais. Can we have a very good round of applause? And second speaker, Mr. Ignacio Bazin, Pipelines Team Lead, European, Patterson and Cookie UK Limited. I request, sir, please, can we have a very good round of applause for Ignacio? And third speaker for session 2, Mr. Venkatesh Sendil, Managing Director of Lloyd's Infrastructure and Construction Limited. Can we have a very good round of applause for him, please? And fourth speaker of session 2, Mr. Ravindranath Modekuti, Executive Director of AM/NS Vizag, Asset AM/NS India. Can we have a great round of applause for Ravindranath Modekuti? So session 2, first speaker, and everyone knows, no introduction, no requires, but here's Mr. N.D. Rao, President of ATA Group. Can we have a very good round of applause for him, please?
Good afternoon, everybody. The first part of this is scope in case of slurry pipelines. The first thing is all minerals can be transported through slurry pipelines. I don't know how many of you are aware that the slurry pipelines came sometime in 1960s in US, where sometimes it is necessity is the mother of invention, happened there in US. The logistics costs of minerals by road and rail have been increasing every year. Then they have to overcome that. Then they have found this technology. Why not through pipeline slurry, minerals also through that? They have started first with the coal, and if any one of you have gone through the paper published by Dr. Patterson, I have read Dr. Patterson's, and they have started first with that. So then it has expanded to various other minerals also. Like in some countries, it's not only iron ore, they transport even rock phosphate in India also. I have worked in that company, Hindustan Zinc Limited. In 1970s, they were transporting from the mine to the plant rock phosphate concentrate also. And lead concentrate, zinc concentrate, copper concentrate, even bauxite, coal, and several minerals are being transported because the pumps do not know what mineral you are transporting. All that they would like to know is the specifications of that mineral, like particle size distribution and the specific gravity and the concentrations and all that what it comes into the pipeline designers and the operating companies. It's called only one word they would like to understand and know the pumps is rheology, the viscosity. It is computation, this is fluid dynamics, basically I happen to be a chemical engineer, and it is fluid dynamics which talks on rheology and the hydraulics calculations of the pumps, the pipelines, comes from the rheology. The best case study I would like to share with you here, because I have worked in 4 million ton slurry pumping, the BRPL stem core. Sometimes the flow rate of that pipeline going down by 50%. It was a shock to many. Why? While we are buying the iron ore from different mines, the mineralogy of the ore is changing. Therefore, the viscosity, the rheology is changing. Therefore, the flow rate is going down significantly down. Because of that flow rate is going significantly down, this is the upstream operation of the value chain, and the downstream operation, the pelletization plant capacity has also proportionately gone down. So something happened at the time of the design. So therefore, the management took another decision. So the pipeline is not able to feed them. So they have installed one more grinding mill at the pelletization plant for agglomeration. Mr. Prasad is here, the previous managing director of that company. So why it is very important, couple of pipelines in Odisha. One is earlier SR, now it is AMNSR, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. They have never achieved their rated capacity, design capacity. I don't blame the designers, I don't blame the pump suppliers. It is the rheology. Why I wanted to like to explain all the upcoming pipelines and future potential investments in the slurry pipelines for any mineral is the sample what you are giving it to the designers for the test work, for the rheology, and what actually you are going to feed or process into your production system. If there is a variation, then the throughput capacity changes. That is the root cause. It is the rheology, rheology, rheology. So all the potential future investors you should know what type of ore, the mineralogy, what you are going to use for the next 30 or 40, 50 years. Pipeline designers give you a life of 30 years, but if it is proper design, in addition to design, the most important aspect here is the life of the pipeline, is your execution, laying, construction of the pipeline, and operation of the pipeline. If the discipline is there and it is very well done, like Savage River in Australia, the iron ore slurry pipeline is there. Even though the design was for around 30 years, it is more than 50 years it is in operating. It was part of the STEM core group, our group, when I was there. But it depends a lot on the investor, how you are collecting the sample of the mineral, the ore, and you are sending it for test work. And if that is not the representative of what you are going to use in the next 30, 40 years, then you will face the problem of this reduction in your throughput. But sometimes it may not be possible for you what type of, which mine ore you will use after 5 years or 10 years. This is what is the challenge to the designers of pipeline and the Patterson Co., Mr. Bajan. And this is what I have discussed when I visited in January to Denver, Colorado in US to Robert Cook and told him this is the problem Indian industry is facing. So your hydraulic calculations should have the flexibility without compromising on the throughput, how you can accommodate variations in the rheology of the ore, rheology of the slurry, and changes in the mineralogy of the ore. Mr. Wazir? I explained it to Robert Cook. So how you are going to accommodate the variations in the rheology? See, right now you see, both the pipelines in Odisha, they are not able to achieve the rated throughput because changes in the rheology, viscosity. So this is what one has to be understood by the designers, your hydraulic calculations. I am telling another root cause for this. I am not an expert. I am a student. I am doing a PhD in slurry pipelines. And because I faced the problem when I was operating this BRPL pipeline, then I have taken this project, carried out a lot of studies in rheology of the various types of ores. Not only one, I think almost all, around 18 mines, various mineralogy of the ores tested in a rheometer in IMT laboratory. And we found that there is a huge variation. And the Patterson Co. and Asanco, I think nobody from Asanco, while you are making your hydraulic calculations, you use A.D. Thomas and G.D. Thomas equations, most likely. But I feel those equations based on which the design is done are based on, if it is based on American ore, they are taconites and jasperites. They are almost like magnetite ores. The rheology of that ores are different and these ores are different. I don't know, for SR Odisha project, if they have used the same data of SR's Kirandul and Vizag, then there is a huge difference in the mineralogy of the both and the rheology. Even that could be the reason why they are struggling to achieve 12 million ton rated capacity of Odisha pipeline. I don't know which sample they have sent. Why I'm speaking more on this, there are some companies here who are willing to invest and going to come up with some more new pipelines. They have to take note of it. Coming to the scope for slurry pipelines, as I have said, all minerals can be transported. And another most important, slurry transportation by slurry pipelines, the minerals transportation by slurry pipelines, and a lot of things are happening, and safety aspect of that. And the other thing, the benefits of the scope is that space requirement for a slurry pipeline transportation is minimal. If I give a comparison, inland shipping transportation, it needs 100 times more area than a slurry pipeline, and road transport needs 50 times more space, and rail transport needs 12 times more space than slurry transportation by pipelines. Why slurry transportation is required as part of the scope? It is most environmental friendly and no surface visuals. Almost nil noise, no pollution, and it is highly reliable in the sense that no COVID effects. Even if COVID effect was there, all other transport were stopped, but slurry pumping was happening, and BRPL was enjoying its production, and also the time ArcelorMittal, they were also doing their production. No rail stoppage, no road stoppages happen. Even no Bharat Bandhs also. Even Bharat Bandh is also there. Your transportation continues. Even in any other weather issues like a cyclone, super cyclone also, it goes on. As I have said already, that carbon emissions reduction, this I did it for BRPL. This is a 218 kilometers long slurry pipeline, and its reduction in carbon emissions was significantly higher. I'm coming back to the challenges. This is the assignment for Metalogics, Monica ji, ROWs. Right of way for construction of slurry pipelines. National highways are giving nowadays. After that Vigyan Bhavan conference we had with the ministers and the secretaries, and they have agreed. Railways agreed, but railways have not yet given. Why railways are not giving right of ways? And this is, yeah. So that needs to be taken up, otherwise the growth and decarbonization in the logistics mineral transportation will not be achieved. And water, if at all requires, actually the water requirement, if written water pipelines are put, then it requires, say, around only 15% only. If written water pipelines are not there, then it is 100%. The scope is there. The challenges, other challenges, as a short while ago I have addressed on this, the changes in the mineral, the scope I have explained. The challenges, you asked economics. I am coming to the economics. If we do by road transportation, as it has been already put up, it goes to 7 rupees, 8 rupees, 9 rupees per ton per kilometer. If it is by rail, it varies from 2.3 rupees to 2.9 rupees per ton per kilometer. When you transport it by slurry pipelines, I was there in one of the projects for a 30 million tons transportation for around 303 kilometers. The payback period of the investment is 1.5 years. And in slurry pipeline transport, same thing, rupees per ton per kilometer is 1.6 rupees per ton per kilometer against a road transport of 6 to 9 rupees, and a rail it is 2.6 to 2.9 rupees per ton per kilometer. So that is the economic viability, and the payback period is 1 to 1.5 years. However, because as we go more and more slurry transportation, the water will be a question mark. Then the return water pipelines have to be put. I have requested Asanco and Patterson Coke, you please come up with total solution and what will be the capex and opex when it is both return slurry pipeline and return water pipeline. According to my calculations, it is around 50 to 70% higher for the return water pipeline, capex. So what you have to put, 0.6 to 0.7 higher, the capex and opex may be 0.5 higher. So therefore, your payback period may go up to 3 years, 3.5 years. Still, it is much, much better comparing to road or rail and carbon emissions, decarbonization. So there are a lot of economic viabilities are there. And because of decarbonization, I feel this will be the only mode of transportation will be for minerals. We don't know if any time Government of India comes with a regulation you have to do only by minerals transportation through slurry pipelines. We don't know as of now. When we have tough targets for decarbonization, then it may happen. So the challenges, there are many, and this ROWs is one of the main challenges which in a policy framework is required, and that has to be done. And what I suggest finally, the design companies have to work together to come with the total package, slurry and water return pipeline, one together. And the other thing is, when the mineralogy changes from the one mine, I don't know next year from which mine I will buy, because when I buy, I look into who is going to give me at the lowest cost. I select, then I land into this trouble also. That the throughput goes down and the entire value chain is getting affected because of the upstream investments are not most appropriate. So together, the equipment manufacturers, the designers have to come up with a solution for this unique problem of change in the mineralogy, changes in the rheology of our minerals. That is a very good, quite challenging for us, you have to work on. Mr. Ravindranath, you are very fortunate. I think that is the best ore, and mineralogy changes are not there, and that's why he is less problems for you, and he is consistently achieving rated throughputs in this. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, N.D. Rao, sir. Your insights and expertise made a significant impact of today's event. Now I would like to invite Mr. Ignacio Bazin. Can we have a great round of applause for Ignacio?
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. 1 second until we can see the screen. Here we go. So I'll be presenting about pipelines integrity management and ILI, or inline inspections for pipeline, which is a non-destructive method, and I'll talk about that further down. And I would like to start with the contents of my presentation. I'll give a quick introduction to slurry long-distance pipelines. What are the unique features of these systems? Like Mr. Rao and also Hein touch a bit on the environmental impacts of slurry pipelines. Which slurries can be transported. It's not only limited to iron ore. We saw in the presentation from Falua that tailings is also something that we can transport, sludge, and so on. Also, similar to Mr. Rao, I'll be insisting on slurry properties, material characterization, and test work, the concept of pipeline wear, and then from there, the pipeline's integrity management, management inline inspections, and further down the line, ultimately, repair campaigns and replacement of sections of the pipeline. So as an introduction at Patterson & Cook, we define a long-distance pipeline as anything longer than 40 kilometers or any pipeline that is leaving the mine site area. And as you can imagine, this criteria results in unique engineering and also in unique equipment selection, mechanical equipment. Some of the requirements for a successful slurry long-distance pipeline system are test work on a representative sample, and this must be performed. I'll talk about that further down in my presentation. Additionally, the route selection, looking at constructability, that there are not slopes that are like too steep or areas that need massive excavations, and that the right-of-way, the section of the construction that is going to be used for the pipeline should be available. Dedicated SCADA system and leak detection system for the control room, hiring an experienced design and construction management team, proper planning and execution strategy to ensure that the design is not being significantly deviated from during the construction. And finally, some defining operating procedures to prevent any unexpected stoppages, damages, and how to operate the pipeline. Some of the unique features of these systems are advanced control systems, such as in this image that you see. These have highly automated sequences, such as the sequences for how do we start up the pipeline, how do we start up the pumps, what are the sequences when you need to operate and close and open one isolation valve. So these are highly automated sequences in this type of systems. Communication networks extending over large distances. Most commonly used is optic fiber to communicate between stations, and visual displays for optimizing the pipeline operations in the control room. Pipelines for slurry transportation are generally buried. There are some cases where pipelines can go above ground, but for buried pipelines, this requires the correct coating system, external coating for the pipeline, and cathodic protection to minimize the corrosion. These systems require a higher degree of equipment monitoring to ensure that the downtime is minimized, and the equipment, mechanical equipment, is generally selected for a longer lifetime than for other slurry pipelines. And generally, these systems include, as you can see in this reference image, some live hydraulic rail lines, getting all the readings from the pressures of the system, translated into slurry head, cameras for places that is more difficult access or to visualize the operation of valves. And regarding environmental impact, as has been repeated in previous presentations, the lifetime carbon footprint is lower compared to trucks and railways. Noise, dust pollution, road congestion, traffic accidents are eliminated. So there's significant environmental benefits. Another positive aspect related to environmental, social, and governance is that when one of these projects is developed, the local communities are also benefit. And there's also potential for wildlife, biodiversity to keep developing along the right of way. And this is an image of a recent project that you can see from the construction, how vegetation starts growing in the area of the pipeline. So what can be transported through pipes? Different types of slurries. Like in this image, you can see some samples of tailings, mineral concentrates, coarse material like sand, or products that sometimes come from the cyclone underflow, and finally sludge that can be a byproduct of a water treatment plant that can also be transported through pipes. So fluids, anything in between the ranges from 0 to up to 80% solids concentration by mass, and there's a number of factors that influence pumpability. So in slurry properties and material characterization, we always insist that the test work is needed in order to be able to design the optimal system. The test work should be conducted using representative samples and by dealing with these mineral slurries. As Mr. Rao said, sometimes mineralogy can change, and this affects not only the rheology, but also solids density, which is then a function of the solids concentration. Therefore, your density can be, and it's not possible to predict slurry behavior just from particle size distribution. We need to do the test work. Even though that mines probably sometimes are very close to each other, the grinding equipment is different, therefore your product is going to be slightly different. So here I want to talk a bit about pipeline wear. Wear is the progressive removal of material or reduction, if we're thinking of a pipe, the reduction of thickness of a pipeline during its lifetime. And for us, wear is the combination of abrasion due to the slurry and the corrosion that can happen due to oxidation in the steel pipes. India has some existing iron ore pipelines, and obviously with time they're going to be aging. So how critical is to ensure the integrity of the pipelines during its design life? Do we know what is the present condition of these pipelines in terms of what is the wear and what is the, compared to when the pipeline was new? And with that information, can we produce a forecast to know when do I need to take action? Pipeline integrity management is the process of ensuring the safety and reliability of pipelines, basically preventing any failure in the system. These are programs and systems maintained typically by owner-operators that take account all the stages of the pipeline life cycle, from the design, construction, operation, inspection, and further down the line, if necessary, repairs and replacement. So what is ILI? ILI is inline inspections, and what we can use is intelligent PIG tools that can measure existing thickness of the pipe. So with that information, you can tell how much the pipeline has worn out. It can also measure by ultrasound or by radiography where are the problems with anomalies, if the pipeline has any channeling in the bottom of the pipe or any dents. So that's very valuable information. As you can see in these examples, you can tell that in the first section of the pipeline, typically after a number of years, you have an increased worn pipeline. And then with this, you can start producing a forecast and get this into your pipeline integrity management to take action to prevent any failures in the system. Information that is needed to develop this integrity management plan: keep an updated database of the slurry properties, updated test work. It's also interesting to know what is the client organizational chart. We have noticed in a number of cases that sometimes there's no communication, for example, between the thickening area and the pipelines area. And this should be integrated because at the end, it's all affecting the final product that we're pumping. And if possible to do one of these ILI inspections with intelligent pigging tools, you can get all this valuable data and information to produce your pipeline integrity plan. And here is another image of how one of these intelligent pigging tools looks like that is about to be launched on the pig launcher. So if further down the line action needs to be taken, one of the first actions is to go for repair campaigns. Receiving the information from the ILI report, the pipeline is carefully excavated, and exact location of anomalies is determined from the pipe spool well. And then whatever distance from the anomalies that need to be replaced, also looking at the pipeline from the clock orientation, it's possible to find these areas and proceed with the repair. Typically, the repairs consider a sleeve, and welding standards are carefully prepared and approved by welders practice exact welding requirements on water-filled pipelines before being allowed to weld the live pipeline. Once repairs are not possible, replacement of the sections of the pipe is needed. And as you can imagine, this is going to need a much larger mobilization, and it's almost like doing a construction of a pipeline by scratch. You also need to consider that you have an existing pipeline. Are you gonna remove the existing pipeline and put this new section in the same place? Or do we have enough right-of-way to put it parallel to the existing one? And Patterson & Cook has been supporting some clients with these pipelines that they had a design life of 25 years, but now they've been operating for more than 30. So it's possible to keep extending the life of pipelines with a proper pipelines integrity management plan. So as a summary, long-distance pipelines are designed to operate at high efficiencies and include unique equipment and unique engineering. Test work must be performed during design and operation as QA/QC. I think this is very interesting for the Indian industry because we know there's going to be some aging pipelines down the line, and these intelligent pigging tools are of great interest. And the primary goal of pipeline integrity management is to prevent failures. Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Mr. Prasad.
What Mr. Indira was saying, the underutilization of the capacities for the pipelines. Now, we have about 10% safety margin. So we design all the lines for 110%. In spite of that, it is on the negative side. So is it the route selected is a question mark, or the rheology of the material is a question mark? As you said, particle size is not the criteria for running the pipeline. So we, to some extent, I agree with you on that, but it is not always. You take the example of Samarco lines, 2 lines, and you take this Anglo-American line. There also they have faced this rheology problems.
Yes.
They face the ore is different. In case of ours, we have some kind of a facilitators like clay. For example, Orissa has got a lot of clay. A clay is easier to push because it's a soft in nature. Whereas a purely highly beneficial ore, like what we have in Samarco lines, is a pure mineral. The force exerted while transporting, power losses, friction losses are much higher as compared to this clay. But why are we losing this? Is it a design problem, or we are missing something in the designing the lines, or the lines what we design is not the right route, and it should be laid in the required route than available route? These are my 2 questions to you on the design part.
Yeah.
So that everyone wants to utilize that 10% delta. You design any equipment. I have 100%, 110%. As an investor, I would like to use 110%. For example, your Samarco line, one is giving 12 million design, it gives 14 million. The other one, 8 million gives 10 million. So they are producing 24 million tons of pellets, and every ton gives $30–40 for them. So
yeah.
they can learn any number of lines to operate like that. Whereas we think twice to invest, why you should invest 14 million line for 10 million ton capacity. So there is a gap in design. How do you address that? You are the designer for the transfer. And as you said, the rheology changes from material to material, mine to mine. Have we invented anything to measure that online? That there is a change in rheology. So I need to change the parameters for pushing the desired volumes.
Yeah, it's also important to consider, like you said, the natural evolution of the pipelines. When you have a new pipeline that has certain roughness as a new pipe, and then in the future, the roughness is going to probably increase because you're going to have sections of the pipeline that are going to have higher corrosion. That also has an impact in the friction losses that you need. What is the energy that you need to pump this material? So typically we consider those aspects as well, and not only the properties of the test work, but we always insist that the test work that we're doing, that the samples are as representatives as possible, because like you said, mineralogy in the future can change, but at least if we can capture as best as possible those properties, including, for example, we know in India the addition of, for example, lime dosing to control the pH of the slurry. We know that modifying the pH of the slurry also has an impact in the rheology, yield stress and viscosity. So all these parameters, as long as they're all captured, it reduces the uncertainty, and it's possible to try to design it thinking ahead on that. Also, you know that typically the systems we like to include test loop on the head pump station. So we're able to test the real size pipe, what are the friction losses, and try to anticipate to what are your energy requirements. And overall, I think the selection of the equipment needs to try to consider all this for the selection, all these criteria, all this possible variability for the ultimate case when you're going to have increased corrosion, a variation in your slurry properties, and it's the best way that we can do at the moment, just making the test work and not trying to do estimations, because it's from particles as distribution only, it's not possible to predict the flow behavior. Pardon, sorry?
This intelligent pig, what you are saying, inline investigation.
Yes.
When you are launching that pig, it only measures the thickness or the condition of the line inside. Take the pictures also, whether there is a pitting due to corrosion or any stress risers are there at any point, the material is getting built up, or any such provision is there?
Yeah, these pigging tools are, the information that you get back is very, very, very detailed. And you can get all the information on dents and the exact locations of any anomalies on the pipeline, what is the remaining wall thickness. So a lot of these companies, and this comes all from the oil and gas industry, if they do it, why are we not doing it as much as them? And the only challenge that we have is that, because Patterson & Cook doesn't develop these inline inspections, just to be clear. It's something that another consultant will do, but then they provide this data, but in order to evaluate that, it's something that we can jump in and try to help with that.
Yeah, our main reasons for both the lines, or three lines operating at lower volumes, is only due to the plugs, pressure stress risers at some points. So can there be an algorithm model that it identifies the plug? It is not at the same place every time. It keeps shifting from one day operation to some other operation. Can it identify the plug before and can eliminate that kind of plugs and make it smoothen in flow and pressures, so that the capacity of the line be utilized all throughout the year uniformly? Is it possible?
Yeah, I know that there's some cleaning tools that they're typically also used before any of these ILIs. You need to clean first the line before launching one of these intelligent pigs. But sorry, that the last part of the question, I couldn't hear it. It's not very loud up here, sorry.
This question is for Mr. N.D. Rao. Rao sir, if rheology is so important, what is the process of measurement? What are the measuring points? Even within the range, we see wide fluctuation of flow. Everything remaining same, and we don't know why it is happening. How do you measure rheology?
Yeah,
and sending samples, 100 kg sample or 200 kg sample is never a reality. Neither for pipeline, nor for grinding, nor for beneficiation.
Yeah, there are two options. As of now, what I suggest is, so you can buy a rheology meter, and take the samples and test it. You need a sample of less than 1 liter for that, and the testing can be done. And as and when there is a huge variation, you can plot it, why the rheology changes and how much flow rate change is happening. And the pump suppliers, now you have to ask them, can they modify in your pumps the variable speed, and how much that can be adjusted to that, the VFD's provision or something. Please discuss with your pump suppliers, designers and suppliers. They can factor into that, so that you know the rheology and you know or else you can check the mineralogy. The major problem in Odisha ores is kyanite. How much kyanite is there, the mineral? Kyanite is nothing but bentonite, aluminum silicate, and it is a binder. So it has got a lot of binding properties. When it gets in contact with water, it swells. And that's the problem. It is changing the rheology, means the viscosity.
But we are spending hundreds of crores for putting the pipeline. Might as well buy the rheology meter.
See, my worry is, I was part of JSWs, and the capex is 2,500 crores. And some of the mines acquired, like this Vizag, and the samples, what they have sent for testing, and what sample, the same is the case with BRPL. BRPL sample was sent from, I think, Mecon, and not getting from that, and we are buying from various sources, and it's different rheology, and that's the problem. So you have to be very careful in that. Now the only agency which can correct to some extent what yours and Mr. Yesh Prasad's question is, that the GEHO supply, GEHO pumps and wear minerals, so you can talk to them and how they can modify those things without buying a new pump. Can they make, you have a standby pumps also, so can they modify, and can you put that VFDs to that? So that
all that is available. There is extra capacity in pump, but the pressure is not there. And if rheology measurement is so important, why can't we have those instruments in our labs?
No, you
maybe
must
one
have,
lab or two labs.
There are
Nobody has
possibilities
it.
There.
Every time you ask, you have to send sample to US or
You are
UK.
100% correct. Nobody is measuring rheology. At Dabuna and BRPL, it is not being done. And for Mr. Ravindranath, he doesn't require it. His rheology does not change that war. Only one mine, one source. So online rheometers can be find out. Online it can be installed and you can do it. I'm sure that it must be available today. Technology changes.
Sorry, it's only the possibility is the density of these, or the pulp density need to be monitored with rheology. That's good enough for them.
Thank you. We all are thankful for the knowledgeable information. Ignacio, can we have a great round of applause for Ignacio? Come on. Now it's the time to invite Mr. Venkatesh Sandil, Managing Director of Lloyd's Infrastructure and Constructions Limited. Can we have a great round of applause for him, please?
Good afternoon. I think this presentation will be not much of a technical, it will be brick and mortar. I'm a construction guy. I represent Lloyd's Infrastructure and Construction Limited. It's a construction company floated by Triveni and Lloyd's Group, primarily to address their internal constructions. We are doing a pellet plant, we are doing a slurry pipeline, which is maybe the fastest in India possibly, grinding plant and infrastructure works. And we have an engineering division recently incorporated. We have about 55 people sitting in Pune, ready to do detail engineering. We are also capable of doing turnkey. This is a brief introduction about Lloyd's. The project which I'm going to talk about is a slurry pipeline which we are executing, 87 kilometers. The need for slurry pipeline, initially we thought ROW may be delayed. So we had the grinding plant and the pellet plant itself. Then when we could get the ROW cleared very quickly, we changed our mind, we changed the design. Now we are doing slurry pipeline grinding unit at near the mine and pellet at plant area. So the pellet will be 2 into 4 MTPA. We are doing the first one now. The next one will start immediately. The slurry pipeline will be 10 MTPA. Grinding plant will be 10 MTPA. Water pipeline for 5 kilometers for requirement to meet slurry, which is already done, installation is done. And Lloyd's is supposed to be going for another ISP of 3 million tons in Konsari itself. The project is located in a very, very sensitive area in Maharashtra called Gadchiroli district. The mines is in Surjagarh, which is nearer to Chhattisgarh and Telangana border. And the plant is at Konsari, about 87 kilometers, which I told you earlier. And this point was discussed by everybody, so I don't want to dwell much about it. We are going to transport about 30,000 tons. Balance point everybody discussed. I don't think we have any other argument against this. And for us, the pipeline consultant is Patterson Cook. They are here. And otherwise, other points I had already described. Lloyd's Metal and Energy Limited is the owner. This is the first iron ore slurry pipelines in central India and Maharashtra. And we started laying the pipeline from mid-January. And thanks to Dwaraka and team, we should be able to complete by month end the entire laying by June end, which is, I believe, now record time in Indian condition. This would be India's fastest, as I said. We have one pumping station and one terminal station. We have cathodic and protection as well as SCADA system. The water pipeline is 24-inch long. Little detail about the pipeline, 21 villages we are covering. And it's generally a flat terrain, nearly 58 kilometers flat. Slightly undulating is about 28.5. The elevation difference is 60 meters. TP and IP are about 2050 numbers. We have crossings about 89 major and minor 39. HT power lines 113. And then forest area, which is very, very important here. We are almost in the forest area, 55 kilometers along the road. We will have to get the forest clearance for laying the pipeline. This is the detailed technical parameters on which the whole design has been done. 87 kilometers, 12,745 cubic meters, 18-inch outer diameter. We have 5 thicknesses and API, SL grade X70 material and 3 layers of polyethylene coating. We have OFC for data and communication and SCADA for monitoring. The capacities are mentioned in the other side. Dry tonnage is about 1,262 tons per hour. Design flow rate is about 1,000 cubic meter per hour. Minimum velocity is 1.95 meter per second. Specific gravity 4.5 to 5.04. Density of slurry is 1.98. Solid concentration would be around 62%. Discharge pressure is 132 bar. Pump envisaged is 3 working and 1 standby. Flow rate per pump is about 342 meter cube per hour. Motor shaft power per pump is about 1446 kilowatt. pH value is about 7.1 to 10. Oxygen content is 0.1 ppm. The design life, as mentioned earlier, generally it will be 30 years. This is the major equipment and material which we are using there. 90 kilometers of pipe, around 12,400 tons, manufactured by an Indian company, although steel is imported. We could get the first lot of pipe within 4 months of placing the order. This itself is a record time to get the coated pipe to site in 12 meters length. Slurry tank agitator, 6 numbers. I don't want to go through these numbers, just you can digest. Typically, you have 2 hydraulic power pack units, one at starting point at 80 gallons and then 60 gallons, pig launcher and receiver. This is the main agenda which we will cover. As a Lloyd's infrastructure and construction, what we do. In 2 months, we did water pipeline, which is about 5 kilometers, again inside the forest area. 87 kilometers of pipeline, 100% main welding done in 135 days, 100% lowering completed in 150 days, 100% cased crossing and all major road crossing is done. River canal crossing has been done. OFC duct laying is in progress. Temporary cathetic protection is also in progress. 100% welded joints are tested, NDT radiography test is done. 100% hot vents are installed in all locations. Our own team is doing hydro testing. Now we have mobilized our own team for installation, own team for welding. It's a completely in-house construction. In India, why most of the pipelines get delayed? There are challenges. On paper, you can get ROW. Physically, to get ROW takes much more time. What did we do? Initially, we were also thinking it may get delayed. That's why we had the concept of pipeline 1 year down the line. Then we could move things faster. When we started moving with the people, we felt we can achieve it earlier. So we started employing locals for sure. And as explained by Mr. P.R. Prasad earlier, 30-bedded hospital is in operation already. Even during Corona, when we were starting the mining, we had an oxygen plant. I don't think big cities at that time. And we have a garment unit for women. Almost 350 women are employed. The shirt is stitched by them, as Mr. P.R. Prasad said earlier. We are doing road and infrastructure, school, temporary repair works for temple, repair for school. Ultimately, we are taking people along with us. Otherwise, we can't move an inch. It's a remote site. Nobody will venture. If you talk to any Nagpurian or Chandrapur guy, he will never come to Gadchiroli. Only outsiders, without knowing Gadchiroli, they can come. This was the case about 2 years ago. Today, we have changed the situation. When we went, I think there were hardly 2 or 3 bikes. Today, you can see thousands of more bikes. The economics of the life has improved a lot in the local. Things are changing there. Lack of telephone was a bigger problem for us with the labor. None of the labor in India today is willing to come when the mobile doesn't function. So we had issues. We sorted it out. ROW was completely handled by an experienced crew, which they had experience in handling in eastern part of India for other projects. So with that, now we could able to clear everything quickly, and then we could lay the pipeline in 5.5 months. We have 400 plus resources, completely in-house, including hydro testing crew. And roads on which we are working along the forest are very narrow. So we need a lot of dialogue with the local public. We need to do road maintenance. We need to do even development of roads to manage these things. These are the few photographs. While transportation, we had, considering the terrain, we had taken only 12-meter pipes, and then stringing, welding, our own team, blasting and coating, trenching, lowering and tying in, then the restoration. This is in the crossing areas where casing is done, with even casing insulators are done. Considering the terrain and the locations, we have gone completely with the excavator. We have not gone with the pipe layer. So excavator does both the work, excavation as well as handling the pipe. We have our own cold pipe bender. So complete equipment is owned by us, invested by us, and we are completely free from other influences because of this. Promoters were able to invest quite quickly and decisions were made quickly. Where are we now with respect to LICL? We have experienced team of ROW, handling ROW, EC and other government related approvals. We have an engineering consultancy division which is called Lloyd Consultancy and Engineering under LICL to handle engineering. Experience in procurement in pellet as well as grinding as well as pipeline, because we are doing it for ourselves. We have complete data, owning entire spectrum of construction equipment. We have skilled and experienced supervision, team and management staff on roles, 400 plus skilled workforce with us, which can execute pipeline. In addition, we have about 1,000 workforce in pellet and grinding unit. We are ready to execute challenging and large pipeline projects. We feel pipeline is the order of the day, looking at the cost, looking at the safety. So we are readying ourselves for that market. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for taking your time and sharing experience with us. Thank you, sir. Now, Session 2, fourth speaker, Mr. Ravindranath Morekurti, Executive Director of AMNS Vizag Asset, AMNS India. Can we have a great round of applause for him, please?
Good afternoon to all. Generally, post lunch session, generally the presentations are little boring. But the type of the questions that are coming up after each presentation is clearly showing the importance the slurry pipelines have got in the upcoming years. So I'm Ravindranath, Executive Director, ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. And I would like to thank Monica Bachchan for giving this opportunity to present in the August gathering. And we are operating the slurry pipeline from 2005 onwards, almost like 18 years we have completed. That too, we are operating in a very tough terrain. And I'm going to cover those things in my upcoming slides also. When you're talking about slurry pipelines, we have to go back to the history. When the pipelines have started, it's almost like 111 years back when the first pipeline was commissioned. That too with a coal slurry. Though it is of only 50 tons per hour, length is less than 1 kilometer. But that I'm talking about way back in the Roman times, in a concrete duct pipes, when the coal slurry was pumped. That has given a boost rather for the researchers and designers to think of about these pipelines. And afterwards, we can see the pipelines, especially on the coal slurry pipelines, or more afterwards. It has come up in USA, in Russia, and as I has 4 million tons of coal slurry pipelines were commissioned. And coming back to the iron ore slurry pipelines, the first iron ore slurry pipeline was commissioned way back in 1967 rather, in Australia, the River Savage plant. I got an opportunity to see this particular pipeline and rather discuss with the people how they are operating. If you see on the right-hand side, even the photograph, the pipeline, where it is showing, almost it is crossing the river on the bridge. Now the technology has improved, where we can pass this particular pipeline underground, rather with a horizontal directional drilling, where even our pipeline is also passing through certain rivers with this technology of horizontal directional drilling. After this slurry pipeline is commissioned in 1967, it is still operational, 57 years old, and that has given rather a big boost for the slurry pipelines. You can see the next slide, the slurry pipelines which are operating in the world. I could say, I think more than 15 or 16 slurry pipelines are operating, including 2 of ours in India, one in Chhattisgarh, connecting Chhattisgarh and Andhra Pradesh, and second one in Odisha, connecting Dabuna and Paradeep. One more pipeline is operational in Odisha, that is from BRPL. But surprising to see that 2014, there are no slurry pipelines come up, not only in India, but also in the world. But if you see this particular slide, you can see the many slurry pipelines are there in the pipeline. Some of them are the designs, them are in the advanced laying condition also. If you see, we are operating one in Kerandul, Vizag in 2005, September we have commissioned. And BRPL is in 2013, and we have commissioned our second slurry pipeline in India, that is Dabuna, Paradeep in 2014. And some more pipelines currently we are operating with, that is from Dabuna and Shankari tailing pipeline, and Sagisahi Dabuna pipeline, and NMDC Kirandul, the Nagarnar pipeline. JSP is working on pipeline in Odisha. JSW is coming up with, and just now Mr. Senthal has told the Lloyd's one, that is in Konsari pipeline in Maharashtra. Now another 15-20 pipelines are in the design and to come up by 2030. So why we are talking about so much on the slurry pipelines now? Morning onwards, we are seeing how important is the transportation and how difficult the infrastructure facilities are. So this is one slide which is showing up why we have to concentrate more on the slurry pipelines. If we talk about in 2017 National Steel Policy, wherein a very tough target of reaching 300 million tons by 2030, the crude steel production. Currently, crude steel production currently is about 167, and we have to reach 300 million tons by 2030. And with the per capita consumption of almost touching about 160, with a further target of reaching 220 by 2047. This is the reason why the pipelines have got a prominence, because especially in India, we talk about the logistics, the population, the railway line. Morning, Mr. Indira was also talking about, once the requirement is completely fulfilled with the rail transportation, no other cargo, no other commodity will get an opportunity to move by the railway lines. So, need of a slurry pipeline. Why we need this slurry pipeline now? Insufficient rake availability, where rather we are suffering even now for getting the iron ore rakes from the railways. And limited availability of the customized rakes. Now again, one more restriction, we cannot transport more than 4,000 or 4,500 through the railway line because of the terrain difficulties and other electrification and other constraints from the electricity point of view. And unpredicted delivery time by rail, because always the passenger trains take the prominence over the freight rakes. And also the cost. High first mile, last mile and handling cost. If you see right from the loading onto the rakes and then the transportation freight cost and again handling at the railway siding and moving it to the plant. This is very costly, and also it's not connected well with the ports or the mines. And environmental issues. This is what if you talk about either by the road transportation or the rake transportation, the environment, especially the dust pollution. And with the quality of ore coming down over the years, rather we got an opportunity to get very good material from NMDC. And the initial years of 2005 and 2010, rather we have operated with 66% as our feed material to that beneficiation plant. And now if you see, it has come down to as low as 63%. Further to as low as 62% or even low. So that means the necessity of beneficiation is very critical for rather producing into the beneficiated slurry and the pellet. So that calls for that again the beneficiation and the slurry pipeline requirement. The hydrotransportation of these fines in the form of slurry to the pipelines only makes the project cost effective. If you see today, if you compare with either with the road transportation or the rail transportation, the pipeline is very economical. And as earlier speakers also talked about, it's environmental free, dust free, and even in the tough difficulties of the rains or corona period also rather, we have operated our pipeline without even stopping. And this is one slide which gives you is all the economics of the slurry pipeline compared either with the railroad or even the coastal movement. Slurry pipelines are best for anything beyond 50 to 500 kilometers. And the cost is hardly about 1 rupee per ton per kilometer. Compared to, if we talk about either rail or road, it is anything beyond 7 rupees or even up to the 11 rupees. Even if you see the longer distances, if you talk about the coastal, even that is also higher than about 3 rupees or 4 rupees per kilometer per ton. And again, if you talk about the OPEX and CAPEX costs, I have given a very ballpark figure here for 400 kilometers of a 12 million ton slurry pipeline. The CAPEX cost will be around something around 1600 crores. And OPEX, including the tax and depreciation and all, if you talk about it, is hardly about 200 rupees. Whereas if you talk about the railway freight, the same 400 kilometers for 12 MTPA, it costs as high as 5,000 crores. And the freight, we talk about for moving this material to 400 kilometers is something around 1,200 rupees. So there is a clear saving of almost like 800 to 1,000 rupees over the railway only. This is what we discussed a lot on even the design part, rheology, coming slides also. This is one of the important slide, which again gives a very prominence to the slurry pipelines, the carbon footprint and the energy requirement. If you compare the pipeline then if you talk about rail, it is almost 7.5 times, and it would road about 10.4 times. And the energy requirement for 25-year life cycle, if you talk about, the pipeline is 1 and rail is almost like 29 times, and road is access to the minerals in mountains region, then come back to the normal sea level. If you talk about, we are starting our pipeline, rather our pipeline is starting at about 613 meters above mean sea level, and it is coming to Visakhapatnam, which is we are at almost like mean sea level. Eliminate the return of the empty to starting point, that is in case of railway rakes. The material, once it comes again, it has to go back with the empty. There's a power loss and all, which is not the case with the iron ore slurry pipeline. Major iron ore mine heads, if you talk about, it is in Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, and Goa, which we have seen in the earlier presentations also. Except Goa, all others are above 300 kilometers away from the mines. So the necessity of the slurry pipeline is again getting the prominence because of this reason also. If you talk about, these are all the design parameters one we should see before going for that slurry pipeline. If you talk about the particle size distribution, a lot of discussions are happening now about the particle distribution, how much it will impact the operating or other parameters also. And the rheology, the fluidity of the slurry, that's the rheology. It also very important design parameter for the slurry pipeline. And the yield stress, settling rate, how much the settling rate is of this material, and the penetration test, corrosion test, all these tests will be conducted, are the major parameters tested in the laboratory. And then it comes to the transferred into laboratory test will decide the following parameters like how much grind is required, and what is the minimum velocity that is required in the pipeline, and what is the maximum velocity we can go up, again taking into the wear out or the abrasion of the pipeline, and also the slurry pH, how much slurry pH we have to maintain. Generally, the slurry is acidic in nature. Now we have to convert that into basic in nature so that that internal corrosion will minimize or will not be there. And also the requirement of the corrosion inhibitors when you are pumping water. That is also an important parameter. Otherwise, the ingress of oxygen, if it is there, again, it leads to the corrosion afterwards. And based on these hydraulic steady state calculations and all, it will determine like what is the pressure loss, which we have discussed also in the earlier presentation. And pipe size and thickness will be decided based on that. And what are the pumps sizing, and the requirement of the choke or wall station, if any. In our pipeline, we have a wall station, whereas other pipelines are not having the wall station also. It again depends on the gradient. And based on the below the operating parameters, once it is in operation, we have to maintain the minimum and maximum slurry flow and also the percentage of solids. That is very critical for a good operating slurry pipeline. And these slurry pipelines are not only restricted for coal or rather for iron ore. Even there are even limestone pipelines are there, slurry pipelines are lead, zinc, nickel, even bauxite. These are all the other commodities or the minerals which can be used for the slurry pumping. Coming back to our AMNS Kirandul Vizag slurry pipeline, this is the gradient of our pipeline. As I mentioned, it is starting at about 612 meters above mean sea level at Kirandul, and it goes as high as 898 meters above mean sea level at a place called Lambashingi. And from there, it suddenly drops down within 10 kilometers, a drop of almost like 600 meters in the head. So that is where we required a choke station. And then afterwards, it comes by the gravity to Visakhapatnam, where we are operating the pellet plant. And if you see at the bottom, the terrains, as I mentioned, we are operating in a very tough terrain. Rather, the pipeline is passing through the 3 political states, Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and Andhra Pradesh. And it is also passing through the forest area and below the railway lines. And it is also passing through the rivers, state highway, national highway. And we have taken a ROW for laying this pipeline. Afterwards, except the permanent structures, even agricultural and is being done regularly on that ROW line. To talk about, this is the critical process flow, where we are operating a beneficiation plant at Kirandul. Then the 70% of the solids material will go to the slurry tanks. And with a density of about 2.2, that is 70% solids, we start pumping from the pumping station 1, which is located at Kirandul. We use Geho pumps for pumping the positive displacement pumps, diaphragm pumps. From there to Visakhapatnam, in between we have a booster pumping station. In between this particular place, about 114 kilometers signage, we have a booster pumping station. Then again, we have 5 Geho pumps there also, which is pumping at about 165 bar pressure. And we are pumping almost like 21,000 tons a day today. And that is the rated capacity of the pipeline, about 7 million tons. And after that pumping station 2, we have a slack flow station. To keep that slurry all the time full in the pipeline, we have a choke station. And then it comes by gravity directly to the slurry to the pellet plant located at Vizag. These are the key operating parameters. As I mentioned, the particle size is very critical, slurry density, slurry pH, dissolved oxygen for water batches, and slurry velocities is very crucial. Higher the velocity, again, it leads to the abrasion. Lower the velocity, again, the material will settle. So you have to maintain the optimum velocity in the slurry pipeline, which is about 1.4 to 1.5 meters per second in our case. We are operating at that pumping at that particular velocity with a pH of around 10.2. And we measure the cathodic protection is there throughout the pipeline. We impress rather the voltage of about 0.85 to 1.1 volt throughout the pipeline to avoid any external corrosion. There is no lining inside. These are the bare pumps, API 5L grade X70 pumps, pipeline, and no internal coating. Only external coating is there, and the cathodic protection is there to take care of the external corrosion. And safety interlocks are there at every place. Whenever the pressure goes up beyond a certain limit because of any reason of plugging and all, immediately the rupture disc will open and it will not even allow, or rather immediately trips the system. We are operating this with a SCADA system, right from entire 267 kilometers, where we can operate the complete pipeline operation from Vizag. Even if the pressures are high at some point of time, even I can switch off the pumps which are operating at Kirandul from Vizag. Even that kind of a logic is implemented also to take care of the safety of the pipeline. Though we are operating from last 18 years, 2005 onwards we are operating. And if you see the thickness, very recently we have measured the thickness of the entire 267 kilometers, except one place where I mentioned, the slack flow station, where there is a sudden drop of the head and gushing of slurry is there. Rest all the places, the thickness is well within the limits. Hardly about 1 mm wear out is there, even after 18 years of our operation. That means it can even operate very satisfactorily for another 15 or 20 years. If you clearly maintain the slurry properties, that is very, very important. Like Mr. Andy Rao also said, like the particle size distribution is very important. Plus 150 microns is very critical. We cannot even cross at a limit. Unnecessary, it creates the pressure and also settlement of the slurry in the pipelines, leading to the breakdowns and all. Coming back to the challenges, though we are operating this, there are many challenges rather in the slurry pipelines also. Operational challenges are different. Now, if you have to go with a new pipelines, say these are all the things which we can talk about, the challenges. One is very important, it's more dependent on the river water. And now the water cannot be, even many of the places, even the return water is also there because of the scarcity of water. The water is pumped back again to the beneficiation plant from the pellet plants. So in our case, it is not there, but in many of the places it is there, but it is not that economical also. So we can see even the graph I have shown, there are many places where in India the water scarcity is there. So this is one of the critical parameter for the slurry pipelines is the water availability. And again, many of the places is the transferring water from the dry state to the wet state, where there is water is there, and then we can even, pipelines are there, that we can even use the water and pump the slurry to the, even the dry states also. Seasonal changes in the river water, that is also one of the important parameter and also a challenge for the slurry pipeline operations. So water is very important as a media for our slurry pumping, and the water requirement is used also for these kind of slurry pipeline operations. And proper sizing of the slurry pipeline is also very important when you're talking about water. So when you design it for 7 million tons, and if you pump only 5 million tons, then invariably you have to do more number of water batches. So that means it, again, a lot of water requirement and all will be there. So the design of the pipeline is very critical, especially keeping in mind what is the capacity you want to pump, and if you are not pumping again to that level, then huge amount of water loss will be there. So the design is very critical for the pipelines. Some of the areas that must be consumed as a part of the data analysis, like frequent thickness measurements, the pipe material properties, and operating condition when I talked about what is the velocity, pressures you are maintaining, density you are maintaining, and environmental conditions. And the pipe and coating condition assessments you have to do regularly and replace even if there is any damage is there. And the cathodic production data, we have to always maintain that. We have in our pipeline almost like 9 cathodic protection stations are there where to maintain this impressed voltage onto the pipeline on the external voltage is being induced. And the other challenges we are talking about depends how well we operate and maintain. Some unforceful conditions of the pipeline beyond control may reduce the pipeline life and lead to the premature failures. This is what we are talking about. If it is designed for certain particle size distribution, and if you are operating much higher than that, then it is definitely is going to be a problem, and then settlement of the material in the pipeline leading into the higher pressures. That is what rather we have, at times you are seeing in our pipeline also, whenever there are pressure increases observed, then immediately we do a water batch and flush out the slurry pipeline, and again we'll go back to the normal operations. So this is very, very important. And capital investment point of view, though it is costly, not very comparative to the rail transportation or road, but it is high initial capital investment, but operating cost is very, very less. And one more point on the safety and security of the pipeline. Though in our pipeline we have seen certain or rather setbacks in the earlier operations from 2006 and to 2009 and 2010, there are some pipeline damages by the miscreants and all. Now we are operating from almost like 7-8 years without any disturbances with 100% availability of the pipeline. Increase in the population, especially the pipeline corridor, where you can talk about ROW is taken, where 3 or 4 pipelines are laid together. It helps a lot for the overall utilization of the capacity. And also the pipelines, like morning also we heard, at supplying at your doorsteps. Even the pipeline corridors, where I think 2-3 even parties can come together and then even lay the pipeline and then utilize. Only one disadvantage in this is how well you maintain the ore characteristics. So we are getting ore from different mines. So today ore conditions is not the same in tomorrow's ore conditions. So those are the other challenges we need to take care at the time of the design. Once it is done and all, the slurry pipeline operations are definitely the cheapest and economical and also environmental friendly pipelines. And it is need of the hour, as we discussed from morning onwards, the beneficiation and the slurry pipelines are important for future of the steel industry in India. When you're talking about 300 million tons by 2030, this plays an important role. And also in the current conditions of iron ore coming down in quality, the beneficiation is definitely is required, and the pipelines definitely important for the steel production. So this is all from my side. Any questions? I'd like to take that. Otherwise, thank you very much once again, Monica and team, for giving this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for very energetic speech. Thank you, entire panel, for teaching us so much information, slurry, pipeline, scope, challenges, and economics. So now I would like to request Monica Bachchan, please join us on the dais and give present mementos to our esteemed guests. I would like to request Mr. Ignacio, please come forward. Can we have a great round of applause for Mr. Ignacio? And now I would like to request Mr. Venkatesh Sandil, please come forward. Nath Modikuti. Can we have a very good round of applause? Thank you, sir. Thank you, entire panel. Thank you so much. Now we'll start session 3. Session 3 is all about AI, drone. Pradeep Pandurangi, Senior Product Manager of Idea Force Technology Limited. So please join us on the dais. Can we have a great round of applause for Pradeep Pandurangi? And the next name I would like to Miss Nancy Singh, DGCA certified drone flying instructor, 4 Institute of Drone Technology and Research. Ma'am, please join us on the dais. Can we have a very good round of applause? And now I would like to invite Mr. Mithul Arora, Business Development of Lead India and South Asia, Fix 4D. I request, sir, please join us on the dais. And 4th speaker in the panel, Mr. Praveen Pugalia, Head Improvement of Initiative RM Tata Steel Limited. Can we have a very good round of applause for all 4 speakers? So firstly, I would like to hand over mic to Mr. Pradeep Pandurangi, Senior Product Manager of Idea Force Technology Limited. So please address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Yeah, thanks. You have the presentation. So since I already gave a presentation in the morning, I won't repeat myself too much. But what I'll do is what I showed about our Flight Cloud platform, a small recap of that in this presentation. And the focus being how do we increase automation on the data collection side, and how do we reduce the turnaround time on the data processing. The platform that I showed you, Flight Cloud, there will be a small demo of that, and then we will directly go into Q&A. So as I discussed in the morning, the current way that drone data processing is happening, for whether you say just for land survey or also for stockpile, haul road and other analysis, it is very manual and very time taking. From the time the data is captured to the analytics where decisions can be made, it can be anywhere between a week to 10 days, where really that decision-making sense is lost, I've spoken to several exhibitors today at the booth as well, where they say they want to do monitoring every day or even multiple times a day, right? So this is where automation plays a big role, and how do we reduce errors during the data capture and automate this whole workflow. So we have developed a solution called Flight Cloud, which automates everything after the drone. So the moment the drone flying is done, right from geotagging, processing to analytics, that whole pipeline can be automated and a final report can be given to the decision makers. You can fly in the morning and have the reports in the evening. And that is what is enabled by Flight Cloud. And I think that is something that can really vastly improve the scalability of using drones, because a lot of companies I see, they buy drones today or they get drone services, but that asset is not being fully used to the capacity that it can be used. So here once again showing the concept of Flight Cloud. You have the drone flying in the mining area, the pilot lands the drone. All the flying is completely automated with IdeaForge drones. It's completely pre-planned missions. The drone pilot just is there to monitor that everything is happening as per the plan. The moment it lands, he has to click one button in our software Map Assist that geotags those images and uploads them to the Flight Cloud. Once it is uploaded at Flight Cloud, the whole process of photogrammetry analytics is already pre-programmed depending on your earlier settings. And then those reports generated are directly sent to the relevant people. Now, if you want to go and do specific data analytics, that can also be done on the platform. And you want to integrate any custom AI models, that is also possible with Flight Cloud. So the importance of this is to enable quick deployment of a standardized and automated workflow. You might be having several different service providers who are doing the drone data collection, but how do you standardize the analytics that they do, right? So on Flight Cloud, you can have verified analytics hosted, which can help you give end-to-end solutions, and a custom and standard solution, no matter how many different service providers you use, can be enabled, right? Everything is cloud-based, so you don't have to make any upfront investment. So the turnaround time for processing, what I mentioned, it will require a lot of computational data. So if you want to do very fast computation, you have to invest a lot in buying expensive computers. With the cloud solution, you don't have to do that. As per your requirement, the computational requirements can be scaled, and that can help your productivity. And all your different kind of analytics, stockpile, haul road, encroachment analysis, anything that you have. I was speaking to someone, they said that tree counting is also quite important. So we have already been doing that for a lot of forest departments. So any rehabilitation efforts that you have to do, or plantation monitoring that you have to do, it can be completely automated end-to-end. So this is just a quick walkthrough of the platform, and then we'll directly dive into Q&A. This is the platform. The volume is not on. Explore a wide variety of analytics that are available. So if you have custom analytics or AI models that you I choose the analytics that is right for me. So the entire workflow is explained here, along with the pricing. Then I create a project. And assign the workflow that I want to run. The pilots then plan the mission on the field using Blue Fire Touch or BFT and fly the mission. Once the flight lands, the data is transferred automatically by Map Assist
from the rover, base station, and IMU. The pilot chooses Flight Cloud Upload on Map Assist and chooses the right project folder. And that's it. After that, one click from the pilot executes the entire workflow till the report generation. The processing is completed without any intervention from the data analyst, and relevant data is delivered to test turnaround time.
So yeah, that's a quick overview of the platform. Yeah, any questions that you have, I think we can take them now. Thank you. Yeah, if you have other questions now, we can take them as well. Okay, sure.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now it's time to invite Ms. Nancy Singh, DGCA certified drone flying instructor for Institute of Drone Technology and Research. Can we have a great round of applause for her, please?
Hello, a very good evening to all of you. I really thank Monica ji for inviting me here and giving you an insight as a drone instructor. And from my organization and from me, I pay regards to all of you, all the chief guests and other beautiful audiences. So as we progress through presentation, we will know like how my organization is standing in this drone ecosystem. So slowly we will proceed further. So as I am a drone instructor, DGCA certified, and giving introduction of my organization, it's for Institute of Drone Technology and Research. We are leading RPTO, Remote Pilot Training Organization, or you can call Drone Training School in your layman language. And what are we doing in drones? You will get to know further. So being an instructor, always an instructor. So I will treat you as my lovely students. So this will be a short lecture, taking an insight what are drones and how we are using them for our work related to mining industry. So since morning, I have come to know so many things happening in mining sector. And let's see what are drones. So for our understanding, we have divided drones based on design, weight. So let's see, drones based on design, we have fixed wings, hybrid, and rotorcraft. So basically, the drones which are using in mining sector, doing survey, mapping, or inspection, mainly those are rotorcraft drones because their maneuvers are very easier to do. Then comes your hybrid mainly because they can do inspection of a longer area. Their endurance are quite high and they take lesser space to take off and land because they are VTOLs. Now, if we see drone classification based on weight, we have 5 categories. First, starting from nano, whose weight is up to 250 grams. Now, If we increase this weight gradually, then it becomes micro. Weight is between 250 gram to 2 kg. Then small, 2 kg to 25 kg. Then small, 25 kg to 150 kg. And the large, above 150 kg, those are quite big drones, and those are mainly being used in defense sector. So for the mining purpose and all the other areas except defense, we are using drones which are mainly small category. That is your 2 kg to 25 kg. And let's understand about the drone sector. So after drone rules came into existence on 25th August 2021, our government has taken many initiatives to promote this drone sector. So starting from PLI scheme for all the manufacturers in drone area to promote this technology. Then, yes, after formation of drone rules, our Indian airspace has become friendly to fly drones, where you can fly drones up to 400 feet, that is mainly in green zone. And then, as we are using drones in logistics sector also, for dropping different packages, or you can say, like in medical sector. And yes, it is definitely creating many vacancies too for young generation. Now, if we see drone applications, those are quite diversified, starting from media industry, because we came to know about drone when we saw small drones were flying in weddings. We used to call them as toy, remote control aircraft. But as the time passed, we found out that we can use these drones for our different kinds of work. We just need to put a camera and we can have a look what other people are doing. So we started from entertainment industry, then we made their entry into infrastructures, doing inspection, monitoring, or survey mapping, like in police department, or where we do inspection of windmills, railway lines, pipelines, highways, etc. So all these sector, mining is one of the sector where we are shifting from traditional methods of survey and mapping to this new technology that we call as drone technology. Now, if I focus Indian drone industry, it's quite growing. Our government is aiming to make India as a drone hub by 2030. And after drone rules came into existence, this drone industry has propelled. And yeah, creating so many of vacancies. Now, entering into mining industry. So since morning, I'm seeing that it's a big sector where possibilities are quite high, as our country is the 4th largest producer in the world. And the mineral extractions has been increased and it's keep on increasing. So yes, there is a burden how we tackle those numbers. How can we keep an eye to curb all unnecessary activities? we'll see how bad things can happen. So, if we discuss drone efficiency in mining sector, its main work is to do the inspection, survey, mapping, and preservative safety inspections, you call, and yes, improving the working style. If I discuss about safety things, through doing drone surveys or drone real-time survey, we can curb illegal mining activities, or we call as mining mafias. We can definitely curb them because they are really big problem for our mining sector. And government is finding solutions how to stop those things. Now, if we see how drone affecting, so let's see. So first is monitoring and inspection. We can definitely do the surveys of the mining area where we can do your stockpile estimation. You can track the daily activities by having some real-time footages. So that is a very big help. Then comes your survey and mapping. We can use data coming from our drone in the form of images or videos by using LiDARs combined with the camera. By making 3D models and other AI algorithms, we can see how our daily work is being done in the site. Then yes, stockpile estimation, because as the demand is increasing day by day, so we need to check. Okay. So we need to check on daily purpose. And then haulage road optimization, where we can survey the road that is connecting to our mining site, and mining exploration to find new minerals day by day. And then water and sediment. So everything can be effectively inspect on daily purpose using drones. As this mining activities can definitely hamper our environmental conditions as well, like air pollution and water pollution. So we can track those things also by using sensors related to diagnose the air quality and the water quality. And by getting all these data in form of whether it is images or videos, we can make 3D models or digital elevation model or orthomosaic maps to do the volumetric estimation of the minerals. Like here you can see. Now AI is also very important combined with machine learning. We can track if we are doing the air quality survey or the water quality survey, like which area is highly polluted area. So that kind of things we can definitely do. Bas, last wala ho gaya. So now as I focus why the drone pilot training is important, because since morning I saw that there is a gap. We have drone manufacturers and we have sector that are using drones for their survey and inspection. But there is a link missing. That is, whoever person is flying the drone must have DGCA license. Because drone is an aircraft and it's a flying machine. And this comes under Ministry of Civil Aviation, DGCA, under scrutiny. So whoever flying the drone must have valid DGCA license, which can be taken by doing the course from authorized DGCA, Remote Pilot Training Organization. so that you can have the responsibility, because license give you responsibility to do the functions. How will you navigate through the mining site? How your weather can affect your flying, and how you will do the mission planning. So all these things are very important parameter which must be taken under consideration. And yeah, this is about my organization. The drone, what are the different parts, the effect of weather, and the ATC procedures. So at the end of the course, you become an efficient certified pilot, and you can do hard flying. You have simulator learning as well before the practical flying. This is the flying area dedicated for the flying. You can also taught how to use airspace to get required permissions. And yes, you will definitely learn. So yeah, thank you so much.
Mr. Mitul Arora, Business Development Lead India and South Asia Fix 4D. I request, please join us, Mitul Arora, on the dais. Can we have a great round of applause for Mitul Arora, please?
Thank you. So what I need to do just this. Okay. Thank you. So very warm good evening to everyone, and I want to start by saying thanks obviously to the organizer, especially to Ms. Monica, who organized this event and took the initiative to include the drone and the data processing part specifically into the mining sector. So I think in the past and in the last session also, everyone talks about the slurry, the pipelines, and how to track the images, how to track the pipeline, and all sort of stuff. Let me summarize this by saying that the traditional way is that a person need to go on the ground and then check where exactly are the leakages, where exactly are the cracks in the pipelines, be it a slurry pipeline or be it a water pipeline. But how we can check? The latest development is to track with the help of drones, and how drone is helpful and how the post-processing part is helpful in that. So the main aspect is to take the images from the drone, be it aerial video images or be it photographs. And then the role of drone is over at that stage. What happens after that is you have to have a software where you can insert those images and check the cracks in those pipelines. You can check the leakages in those pipelines. So that all done with the help of data processing part, the analytics parts, and that too with the help of a software. So software plays a critical role in this particular domain. So let me start my presentation. So Pix4D is a multinational company. We have headquarters in Switzerland. So we started this organization in 2011 in Switzerland, and currently we have global presence in more than 15 countries, and we have more than 150 partners worldwide. And we are only into the data processing part. So regardless of the sector, so we do all the data processing, be it 2D map, 3D model, orthomosaic, DSM, DTM, elevation model, anything, or the topography. So we do everything. So this is, I already covered. This is my background. I did my mechanical engineering from India, and having 14 years of experience in the aviation, drones, and business development sector. I myself is a DGCA certified drone pilot in small and medium category, and I'm also a program advisor to California State University. So currently I am taking care of the business development part in South Asia. Let me start by the photogrammetry. So what exactly is photogrammetry? So let me just give you a broader picture and then we can summarize it. So photogrammetry is the science and technology of obtaining a reliable information about a physical objects and the environment through the process of recording, measuring, and interpreting photography images and patterns of electromagnetic radiant, imaginary, and other phenomena. What's the summary? So extracting the 3D information from the photographs. So this is all about photogrammetry. Regardless of the sector, we have solution for all the industries, be it mining, construction. I'll talk about the details in my further slides. So these are the solutions we do have within Pix4D. So we do have a software application, we do have desktop application, we do have the cloud application. Sometimes it happens that a customer is looking only for the cloud because they have constraints with the infrastructure, because they have like data in terabytes, and they have very much problem to maintain those infrastructure. So they generally go for the cloud option. And if they want to go for the desktop option, we do have an option for the desktop as well, regardless it's online or even if offline as well. We do have the mobile applications, and we do have a hardware that is RTK rover that I will discuss in my future slides. These are the sectors and industries where we can specifically focus upon. Having said this, it's not only these sectors. So if you have any other sector in mind, so we have a solution for all the sectors. So these are the few applications I can discuss about. So first one is the surveying and the mapping. So I'll just broadly discuss what exactly in the survey and mapping, how we can help our customers. So for example, any organization took a tender and there is a raw land. What happens to that land is that they need to do a topography survey. They want to see the DSM, DTM, orthographic images, and then they need to fill out the tenders. And basis on that tender, they need to fill out the costing, estimate cost as well. So if you have a drone, regardless of the make, we have integrated our software with all the manufacturers. So you use any drone, and we have a solution to that. So you fly your drone, took the images, just insert those images into a software, and you have a solution to that. So I think whatever you want to extract from that image, we have a solution to that. And suppose if you want to do something specific, suppose if a government is looking for some specific requirement, and if we do not have, for an example, right, we also have a solution to that. That is the Pix4D engine, in which we can give access to you. You can write your own codes, and you can do whatever you want to do with that. So next one is the construction. In construction also, suppose you want to do the asset management, you want to do the stockpile calculation, you want to do the DSM of that, DTM of that, manpower calculation, asset management, everything. So everything is possible in this particular sector. If you can see at the bottom of the slide, the Pix4D mapper, engine, cloud, crane camera, and Pix4D catch and VIDOC. These are the different software and the hardware which you can use for this particular application. For example, in construction. Now, coming back to the mining part. So mining, again, you, for example, there is a raw land and you are like planning to take a new mine, be it any mine, regardless of the mine. So you can do the stockpile calculation, you can do the aerial survey and 3D mapping also. You can do the drill and blast planning. You can do the asset and the infrastructure management. You can do the geo inspection. Everything in that particular sector is possible. And on the top of that, if you want to do, for example, the asset management, and you have like number of trains, number of cabs in that, number of manpower in that particular area, and the number of asset management you want to calculate, that is also very much possible. You can do a topography survey, you can create a 3D model also, 2D maps also in that. So here are few cases globally who are already using Pix4D and get benefited out of it. These are the global mining organizations. So next sector is the inspection and the telecom. So there are many areas where an organization is looking for to inspect the tower, that how many towers they have across the state. what is the height of that tower, how many antennas they have, is there any rust in that, is there any leakage in that, is there any pit holes in that, is there any like nut and bolts which are loose in that. So you can do all those inspections with the help of a software, because drone will help you get those images, and with the help of software only you can get all those results out of that particular software. So next one in the agriculture. In agriculture, I'll just summarize because time is over and Monica is watching at me only. So in agriculture, you can again do the crop monitoring, you can do the health monitoring, health insurance with the help of multispectral or a hyperspectral camera. And on the top of that, it's not only with the help of drones. If you have a satellite images, you can also process the data with the help of satellite images. You don't need any drone in that case. So the next one is the cultural heritage. If you have any cultural heritage, I remember in the past, I do have our partner in India who do the 3D model for Statue of Unity, and he literally submitted to Government of India as well. And I think recently Government of India raised a tender for making a 3D model for a Ram Mandir, and I think many organizations already bid for that, and they are planning to use Pix4D in that. So the next one is the public safety. You can do the scene monitoring, you can make the documentation out of it, you can do the annotation, and you can submit to the court also for the investigations. The same case goes with the fire investigation and search and rescue operations. So next one is the humanitarian and disaster relief. In case of any disaster, you can create a complete model for that particular scene. You can check, you can give it to the government, you can give it to the insurance organization so that they can make a complete model out of it, be it in the daylight or at the night time. It also has a thermal camera, and our software can process the thermal images as well. So you can have all the results in that. Final one is the academia. So as Ms. Nancy was talking about the academia, so we do have a special offers for the academia, be it a universities or be it a research organization. We have a special pricing for that. We have a classroom session where you can learn about Pix4D software, photogrammetry, how that is helpful for the organization. And if you are a certified data processing expert, you can give employment to others as well. And this is very beautiful. And we have our training partner, that is NRSC under ISRO, who are giving training on Pix4D software in Hyderabad. So the last part is our software, that is AMLID RTK rover. So what you can do, as we discussed about the pipelines, so if you have a trenching in that, you can literally take the RTK rover and you can connect it with your iPhone 11 and above, because iPhone 11 and above has a LiDAR sensor. You can connect with that, do the geotagged images, and you can process the data in a Pix4D mobile application. So at the same time, you have the results in hand. So this is the catch application along with the RTK rover. You can capture the data in a mobile application. You can process the data, be it on a cloud or be it on a offline or online or offline mode, and you can export the images to GIS, CAD or BIM. So these are the options you have. So thanks, I think I am on time, Monica ji. Thank you. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Yes, sir, please. Please, sir. Okay, actually, sure. Thank you. Sorry, sir, I'll talk to you later.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Your speech was a masterpiece, and you almost covered every aspect and every element. So now this is the time to invite Praveen Pugalia, Head Improvement Initiatives RM, Tata Steel Limited. I request to address the gathering.
Good evening, fellow speakers, dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen. We heard first from the drone manufacturer itself, who also provides end-to-end services. Then we heard the flight drone pilot and the instructor by herself. And then the one who processes all these images and converts into the information. And now it's me who is interested upon to use this information to create value for the organization. Today I will discuss upon the challenges which are faced by the mining industries. I will also explore the landscape of digital mining and delve into the data analytics part of it the AI, the drones, the possible solutions they offer future. And I will also touch upon few of the initiatives pioneered by Tata Steel that has created value for the organization. Challenges are what make life interesting, and overcoming them is what makes life meaningful. The mining industry is grappling with multiple challenges, from environmental concerns to safety, declining ore grades, which we have been listing from morning itself, resulting into rising cost and operational inefficiencies. And with the stricter government norms and regulations increasing royalties, we need some solutions, the solutions which can overcome all these obstacles. Digitalization indeed provides a solution, and embracing them is our responsibility. But digitalization should not be viewed as a mere superficial transformation, but rather it should act or create value for the organization. One of the most fundamental laws of science is laws of cause and effect. For every effect, there is a cause. Or simply put, there is a reason to everything, something which has happened. And data is the most important, reliable tool that you have, which can finalize or we can identify the root cause of the effect. All of you must have heard a very famous phrase from a poem. And the phrase goes like, "Water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink." 97% of the available water is in the form of oceans, which cannot be directly consumed. And this exactly is the problem with the data too. 97% or more than that data is in the raw form, and we cannot consume it directly unless and until it is processed. The iceberg model shows over here that we need to strengthen our base, that is the data management value chain. And it starts from your L1 systems like the sensor, edge device, the data acquisition part of it, data ingestion, data cleaning, data preparation, and data storage. And most of our efforts should go there, because once it has been done, then drawing insight out of it, taking actions, and creating an impact will become much easier. I will walk you through few of the initiatives that Tata Steel has done. And in this session, you have seen that we are discussing on drone. So my first initiative is on drone only. So drone technology, drone survey has indeed helped us in doing many things. So first, one of the standout features is the change detection. So with high resolution images, you can detect the changes that is done in the active mining area. Drone technology also helps in identifying the active mining areas. You can see how the color changes, and in a very simplified manner, this can be viewed. Similarly, it can also be used to identify the dumping area. You can see the high resolution 3D pics. Drones also facilitates generation of pit section profiles. So with simply 2 clicks, you can generate the profile pics easily. At the same time, you can also do the dump profiling part of it. So by again clicking on the 2 part of it, the dump profile sections are generated. You can also see the stages of the dump and also the slope angle part of it. So everything is done on the cloud, as one of our speakers was saying. Then this is the haul road gradient analysis. This is very important with respect to the safety and the mine planning part of it. Haul road width analysis is done with very precision measurement, which also helps in safe and efficient movement of our dump trucks. Furthermore, drone allows us to pinpoint the toe and the crest of the benches with high precision. This information is crucial for assessing the stability of the mine bench, and this mine bench also goes into the resource modeling in the other software like SURPAC and all. The next use case is on safety aspect of it. So, in few of the instances, we have found that oversized boulders from run-off mines comes to our primary crusher, and it hampers our productivity, and handling that boulders manually is a hazardous job. Then we thought of a solution. So one part of it that we have done is use of AI in detecting unsafe act and real-time alert generation. What we have done is we have fixed cameras, and there is a geo fencing which is done around our primary crushing system. This geo fencing becomes green or red depending upon whether the crusher is running or not. So the run feedback is taken from the crusher itself, and it is fed to the camera partner. Then if a person goes inside a crusher which is running, so inside the geo fencing part of it, so it generates alarm. That alarm goes to the respective section in charge directly, and then he can take action immediately and close that in the system. Further, you can also see that the camera also detects whether the required PPs are worn by the person or not. So that is how, this is one of just the use cases which I am showing over here. Similarly, we have done few other use cases in our mining applications to strengthen our safety culture. And there are other three use cases. So first one is the boulder detection system. So as I was saying that in some instances, a few of our boulders, oversized boulders goes into the primary crushing system, and then we lose our productivity. So we have found a unique solution. So we have developed that unique solution in-house by using in situ imaging and deep learning model to detect this oversized boulder. And we have used this information, or we have integrated this information with our fleet management system. So once this oversized boulders are detected by the cameras, our information goes to a designated place, so that this does not hamper our productivity. This has resulted into 66% decrease in our crushing system, and which has led to a profit of 2.38 crores rupees. The second very simple use case is load per trip. So basically, Tata Steel has established an integrated raw material supervision center at Jamshedpur, where all the fleet management system from all the mines, the coal mines, the iron ore mines, the data flows into the Jamshedpur. Even all the data from the processing plants, ferroalloy plants, and the coal washeries are also coming together at the same center. What we are trying to do is trying to get the benchmarking data, and that is helping us to stiff the competition between the mines itself. So this is one of the use cases where we found that Conbond iron mines was carrying less load per trip as compared to our Joda and Noamundi mines, which are situated around 20 kilometers from each other. And simply by analyzing the data and giving the actionable output to the operation team, they deployed these actionable items, and they have increased by their load per trip by 5.7%. And in turn, they became the benchmark again. The same learning was transferred to our Noamundi and Joda mines, and they were also able to increase their load per trip by 1.8 and 2.4%. So entire exercise helped in reducing our specific diesel consumption. Not only we saved on account of money, that is 3 crore rupees, but also we reduced our carbon emission by 780 tons. And the last case is the reduction in the high idle times in excavator to increase the productivity. So these all cases are where we are analyzing the data which are coming from the fleet management system, and we found that our loading time is not as per the global benchmark. The global benchmark says that at least 65% of the time your excavator must be under loading conditions, and we were below 50%. So we analyzed the root cause and found that our empty stop trip of RD per RD was very high. Then further analysis, we did further analysis on operator wise, on area wise and everything. And then we gave the actionable solution to the operating department, which then deployed it. Then we can see the graph that empty stop per trip started reducing from October to Jan. And at the same time, the impact in the loading hours can be seen increasing. So this has resulted into the savings of 31.2 crore rupees by handling additional 250 KT of materials. So this is the power of data. If when utilized correctly and properly, it can generate great value to the organization. This brings to me the last slide of, sorry. Yeah. So this brings to the last slide, that is the future trend and opportunities. So we have just started an humble, this is just an humble start. And we have only scratched the back. Still, we have to do a lot. There is immense potential. All over the world, the global mining companies like Rio Tinto, BHP, Anglo American, Roy Hill, they are very advanced in this data analytics part of it. But we need to catch up. And today, as Monica Bachchan was asking who all are using drones in their mines and who all are using data analytics, and I could find that most of the companies are using it. So we are in the right direction, but we need to propel ourselves faster. The opportunity is immense, the potential is immense. We need to leverage this as soon as possible. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak over here and present our case. Thank you.
Thank you, panel. Thank you so much. We learned so many things about AI, drones, and digitization in mining. So now I would like to request Monica Bachchan, ma'am, please join us on the dais. And please present the mementos to our guest. Now I would like to request Nancy Singh, Miss Nancy Singh, please come forward and collect small memento from our side. Can we have a good round of applause, please? Now I would like to request Mr. Mithul Arora, sir. बस हम कुछ ही देर साथ रहेंगे और चाहता हूं कि आपकी जो तालियों की जोर है वो थोड़ी ज्यादा होनी चाहिए. Please come on everyone. Now I would like to request Mr. Praveen. Sir, please come forward and collect your memento. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, entire panel. Now, I would like to invite for a special presentation Mr. Bernard Hendrick, Area Manager of GRB Pfeiffer India Private Limited. Can we have a great round of applause for Bernard Hendrick?
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, many thanks to Monica and her team to give us the opportunity to present our company and our products here. I'm from Gebrüder Pfeiffer, coming from Germany. Yeah, I'm so tall, I don't need to stare. Thanks a lot, thanks. So, I'm coming from Germany, Gebrüder Pfeiffer, that means the Pfeiffer brothers, and we are a family-owned company located and active in grinding facility. My colleague Rahul Chada takes care about the activities here in India, and I would like to present a little bit about dry preparation in the mining industry. But first of all, our company is family-owned, is a small company, only 450 people, very much specialized in the grinding facilities. We have the headquarter close to Frankfurt Airport. Our headquarter office is also with manufacturing facilities, so we are producing the core components of our mills and grinding facilities in our own workshop. In India, we also are located and we are doing there the assembly of components. What we are talking about is the mission in the iron ore and steel industry. Traditionally, we know that for the beneficiation, for the grinding of material, the ball mills, the autogenous, the semi-autogenous mills are used. They have a high electrical power consumption, and as they are working in the wet process, they have, let's say, looking for sustainability, a negative effect on the environmental. A lot of water, which, yeah, closer, okay. I hear myself very loud, but maybe you do it the other way around. So the traditional grinding which you are doing in ball mills is wet grinding, a lot of water requirement and a lot of disadvantages with the slimes, with ultrafines in the grinding facilities. That is why the future could be the dry preparation of the material. Looking for the environmental footprint, avoiding of water is important. And with our vertical roller mill, which has a dry preparation, we are going to save energy, electrical, about half of the grinding energy can be saved, water consumption can be saved, the footprint of the whole grinding systems can be reduced. This morning we saw flow sheets of standard grinding applications which are quite complicated. I will show you that the vertical roller mill systems are much easier and compact. But to explain this technology, we are coming from grinding applications. We are very active in cement industry, which has, let's say, similar applications. High production rate up to 1,000 tons per hour. Hard to grind material, blast furnace slag, abrasive material, LD slags, blast furnace slags, and so on. So that are the applications where we are. We are also active in the coal grinding for the PCI injection in the blast furnace. We are active in grinding of the additives, bentonite, anhydride, and so on. But today I would like to focus on this application mainly for the iron ore. And with our equipment, we can come up to 7,000 tons per hour grinding capacity we can provide out of this one machine. Just to explain you what we are talking, a vertical roller mill, that means it is a mill where we feed the material into, it goes to a rotating grinding table, and we have rollers which are then grinding the material on this table. So the material goes below the rollers, the table is rotating by a gearbox which is located below the table, and the material is ground between these rollers, which can be 4 rollers or 6 rollers, depending on the size of the rollers. It is a very effective way of grinding, and from electrical point of view, these vertical roller mills absorb about half of the electrical energy than a conventional ball mill system is doing. So saving on electrical energy side is essential with this technology. And we have a very special design of the roller, how the force is applied. We are using symmetrical wear parts so that a very long lifetime of these wear elements can be reached. From time to time, these yellow tires and the yellow plate have then to be changed. That is the only part which is wearing out and which is a consumable. The rest of the mill is, let's say, a permanent operation. It has hydraulic tension system, and the mill can operate it very automatically.
The same, if you see, look at this, this is the gray portion. The same hydraulic system is used to energize the grinding, giving the grinding force to the material, and the same hydraulic system is used to maintenance purpose. So it is very compact, less equipment, and very maintenance-friendly equipment.
And then when we have this is an air-swept mill, that means from the bottom, process gases are taken in. There then by a squirrel going up to the integrated classifier. So instead of with high pressure grinding rolls or ball mill system where you have an external classifier, where you have a lot of conveying equipment in this air-swept mill, the classifier is an integrated part, and the classification on the finished product fineness you would like to reach is done in this one machine. We have a variable speed drive so that we can adjust the speed of the classifier wheel. We can adjust the volume flows to get an optimum grain size distribution for your purpose required. And we have the possibility, let's say, not only to produce a finished product, we can also take out intermediate product out of the mill. I will later explain why this is important, because finally, for disliming, for getting the fineness away from your process. And this kind of vertical roller mills, we have them with so-called conventional gearbox drives up to about 7.5 megawatt drive power. And we have special drive systems with multiple motor and multiple gearbox where we are going up to 18 megawatt installed drive power. Such mill with about 12 megawatt drive power, for example, is running in Brazil. Here in India, we have such a mill as it was more or less a pilot installation, which has a 6.4 megawatt drive power installed. So why to talk about dry preparation and to talk about vertical roller mills? Here on the top, you see the traditional way of primary crusher, tertiary crusher. You go either then to an autogenous, semi-autogenous mill and a pebble mill, or we go to high-pressure grinding rolls and ball mill system before the leaching, the flotation, or any other dry separation process starts. With our vertical roller mill, you can avoid the tertiary crusher. We are going with feed material up to 125 millimeters, and depending on the size of the mill, we can even skip the secondary crusher, because 175 millimeter feed material of the ore or of your feed material can be handled. That is significantly different from the grinding systems you are knowing, where you have to get much finer pre-crushing done. So that saves you investment into the equipment, it saves maintenance activities for all that kind of equipment, and finally, as mentioned, it saves electrical energy. And when we look then for the further handling, let's say, when the material is dry separation processes like magnetic separation and others can be applied. So the intention is, in some times of now, we have to go away from the wet process. Big ponds of tailings will be forbidden. We have seen what happened in Brazil. So the World Environmental Organizations might push us in the iron and steel industry to change into different solutions, coming away from so much water handling. And there is where Pfeiffer, we are prepared to this system. We have not yet an installation for the iron ore grinding. We have it for a lot of different to grind materials, and we are strong in cement and other industries, but we are ready for this application of dry grinding. And another issue is, let's say, when you come from the primary crusher to sort out the material. So in front of the mill, it could be we have a cooperation with a company next door, which is located in Australia. And in this partnership, we are also looking into the possibility of bulk sorting in between the quarry and the mill. And this is by use of the magnetic resonance system. So the MRI, like we know it from the medical institutes, from the body checking, most of us have already done. This magnetic resonance system can be used for the bulk detection. So putting that kind of detection from next door on a feed belt, detecting batch-wise 3-meter belt area, the quality of your grade. When there is a good grade, the material can continue to go to the grinding unit, or if this is a bad grade batch, it will be separated out. So, for example, recrushed material of low grade even goes to your grinding and your beneficiation unit. You can sort it out before it leaves the quarry. So it's also a point we are looking with our partner Nextdoor into this development. In the steel industry also what we are doing is, let's say, grinding applications, as we are experts in grinding for the additives, so dolomite, bentonite, the anthracite and so on. So whatever goes for the pelletization, we can do the separate grinding. We could also use big mills for the intergrinding of ore and additives. And last but not least of our applications, when we talk about steel industry, in the smelter process, sure, blast furnace slag grinding, LD, so all kind of steel slag grinding. And there the focus on research is how can we grind and to which fineness we go that it has a surplus for the construction industry. Some cementitious components, effects are coming out of it. So that are also applications where we are talking with Indian clients with some NDA agreements because that is research which is currently going on. So, and what is your advantage or what are the processes you could do with that system? The system looks, we have the mill, there is a classification, a filter behind the mill and a fan which takes the process gases to the whole system. If your feed material is very moist, then it can be dried by the use of external heat. And you have a number of applications, let's say, how to do. If you just would like to produce the fine powder of ore, then the standard mode 1 would be straight grinding. All the fine products comes out of the filter. The second installation, which is mostly to be done, is disliming. So then you would like to get rid of the fines. We can get rid of the fines, a P80 of between 10 to 45 micron, we can take out. And your finished product, for example, then this dislimed ores, that is the product which goes later on to the beneficiation. So we have a number of possibilities there. We can talk about this. It is just to show you these abilities that without one machine, we can do a lot of different finesses products depending on your requirements. And as I mentioned at the beginning, the whole system is very compact. The mill, the filter, is a design which is very easy to be applicated in an existing plant. To close my presentation, we are doing research, and that is what I like to ask you when there are applications. We have a test facility in Germany. We are just getting, for example, 7 tons of material for analysis, which will go back to India, and then the client can see with this product what is result in the further beneficiation process. That is a rough overview about our activities. We are located in Noida with Gebrüder Pfeiffer India, our subsidiary, and have there the full engineering basis. And this is our own property, where we are just now starting our assembly shop. And for all the issues you would like to talk, Rahul, my colleague, is permanently available. I'm in India frequently, so we both are for your feedback.
And for very good customers, the OEMs, they have already sent material for testing at our pilot plants in Germany, and we are doing the testings for them. Different type of testing for PSDs, for different type of ores, BHQ, BHJ type materials, we are doing that. And we need your support, and in fact, this technology is also beneficial for you in the long run. It is also combined with the sustainability, like low energy consumption, less water consumption, and compact. Everything is there for you, but which we have listened from since morning. So we are covering, I think, 4 or 5 points here. So let us, we will work together and make a good solution for the industry. Thank you very much.
So our slogan is getting it done. So you give us the opportunities, we get it done.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the vast information related to this industry. I would like to request Monica Bachchan, ma'am, to present the memento to Mr. Bernard Henrik. So, session 4 and session 5, we are going to merge because due to shortage of time. Session 4 is always about iron ore and pellet market, consumption, price, trends and trade, domestic and international. And session 5 is all about bulk logistics. Thank you so much. Session 5 is all about bulk logistics, role of ports and railways. So first, I would like to invite on the dais session 4 and 5 speakers, Mr. Puneet Jagat Ramka, Executive Vice President, Central Procurement, OFEX and Bulk Material, JSW Steel Limited. Can we have a great round of applause for Puneet sir? Please come on everyone. And now I would like to request Mr. A.K. Pade, ED Commercial, NMDC Limited. Sir, please join us on the dais. Can we have a good round of applause? Now I would like to request Mr. Shiv Kumar Sundareshan, Executive Vice President, Marketing, Jindal Steel and Power. Sir, please join us on the dais. ये last panel है जिनके लिए आप तालियां बजा रहे हो. थोड़ा मैं चाहता हूं कि थोड़ा जोर बजे. Please come on everyone. Now I would like to request Mr. Vijay Atreya, Managing Partner, CEO of AVVA Consultancy Group. Sir, please. And now I would like to request session 5 speaker, Dr. Kishore Gulla, Director of Visakhapatnam Port Trust. Can we have a great round of applause? Telugu వాళ్ళు ఎవరైనా ఉన్నారండి ఇక్కడ? Yes, very good. Now I would like to request Mr. Mayank Gupta, Head Marketing, AMNS Ports Vizag Limited. Can we have a good round of applause for entire panel? Now firstly I would like to invite Mr. Puneet sir to address this beautiful gathering.
Thank you. Thanks to we have been talking about iron ore, steel growth story, about India as an opportunity. Since morning we have been hearing about it in different format. We also have one format which I am going to present to you. Fundamentally, the Indian demand for steel has been growing at the rate of approximately 12 to 13% year on year. The elasticity compared to GDP has been very good. If GDP is growing by 7.5%, the steel demand is growing by about 12 to 14%. When we look at India as an opportunity, India has been able to, I would say, overcome the challenges since the time of COVID. As a country, COVID, after the geopolitical crisis, everything has been handled by the Indian government in a very successful manner. India has remained friendly with most of the nations. And when we look at other countries and compare how India is doing, so we find India has been consistently growing at a faster pace compared to other nations, those who are producing steel. Today, India is at about 87 kgs per capita steel consumption. When we look at the world average, it's about 222. So there is an opportunity to, at least as a first step, to grow threefold in terms of a per capita steel consumption. Highest has been China, which is 646 kgs per capita. The government, as a commitment to the Indian infrastructure in terms of a capital expenditure for FY25, has allocated 11.1 lakh of crore rupees. And when we look at the graph since FY20, it has grown significantly. And along with the PLI scheme, which one of our colleagues was talking this morning, it has picked up a good momentum, and the thrust what government has put in terms of a housing project of the PM Awas Yojana, then the green energy initiative, with along with the net zero commitment by 2070 for India, then very recently rooftop solarization, and then the railway projects in tier 1 and tier 2 cities, the metros which are coming, and again one by one Vande Bharat trains are also introduced. Along with the airport, PM Gati Shakti, 3 big corridor which is coming up is going to support the steel demand in India. So the vision which everybody talked about here, the 300 million is the target as a vision which Steel Ministry, who has been the principal sponsor for this program, has set for the India as a nation. With this vision of 300 million ton, JSW Steel, what the plan we have, today we in India have a capacity of 34.7 million ton, and by September 2027, we will be going up to 42 million ton of a steel capacity, and in line with the vision by FY31 against 300 million ton of India vision, we have a plan to go up to 50 million ton. What JSW Group is, along with the steel, in steel, as I said, we are going to go up to 51 million ton by FY31. We also have a foray into energy, at present having a capacity of 9.8 gigawatt, and we have a plan for going up to 20 gigawatt. Similarly, in case of a infrastructure, we are having a port capacity of 170 million ton. In cement, we are about 20 million ton, have a plan to go up to 40 million ton. In paints, which is more of an industrial and decorative, from 100,000 kiloliter to 800,000 kiloliter per annum capacity. We are also having an existence in EV business, JSW Sports, which has been training the Olympic winner from India and JSW Venture. In terms of a geographical presence, when we see here the dots, which are the red one, are our steel capacities, and the yellow ones are the downstream business capacity. We as a company have more than 50% capacity in the downstream value-added product, and we will continue to have, with the expansion, the value-added product capacity above 50%. Now coming to the crude steel, in terms of a plan, there are 2 ways of making it happen. When we look at the past, the DRI has grown at the rate of 8.1% per annum, and we are expecting this to grow in future for FY30, going up to from 52 to 77 million ton by 7% growth rate. We are expecting hot metal, which has performed at a CAGR rate of 6.1, is likely to grow at 7.4% in the going forward future until FY30-31. Primarily, the reason behind this is the Indian iron ore grade, which has now picked up a production in the lower grade segment. So making a pellet from the lower grade will remain a challenge, and the BF capacity will have a opportunity to convert those and use it in sinter and beneficiate and use it in making a hot metal. So the rate of growth in hot metal will be higher than DRI, what India has been demonstrating. State-wise production, so Odisha enjoys the top slot in terms of what India has been producing. This year, FY24, the gone year, has been 280 million ton, and as everybody said, wrongly it is said FY24, that is FY31, it will be 431 million ton, and Odisha will be growing its market share from 51 to 55. There is Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, Jharkhand and others, and after listening to Lloyd, I would say Maharashtra is also going to contribute in a big way in terms of production of iron ore and catching up with the vision of India. So, as a thumb rule, fines and lumps are 70-30%. Against 280 million ton, 202 was fines and 78 million ton was a lump. And going forward against 431, it will be 310 and 121. So what does it say? So what we are saying, that there exists an opportunity for beneficiating the low grade, so that even with the lesser production, the Indian demand would be met up in terms of a requirement of iron ore. This morning, two more new things which has been added in terms of a growth story. One was a slurry pipeline. So it's not only beneficiation, slurry pipeline also is becoming a very critical milestone in terms of achieving the vision 300 million ton for steel in India. And the second one was whatever digitization, AI-based drone technology, all those can be adopted, will also help in terms of getting the momentum and expediting the vision 300 million ton. When we break this 280 million ton and when we look at the lower segment below 58, so that's about close to 40 to 50 million ton is the production out of 280 million ton. And when we go up to 431 million ton, that segment will be growing significantly. So there is a big opportunity in terms of a beneficiation to be adopted by India. There has been an initiative taken by government to come up with some incentive scheme for the low grade beneficiation in India, which will help India to beneficiate ore above 62 grade and make the pellet and make the DRI, make the hot metal BF people comfortable in terms of usage and conserve the resource within India. So what's happening in terms of government? Are they coming up many more auctions for the mining so that the capacity for iron ore are being expanded? Yes. So when we look at the last year, everybody is talking about Karnataka, Odisha, Chhattisgarh, but when we look at the map, all the colored geography here has auctioned the iron ore mine. In FY23 has been a significant year in terms of auctioning done by the government. In FY24 also, primarily in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. These two were the major one where the auction has happened, and Maharashtra. So these are the opportunity. When we look at the beneficiation capacity, this is EC utilization. Look at the capacity, India has a EC capacity for 424 million ton. Against that, about 66% capacity is being produced and 34 is still unutilized. If that capacity is utilized, then what we are looking at FY31 also can be met today. So there is no dearth of iron ore in terms of availability in India, and we are hoping that this 431, 424, whatever we are wanting to achieve by FY31 happens even before that. In terms of a pellet, here also the capacity utilization has been 68% against the total capacity of 139. So there is a plenty of opportunity. As the beneficiation will happen, more pellet will be made in India. So that will not remain the bottleneck in terms of meeting up the requirement in India. So I also wanted to touch upon the cost inflation, what's happening over a decade. So when we look at 2014 until 2024, so primarily there are two raw material which goes into making of the steel is coking coal and the iron ore. So when we look at the index, let us say instead of 2014, if we take a base of 2020 as 100, on the right hand side, rebasing 2020 as 100, where are we? So we see there is a significant increase in the cost inflation for Indian iron ore, which is the dotted line yellow color. That has grown by 110% compared to what it was in 2020. cooking coal, which is primarily imported by India, has cost inflation of 124%. And when we look at the steel prices in India, has a inflation of 49%. Whereas internationally, iron ore inflation has been about 9 to 10%. But in India, the inflation is quite high compared to international iron ore. And with the challenge of cooking coal, the cost inflation will remain, the growth of India will hinge on the iron ore and the cooking coal inflation. So the met coal industry, I would say India now commands the largest buyer of cooking coal in the world. So we are the topmost country in terms of importance for all the cooking coal producer in a globe. What are we buying is 78 million ton, and how much has been imported out of that is 73 million ton. So there is an opportunity for the Indian cooking coal, wherein we have a already ongoing capacity at a CIL and BCCL level. It's about 60 million ton is being produced. So we are also seeing the government has taken up the initiative to auction even washery and the cooking coal mines, which will expedite the 5 million ton domestic cooking coal production, may grow by FY30, may go up to 15 million ton. So there exists an opportunity. And in terms of imported cooking coal, the Australia has been by and far 50% of the world producing country. But even after having a good FTA arrangement with Australia, we are seeing there is a negative growth happening in terms of Australia supply to India. But all other countries, including United States, Indonesia, Canada, Mozambique, have been growing more than 10% in terms of a supply to India. So there is something which is missing here, which I would contribute to the cost. Maybe the Australian cooking coal is becoming costlier compared to importing from any other countries as mentioned in the slide. So that's all I had, and unfortunately I will have to carry on, and if there are any questions before my colleagues they start off, so far whatever I have talked on the iron ore and cooking coal. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So now I would like to request Monica Bachchan ma'am to present Momento to Puneet sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time and your presence. Now, I would like to request Mr. A.K. Pade, ED Commercial, NMDC Limited. I request sir to address the gathering. Can we have a very good round of applause for Mr. A.K. Pade?
A very good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I must say a big thank you to Ms. Monica Bachchan for inviting me to this August seminar today. As you all know, to be a panelist in the last session is always very easy, because by the time you come to the stage to speak your part, I think most of the things are already said. So now the today's topic that is given to our session is iron ore and pellet market, consumption, price trends and trade. So I think on this subject, many of the things have already been said. So I will try to limit my speech to bare minimum things. Now, as you all know, last year we produced around 280 million tons of iron ore in India. That was against 256 million tons which was produced in the previous year. Similarly, India produced about 94 million tons of pellet as against 84 million tons produced the previous year. So while there is a CAGR growth of around 3.3% in iron ore, there is a CAGR growth of about 7% in case of pellets if you take the 5 years data. So many companies like Orissa Mining Corporation, AMNS, Lloyds, Rungta, Vedanta, they have made a growth of around 10% over the previous year in terms of iron ore production. And this list also includes NMDC. In NMDC, we had produced around 45 million tons last year, as against 41 million tons of the previous year. So we also had a sales of around 46 millions, that is, we made available 46 million tons of iron ore to the country last year. That was the highest so far by any single company in the country. We feel that in this fiscal, FY25, we'll be producing around 51 to 52 million tons of iron ore. And by 2030, by 2031, we'll be producing around 100 million tons. That is our target. It's a very ambitious plan we are having in terms of production, logistics, and digitization. In all fields, we have got very ambitious plans, and we hope that we'll be touching this 100 million ton mark by 2031. Now, as it has been already said, Odisha is the largest state, largest iron ore producing state. They do around 55 to 58% of the total iron ore produced in the country. Next in line is Chhattisgarh, then Karnataka, then Jharkhand, and now, as Mr. Puneet was telling, Maharashtra is coming in a big way. Lloyds has been very aggressively producing iron ore in Maharashtra. Now, coming to the global scenario, we had the data of 2023. Globally, we produced about 2,500 million tons in 23. And if you see the individual producers of the mineral, then Rio Tinto is number one with 331 million tons of production. Next comes Vale, then BHP, then FMG, then Anglo American, Roy Hill. And in 23, NMDC was number 7. In 24, we were, I think, number 6, because 24 data, the complete data has not come, but I think we have gone to number 6. So, I think I would like to assure that in terms of requirement of iron ore in India, NMDC is always there. The way we have our plans for the next 4-5 years, I think we'll be catering to the requirement of all the steel makers in the country who do not have their own captive iron ore mines. So JSW, AMNS, RINL, then JSPL, they are all our customers, very valued customers. And we have more than they are the main customers, and other than these big four, we have about more than 100 customers all over the country. I think almost every state we have customers. So I want to assure this gathering that NMDC is always there to cater to the needs of the country, I mean steel requirement of the country. And that's all from my side. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Check. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for very short and sweet. Now I would like to request Mr. Shivkumar Sundareshan, Executive Vice President, Marketing, Jindal Steel and Power. Please, can we have a very good round of applause for Mr. Shivkumar?
Good evening. Hi, Monica. I think I have to thank the audience. They've been very patiently waiting to listen to something very valuable, but I don't know. All the topics have been covered. I think we have two vibrant sessions, one on the drones and one on the slurry pipeline. That's over. I think balance, I think Padi Saab had already covered it based on the figures and all. So I like to take it in a very brief way. Pellet has been a very important product in the iron ore manufacturing. You know, we are looking at environment, we are looking at productivity, all those things. Pellet forms a very important part because pelletization, after we started using pellets, it has been a component where it's been going on to all the companies. Everyone has put pellet plant. The pellet plants have been increasing. I got the figures that when we were in 2019, it was something like 90 million tons, and today we are at almost 145 million tons. That's what the figures say. But only 70% of the pellet capacity is getting utilized today. So that's the concern for all of us, why it is not getting 100% utilized. Where is the gap between what? Okay, right. Okay, no problem. Now it's okay? Yeah. I think I'm short. Yeah, right. So the concern which we have to address it, the capacities of pellet making is increased, but the utilization is not increasing. Where is the gap? I think we'll have to analyze that. Second thing, we have been looking at utilizing the pellets in all our domestic steel industry as well as exporting pellets. There was a time when the pellet exports were very, very good, you know. Probably financial year 21, we had exported almost 14 million ton of pellet. Then it went down to 11 million. And then the government levied a tax on export of pellets. That was the year we did only 6 million tons. Then again, after the tax was removed, again we did to 11 million tons. And this year again, the pellet exports have slowed down, probably because capacities are not available or proper iron ore concentrates are not available in this. So this has to be a very important part to address it. Coming to JSP, currently, if you observe, we had a 9 million ton capacity, which we increased to almost 14 million tons. We have put a pellet plant in Angul, which will cater directly to our Angul mill. Angul is going to be the largest steel making complex probably in the world today. We're going to put up almost 30 million tons of steel making in a single complex in Angul. So that's a very ambitious plan of our Honorable Chairman, and we all are working towards it to make it a success. Now, just would like to give you an overview of what JSP had done in terms of pellet exports. We had a very good export, almost 0.8 million tons in 2021-22. After that, we hardly exported anything because all the pellet started getting utilized in our domestic mills because the capacity increased. We were at almost, I can tell you, our 6 million ton was there. Now we have got it to 15 million tons in Angul. So all the pellets started getting utilized there, and then we have to reduce the consumption of pellets for exports. So now we have the Angul pellet plant running properly, and we are going to start continuing export of pellets. As regarding the specs of the pellets, I think we have almost 4 major suppliers supplying DR grade pellets and almost 8 to 9 suppliers who are there currently supplying blast furnace pellets. let's come to the pricing part of it. You know, I have observed that as of now, the trend of pellet pricing has not changed much. You know, right from Jan 23, we have observed and we have taken this thing. It has been hovering around almost It has been hovering along almost about 120, 125. That is the price range it's been moving around. Only during, I think, Jan 24 or something, the pellet prices shot up. But after that, again, it's come and settled down, you know. So with this, how much money are the the Indian pellet producers making? That we are to observe, you know. The cost of running a pellet mill, the cost of moving it to the port. Currently, we don't have the railway wagons available to move the pellets from the plant to the port. You know, we are struggling for that. So in spite of having capacities, if the movement of pellet is not happening to the ports, I think that's a concern which we have to address today. Then one more important thing which we have observed is all of us are rushing to export to China only. China has been consuming all our pellets. China, of course, is a very big market. But from our side, we have to ensure that we start exploring new markets. You know, there are new mills coming in Africa. So we are trying to diversify to Africa to see that whether we can export and diversify ourselves so that there is less of competition and we are able to sizably export and get good realization. That's what we are looking at now. With the CBAM coming in Europe and all the world looking at the environmental concerns, all of us have to be consciously taking how to reduce the carbon emissions. So all of us are working towards this and probably going ahead. All the companies are trying to look at putting pellet plants with a different technology where we start producing DR grade pellets, or even if it's a BF, we try to beneficiate it and try to put and save environment. That's what we are looking at. And going ahead, if you see the DR grade pellet consumption will increase, by financial year 26, we look at almost 52 million tons of DR grade pellets being consumed and the BF grade coming down, because majority of the companies are going to put up, establish the market in terms of blast furnace getting reduced, or they're going to improve the blast furnace by putting in safeguard measures in that. Otherwise, our environment will not be in a very good position. I think that's it. I've covered whatever I could extemporally get into it. Anything is there, we can just touch base again. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Vijay Atreya, Managing Partner of CEO AVVA Consultancy Group. Can we have a great round of applause for sir, please?
Good evening, all of you. It is a long time we've been watching. The most of the session has been on the operational side of iron ore. Iron ore as an operational side is a very tough business, no doubt about it. Most of the people are looking at mining, preferentially in iron ore and coal. I, being from the steel industry, one of the major consumers of iron ore. See, as we discussed, since a lot of people have been talking, the 144 million tons of steel under consumption in India, it will probably touch 300 million or maybe 240 million will be the consumption of steel assumed by 2030. Worldwide also, it will be a similar picture. But the point is, how do we see iron ore today in Indian industry as well as globally? Most of you have spoken about iron ore mining in different styles. Then you've spoken about transfer of these iron ores into different geographical areas. You've spoken about slurry pipelines of one of the major areas. Slurry pipeline, I will define this as largely for utilization for pellet making. Will I consume these pellets into my steel making? Only 25%. Otherwise, it's all DRI, direct reduced iron. I won't directly put into hot metal making. My blast furnaces across the Indian industry or globally can consume only up to 23% as far as the technology goes. So all of it is pellet. Only 23% of my total burden volume in a blast furnace. So this is one area where all of you have to think. Iron ore transport, iron ore consumptions, iron ore trends, the mining aspects, the tailings, the slurry pipelines, logistics. Okay, all that is fine. But I am the person who's going to give you the money by consuming it. So what will be my pricing? The subject which has been given to me today is on pricing. The pellet pricing, if you say worldwide, will largely be on 8 to 15 segments. The first segment world has been occupying on is index pricing. We always have believed the pellet pricing was indexed. Plates index was one of it. Then we had, I think a team has come here from Argus also. Argus was one of the major index pricing scheduling, like coal and iron ore. Then we have TSI, that is SJX, Singapore Exchange. And these were the pellet indexing methods. As I said, 500 million tons is the total pellet manufacturing in the world today. It will probably touch 1 billion ton. The reason is simple, as most of you have mentioned, the greenfield operations. The hydrogen-based steel making, which is going to begin in few years, will always depend on DRI. This DRI is produced through hydrogen or through natural gases or through other syn gases, synthetic gases. So all these processes together, I can make steel only through pellets or hot metal through pellets. I will not be dumping iron ore into any of my furnaces. I will need, what do I need here is obviously agglomeration and calibration of the iron ore. What is the calibration of iron ore? Very few people have spoken about it. The best one who has spoken about it, I will say, my foreign party from FIFA. There is a calibration which he is attempting to do from Germany. He's putting that into direct operation, cutting off many of my iron ore lines and giving me a calibrated ore. My calibrated ore cannot be a lump ore anymore, because my 1 billion ton of pellet will have to be calibrated to a very, very fine ore. Otherwise, a pellet cannot be manufactured with high alumina or high silica or high calcium or high sulfur or high phosphorus. The subject which Mr. N.D. Rao spoke, rheology. See, unless my pellet contains very low sulfur and very low phosphorus, I cannot make steel out of it. Neither I can make DRI. My pricing is going to be totally different. My iron ore costings will be totally different. Today, NMDC team is here. Mr. Padi is here. See, he's been ranging his iron ore pricing on a different products. He's got 4 different products. Largely he mentions it on fines, less than 5 mm or 6 mm, and 5 to 18 mm as one of the other items. And he phrases it as 5,800 rupees and 5,400 rupees. But that is not enough for me. I need a calibrated ore. The pricing will be totally different. And now the pellet pricing. Who's defining the pellet pricing here? Which will be the largest consuming item for me in steel industry. My blast furnaces burden volumes will be 23% will be pellet. And in DRI, it will be 100%. Because my DRI processes, which are inaugurated or rather invented or totally agglomerated into the world organizations today, is the Midrex process, the hybrid process, and energy iron. All these processes are DRI based. And this DRI is manufactured only through pellets. I can't use lump ore like in India. India has all rotary kilns. I cannot use these DRIs into my steel making any further by 2030 or maybe little later. So I have written the national steel policy of this country very clearly mentioning that green technology and life cycle assessments will be totally different in the coming years. We are not working on LCAs. We are neither working on sustainability. So what are we working on in mining? Nobody has spoken about sustainability of this particular mine. So I would, as a steel member who's going to consume your material, without iron ore I cannot manufacture my steel, I would want all of you to talk about my cycle assessments, my life cycle assessments for a mine ore, for a mine. People are enjoying. Lloyd's Metals, for example, is tomorrow going to take away 50 million tons from my ministry of mines. Kishan Reddy was talking with the other day. He was telling 50 million tons Lloyd's has applied for. Today he's there at 10 million. NMDC is talking about 100 million production. So this is the chapter. The iron ores will become probably 400 million, 500 million, but 50% of it has to be made into pellets. But that is where the DRI is going to be produced. Has anybody thought about a grade called GF88? GF88 is a grade today which will become the global leader in iron ore pellet. It is indexed, and it is indexed by none other than Vale. You know, the price of that material is 2,000 rupees costlier than anybody else. The reason is simple, better agglomeration. Very low sulfur, very low phosphorus, and very, very low content of alumina. GF88 has mentioned it like that. It is a greenfield product. We, in India, we do not have an index on a particular product, neither on a particular volume of products or anything. JSPL is manufacturing pellets, AMNS is doing pellets. All of them are just calling it pellets. We want pellets which are green and highly dried and well calibrated to feed into my blast furnaces and feeding it into my rotary kilns, for example, like DRIs, simple DRIs, or the world's largest midrex right now in India, it's in India, with JSPL Angul. 2.2 million ton midrex plant using coal gasification and synthetic gas. And they are consuming 2.2 million, they are literally consuming 3 million tons of pellet only for one midrex plant. For that, they need 6 to 16 mm calibrated ore, pellet size. How are they going to do it? If iron ore is going to be dumped on them with different calibrations, they lose. For example, NMDC is now supplying them 2 million ton. We want 4 million ton from NMDC. But calibration should be 6 to 16 in the pellet manufacturing. So what do I need my fines? My fines have to be very low, 0.045 to 0.15. It has to be granulated, the rheology has to be great, my slurry pipeline has to work well, Pattersons have to give me a good slurry pipeline, Mr. N.D. Rao has to design a good rheology for it, and people have to elaborate my mining to be better. So this is the exercise which I would suggest as a last speaker probably after this. I think the logistics team will come in and capture this entire floor because I have been meeting thousands of logistics people here. So I hope Mr. Kishore, Dr. Kishore will give you a detailed talk on all that. But my interest as a steel man will be to have a better pellet for myself and a better iron ore mining for myself. And highly calibrated ore, which is extremely essential for my steel making to improve to better quality. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vijay sir, for taking time and sharing your experience. And last two speakers of the evening. Before calling them, I would like to thank all the sponsors of this event. Without them, I think this event won't be this much easy. So can we have a very good round of applause for all these sponsors, please? Now, I would like to request Dr. Kishore Gulla, Director of Visakhapatnam Port Trust, to address the gathering. Can we have a great round of applause?
A very good evening, one and all. So I think my previous speakers are already talked about iron ore mining activities which are going in the country. So now, as part of other exportation or trading of this iron ore with the other countries, I would like to give some more brief about transportation activities going in India through ports. How ports will be faced for doing the trading with the other countries for exporting the iron ore for the countries like China and Turkey. So we are all getting India is rich in minerals like iron ore, and this iron ore is going to be exporting with other countries as part of a trading. In that, mostly 1/4 of the iron ore will be going from the India to the other countries. So this movement of the cargo will be able to do with the cheapest transportation like ports or this water transportation through ports. So the ports will be interchange of two or more transport models like road to railways, road to water or railways to water. So from here, we'll be able to transfer, the ports are providing the facilities to do the exportation of the cargo from India to the other countries with the cheapest cost per ton movement by facilitating the fully mechanized equipment facilities in the ports, like conveyor belt with fully covered with IoT-based sensors and all for monitoring and maintaining this movement of the cargo through through conveyor belt, and also to minimize the environmental impact. Ports are taking the sustainable activities for minimizing the pollution, preventing the pollution activities within the port while handling this iron ore kind of cargoes in the port. And also, I would like to tell one more point, that the smart and sustainable technologies which are there in the market for handling the cargoes across the globe will be adopted by the major ports existing in India, like 12 major ports and 252 minor ports which are there for doing the trading in India with the other countries. So we are open for everyone to do the export cargo with a minimal cost from India to the other countries, by taking necessary action, by taking the necessary preventive measures for environmental point of view as well as economical point of view, and for creating the benefit for the business partners like PPP operators by taking the initiatives of the incentive-based policy for exporting the cargo from India to the other countries in a vital manner. So I would like to close this point that the ports are always open for the business partners who are all able to do the business with other countries with minimal cost. So we are all open and we are all inviting you to do the export activities from major ports existing in India, especially with the Visakhapatnam port also, where our PPP partner A- has innovations and improvement parts for improving the key performance indicators like turnaround time of the cargo from for the exporting from wharf to the from stockyard to the wharf, as well as for OSBD of the berth within the within the targets given. So I just want to tell you one more point, that you will be able to reach Visakhapatnam Port Authority at any point of time for doing this kind of a business, for the exporting iron ore business with minimal cost. And also you can able to approach our management for discussing about more incentives for giving the minimum guarantee cargo handling at VPT. Thank you, Honorable.
Thank you, Kishore Kumar, sir. Thank you so much. The last speaker of the evening. This time we need a good round of applause for Mr. Mayank Gupta, Head Marketing, AMNS Ports Vizag Limited.
Good evening, everyone. Without wasting any time, I'll move to presentation. The topic is on advancement in bulk handling equipments. Before speaking on the equipment part, I would like to give a broader picture on maritime sector. India compromises a significant size in maritime sector, having 12 major ports and 60 plus operational non-major ports, including private PPP projects, situated along 7,500 kilometer long coastline, having a vast navigable waterways. The maritime sector plays a crucial role as they handle 95% of trade volume with 65% of trade value. So the port here serves as a backbone for international trade, coastal shipping, and cruise sector. There are government-led initiated projects also supporting maritime sectors such as Sagarmala project for developing IWT and promote coastal movements, port-linked industrialization, enhance global share in shipbuilding, and there is also 100% increase in 100% FDI in maritime sector, and apart from that, fiscal benefits being extended from time to time to support maritime sectors. Now, what are the types of advanced equipments, advanced bulk equipment? Modern ports are using variety of advanced equipments to improve their efficiency, sustainability, and capacity. First is IoT. IoT is basically the sensor device to connect and transmit the data. It is basically used in containers, handling equipments, and other container, particularly movement of containers and equipments. It delivers a better cargo management. Second is automation, which is the topic. Automation is basically a key technology in ports. It allows the autonomous of the move equipments, which includes crane, equipments, and other things. Such process leads in improving the efficiency and safety of the port. Third is robotics. Robotics basically used in ports to perform tasks that require precision and strength. The fourth is the advanced equipment is not related to equipment, it is not restricted to equipment. We have renewable energy also. Ports are shifting from fossil fuel to renewable energy to save their energy cost. And the last is the drones, which are anyways very advanced technology to monitor the real-time operation and security. It can provide valuable information for decision making. Now, what are the benefits of automation in port sector? The port automation will create a new era of smart ports that makes the most of advanced technology. It can transport large volume of cargo at better rates, asset visibility. It will decongest the port and expansion of the current expansion of the existing port and new development of new greenfield port. To be global competitive, port must drive mechanization and adaptation of new technology. The automation of cargo can reduce the vessel waiting time, multiple handling, and will improve the overall supply chain efficiency. Now, apart from this, we also have automation in energy efficiency that will decrease the environmental impact in current port operation. And digitalization is anyways such system like PACS, SCADA, ERP can improve the quality of service which we render to the customers and increase the safety of the port operation. Now, what are the types of advancement in port for bulk operation? We have several types. We have reclaimers, stackers, we have electrification of tracks, pipe conveyors, silo loading system. These are the multiple advancement in port operation. Now, what we have currently at AMNS terminal in Vizag, we have tippler mechanism, we have stackers, we have reclaimers, and we have ship loaders. So these are the type of advanced mechanism we currently have at our existing facility. And we do have SCADA run ship loading systems, so we can monitor the entire loading, shipping as well as receiving system through SCADA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayank ji. Now we are opening the house for questions and answers, and audience can also opt to ask questions. And before we start, sir, I like to start this question first with Mr. A.K. Padi. So my question to you is, how does NMDC plan to navigate the current global iron ore market challenges, including fluctuating prices and demand shift? Sir. An audience can raise hand to ask questions from the panel.
NMDC has got a very good, robust system of pricing its products like iron ore and pellets. We also do produce pellets in our Karnataka sector. So for taking that decision, which we normally take on a monthly basis, we look into various aspects like the the current market scenario, what is the scenario in the global market, then what is the demand and supply situation in the country, what is the stock position in the country, and what is the price of our competitors. And keeping all these things, taking into account all these factors, we make a price which is always very competitive, and there has never been any criticism about our pricing by any of our customers. So yes, there has been a lot of fluctuation in the market for the last several months. Probably the entire FY24 was full of ups and downs in the prices. 1 month there will be some slight increase in the price, and next month there will be a decrease. So I think we have a constant watch on the on what is happening in the iron ore market, both domestically and internationally, and I think we'll find out ways and means to cater to the needs of the customers.
So my similar question is to Mr. Shiv from JSPL. How does Jindal Steel and Power maintain its competitive edge in the global iron ore pellet market, especially amidst fluctuating raw material prices?
Hi, Monica. I think the question is very valid today. If you see, Jindal Steel and Power has always been in the pellet market for the last 5 years. Before that also, we used to produce pellets, but we used to we used to sell it in the domestic market. Currently, the situation is what is happening, we are having the international market, which is very, very uncertain today. Prices are probably at the bottom of the scales. We've been trying to fix the iron ore pricing. Iron ore pricing has been fluctuating. OMC auctions have been conducted probably the last 3-4 sessions. We had seen the auctions going high. For what reason, we didn't know. Yesterday's auction is the only auction what we saw that the prices have come to the realistic level. Now, we are very confident that we'll be able to produce pellets at the right price. We'll be able to have some margins. We are not looking at very large margins, and export it. But again, as I mentioned last time, the export of pellets needs that we have to move the pellets from the mill to the port, which we are facing a lot of problems today. We are not getting wagons, we are not getting the rail support. Suppose I ask the customer to place the wagons, then our own wagons are cut by the railways, and this has to be addressed at a war footing. Otherwise, I don't see a solution to it. The next solution, what I feel, is the slurry pipeline. Then we'll have to put slurry pipeline from our mill to the port. That's the option left out now.
I would like to add one more point for this, Sundaresan sir. What Sundaresan sir has told that when the cargo will come to the port has been need to take appropriate action to minimize the cost burden, which is there for the business partners. So with that point of view, see, our ministry has also taken initiation to minimize this cost by taking the minimum guarantee cargo initiative with the performance-based incentives, and also providing the various discounts for the business partners based upon their mode of business doing with the ports. The burden has been reduced, and also with that, the partners will be able to do the trading with the other countries for this.
My question is for Mr. Vijay Atray. You are a consultant to many companies, and you have seen the market, mining, pellet making, steel making. Where do you see the sink is lacking, and where the companies needs to work on their, to boost their balance sheets?
This is an important question for a steel maker. The steel maker should always have a mind for himself, because the costing of the iron ore is very variant. So for example, I will give you the NMDC. NMDC started manufacturing steel by itself because they had a mine. And all the steel plants today are first looking for a mine for itself. And one of the best companies today, if I look at costing sides, it is obviously ArcelorMittal, despite not having a close mine to them in Gujarat. Their steel plant is in Gujarat, their iron ore is coming from Orissa. I was just in the morning talking to the best man in pellet making, Mr. Ravindranath. See the major consumptions of costings in a pellet making comes from iron ore as 1.5 times of its consumption per ton of pellet, then the binders, then dolomite, etc., etc. So their binder is just hardly 10 kgs per ton of pellet making. That's a beautiful costing. So it depends upon the costing of the pellet making and the iron ore availability. And they're bringing their iron ore through slurry pipeline. So the logistics cost has come down dramatically. Their straight grade kiln process, I think, is one of the best in the world anyway, which is well known. Of course, there are a lot of people who are researching on that particular kiln technology and also straight grade technologies, where it will improve the alumina content in it. And probably the alumina content is improved, my steel making cost also comes down, because I'm otherwise killing my steel with aluminium. So there is an advantage in using iron ore with high alumina, but low silica and low sulfur, low phosphorus in my steel making concept. So all this is all together. So when I look at buying a pellet from somebody, I first thing is look at is low sulfur or low phosphorus. To manufacture a low sulfur, low phosphorus, I definitely need a slurry pipeline, because it eliminates all the effluents through it, like sulfur, phosphorus and calcites. And second thing is the induration process. In a straight grade kiln technologies or no kiln technologies, the advantage is induration process is so good that my pellet which comes out with a very good calibration of size. So it becomes an advantage for me to steel making. So my costing system improves. Now as I was just talking about indexing, say in terms of steel, in terms of pellet or iron ore processing or pricing, it's not just the index which we should look at. There are costs to use. What is my cost to use this particular pellet or this particular iron ore? If I buy from NMDC, my price would be the best, because their grade is 66%. If I buy from Lloyds, it will be probably 64% or 62%. So therefore, naturally for me, NMDC iron ore is the best in the country, or best in the world also, in fact, if it is coming from Balladila or Kerandal. So that is the advantage. And obviously, I'll buy with NMDC. So if I have to buy a pellet, I'll naturally buy from JSPL or from AMNS. AMNF is a self-consuming company. JSPL is a self-consuming company. So this is how it will look at. So tomorrow if NMDC starts producing pellet, he's my best customer. He's my best source for me. So that is how it's going to happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Vijayji. I'll ask a common question to Mayankji and Dr. Kishore. What kind of advancements at ports we can expect in the coming time for raw material handling, because you are a deputy director at VPT and you are handling MNS port terminal in VPT. So is it that anything different you are doing as MNS at VPT, or is it like same?
MNS is a PPP partner of the Visakhapatnam Port Authority, which is handling iron ore as a major cargo. So what Monica has been asked the question, that say ports are taking the initiation to minimize the cost per ton expenditure while doing the export from the ports. So as we mentioned earlier itself, if you can able to reduce the cost for the expenditure, then you can able to get more profits. So for that, the ports has been taken the initiation for fully mechanization of the equipments for handling this cargo from stockyard to the wharf, and also from wharf to stockyard with with smart and sustainable activities, smart and sustainable initiatives along with the environmental sustainability. So which is very important in nowadays while we are talking about the cargo handling in the port sector. So with this, we'll be able to minimize the cost, and we'll be able to give an opportunity for the business partners to get more profits.
Monica, can I?
Thank you, entire panel. Thank you so much.
My question goes to Dr. Kishore. Dr. Kishore, we have been looking at the ports, condition of the ports currently in the eastern side. I have not visited the western side ports, but I visited Vizag port, I visited Paradip port, I visited Haldia. You know, the infrastructure is not very good. You know, equally, I have visited Antwerp port. I have seen Antwerp ports functioning. The way they function is, you know, it's so clean, environment friendly, and the loading, unloading process, everything takes place as if it's an environmental friendly operation. You know, when material comes by rake to the port, you know, first thing is there is a lot of congestion. We need to have a system where the rakes can easily flow in. They can be unloaded at a place where there is cemented and flat place. And then the cost of handling is reduced drastically, you know. I would definitely love to say that we have very good mechanical loading process. That is very good. But the infrastructure has to be increased in such a way that the port handling cost goes down. Secondly, I have seen a lot of dredging operations continuously happening in our eastern side. You know, we have to find a solution for that so that the productivity of the port is also increased. So all these are a matter in which I feel with the new shipping government appointing a new minister and all, you need to take up and request them to do that.
Thank you, Sundaresan. The first and foremost point is this, when we compared with the Antwerp port and the ports existing in India, there is a geographical difference between these two. This Antwerp port is established because of the trading activity for the entire Europe continent. So Antwerp is a phase for them to do the business. But they mostly handle the clean cargo and the container cargo. 90% of the cargo is purely container cargo. So when we compare, when we're coming to the Indian ports, we'll be able to handle all types of bulk cargoes like iron ore, coal, liquid cargoes like petroleum products, which will be the major importing cargo of India. So when we are going for this kind of a cargo and the population existing in India and the literacy rate of the India and the employees who are there in the ports, their educational qualifications, when we are calculating all these kind of things, so we can't consider the factors which are there in the port of Antwerp and which are there in the major ports in India. However, we'll be able to take necessary action, we'll be able to consider your point and accordingly we'll take action on it. And meanwhile, when we're coming for the ministry point of view, ministry is already taking the initiation for the upgradation of the infrastructure, mechanized infrastructure for the beds existing in the Visakhapatnam port as well as in other major ports existing in India. So with the partnership of the PPP operators, those who are interested, then they can able to join along with the ports by hand to hand. We can able to sort out these environmental sustainability issues existing in the major ports of India. Thank you.
Thank you so much. मैंने हमेशा यही सुना है कि लर्निंग क्राउड इज द बेस्ट क्राउड. आज पहली बार देख रहा हूँ. एक बार खुद के लिए एक बार जोरदार तालियां यार. आई थिंक you know, बहुत कम opportunity मिलती है to address crowd like this. You know that morning till 10 o'clock, till 6 o'clock, you had you've shown a great patience. Thank you each of you, each one of you. So now I would like to request Monica Bachchan to present the mementos to all the esteemed guests. Now I would like to request Mr. A.K. Pade, ED Commercial, NMDC Limited. Please come forward, sir. Can we have a good round of applause? Now I would like to request Shiv Kumar, sir. Please come forward. Now I would like to request Mr. Vijay Atreya, sir. Now I would like to request Dr. Kishore Gulla, sir. Please come forward. Come on, can we have a good round of applause for Vizag? And now I would like to request Mr. Mayank Gupta. Please come forward, sir. Now, I would like to request Monica Bachchan Madam to say a word of thanks to this beautiful gathering.
Good evening. I stand before you today with a heart full of gratitude and appreciation as we bring the curtain down on the International Iron Ore Conference hosted here in Visakhapatnam. On behalf of all Metalogic team, I would like to extend our sincerest thanks to all sponsors, exhibitors for making this event happen. I'd like to thank Ministry of Steel, Government of India for extending their support, NMDC Limited for being the title sponsor, conference powered by Lloyds Metals and Lloyds Infrastructure and Construction. I want to thank our gold sponsor, SJSPL, JSW Steel, Baldota Group and Minera Group. I want to thank Fomento Resources, Mecon Limited, KIOCL Limited, GEBR Pfeiffer. I want to thank our exhibitors, Peterson and Cook, Felwa in Smart System, where our support association, PMAI, West Bengal SEMA, Goa Mineral Ore Exporters Association, Alloy Steel Producers Association, Cold Rolled Steel Manufacturers Association, Indian Business Council Pune, NIST, ICRA, Chhattisgarh SEMA, Mining Engineers Association, and Bombay Steel Association. I want to thank our audience who have come from far places to make this event meaningful. Your dedication and attention have truly made this conference a resounding success. From assembling a diverse array of industry experts to curating insightful discussion, every detail reflected commitment to excellence. I also want to express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed speakers. Your expertise and willingness to share knowledge have enriched our understanding of the industry's latest advancements. Each presentation was a testament to the innovation and progress happening in iron ore mining, trading, beneficiation technologies, AI and drones, and slurry pipeline development. Of course, none of this would have been possible without the active participation and engagement of our audience. The iron ore miners, traders, technology providers, and makers of AI and drones, and slurry pipeline and steel makers. Your enthusiasm, insightful questions, and contribution have made this conference not just meeting of minds, but a vibrant exchange of ideas and solutions. Last but not least, I must commend the entire Metalogic team. I would like to call upon on stage. We have Yasmin, Rajat, Amarjit Anand, Shiv, Hardik, right now in the house. Please come upon on the stage. And at the back end, we have our other team members who have worked tirelessly for the conference, which includes Prachi, Ruchi Tripathi, who handles the subscriptions. So whoever want to subscribe and want to become a member of Metalogic, please reach out to Ruchi Tripathi. We have other marketing officers sitting in Delhi right now, which includes Rahul Mishra, Saurabh. Many of you were in touch with him. And as we depart from this conference with newfound knowledge, strengthened connections, and new word inspiration, let us carry forward the spirit of collaboration and innovation that has defined these past days. I want to call upon every person sitting here on the stage to have a group photograph. So I request every person sitting on the chairs, starting from first row to last row, and people who are standing at the back, please come at the front and let's have a closing ceremony photograph. Please, let's create some memory. Subba Rao sir, Padi sir, Andy Rao sir, Vijay Atreji, everybody on the table, people standing at the stalls, please come at the stage and let's create a memory of a large photograph which we will be sharing. All the presentations and photographs will be uploaded on metalogicpms.com. This event was fully live on our YouTube channel. So please subscribe to YouTube. Go on to your YouTube app, type Metalogic PMS and watch the conference proceeding. Everybody, we look forward to future collaboration and continued advancements to our industry. With this, we will meet soon, next time in Gujarat, with the idea of coal and coke oven plants. Let's have a great photograph, everyone. Thank you so much.
Hello.